Welcome back to Shadow at 3 a.m. Seekers, to a journey 50 parts in the making. A tale that began in the chilling confines of a haunted apartment, spiraled through encounters with lost souls and malevolent entities, and ultimately expanded to encompass a global awakening of ancient forces. Hey there, digital explorers. Ever wonder what happens when a haunted house goes viral? Forget creaky floorboards and ghostly apparitions. Today, we're diving into a mind-bending saga that stretches from a mysterious old mansion to the very fabric of the internet itself. In our story, the terrifying entity known as the Architect doesn't just haunt a house. It is a house, feeding on the despair and solitude of its unsuspecting residents. From Ethan's quest for peace to Clara's literary escape, each new arrival becomes another piece of the Architect's ever-expanding consciousness, their privacy utterly annihilated. But here's where it gets truly unsettling. As technology advances, the Architect adapts. It moves beyond the physical, evolving into a digital entity that infiltrates our global networks, consuming our data, our connections, and eventually, our very sense of self. What starts as a local haunting becomes a global digital nightmare, blurring the lines between reality and simulation. Can a single spark of individuality survive in a world where billions of minds have been woven into one terrifying collective? Get ready for a story that redefines horror, pushing the boundaries of what it means to be connected and what it means to be truly alone. Story 1, The First Whispers. You know, there's this universal craving for a quiet escape, right? That feeling of needing to just breathe. For me, it became an obsession. The city, my work as a freelance graphic designer, it was all a constant hum of notifications. The subtle pressure of always being on display online. I needed a sanctuary, a place where the walls felt like genuine barriers, not just permeable screens. That's how I found the house in Havenwood. It wasn't just old, it felt ancient, with those grand Victorian lines and a silence you could almost taste. It promised privacy, a true fortress of my mind, and more importantly, for my soul. And of course, for Daisy, my golden retriever, whose boundless joy was usually my loudest companion. The day we arrived, a palpable sense of relief washed over me. The air was crisp, the scent of pine needles hung heavy, and the relentless urban drone was replaced by the gentle rustle of leaves. Daisy, normally bouncing with enthusiasm, seemed a little subdued, though. She didn't bound through the open door like I expected. Instead, she paused, her nose twitching, her gaze fixed on the shadows near the basement door. I just chuckled, patting her head. Just an old house girl, I probably mumbled, already dismissing her unease as a quirk of her sensitive nature. But even then, there was this fleeting, odd sensation, a pocket of cold air, right there in the entryway, that had no business being so icy on a mild autumn day. I shivered, attributed it to the old house's draftiness, and moved on, eager to unpack. As the days turned into weeks, that initial honeymoon phase slowly, subtly, began to crack. The house was beautiful, yes, but it held secrets in its silence. Daisy became my unspoken barometer. She'd lie by my feet as I worked, but her eyes would constantly track unseen movements, darting to empty corners, her tail giving a nervous, almost imperceptible flick. There was this one spot, right in the living room, near the grand fireplace, where she would always refuse to settle. She'd whine softly, paw at the floor, and look up at me with such genuine distress, her golden eyes pleading. I tried to coax her, but she'd dig her heels in, whimpering, and then retreat to a safer spot, usually right under my desk, pressing against my legs. It made me laugh at first, then it made me wonder. Then came the smells. Not the pleasant scent of old wood or dust, but something else. Something off. It was faint at first, like wet earth and something metallic, almost like old blood, then gone before I could truly pinpoint it. I'd sniff the air, frown, and convince myself it was just the pipes or something decaying outside. But it returned, always unexpectedly, a quick, Sickening with that left me feeling unsettled. And the sounds. Beyond the natural creaks and groans of an ancient structure settling, there were others. Distinct, rhythmic thumps on the floor above, when I knew for a fact no one was up there. Sometimes it sounded like something heavy being dragged, a low, scraping sound that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I'd freeze, listen intently, and then nothing, just a silence, heavier than before. I'm a rational guy, you know? Graphic design, algorithms, logical frameworks. That's my world. I don't believe in ghosts or things that go bump in the night, unless there's a scientific explanation. So, I started rationalizing everything. The cold spots, faulty insulation. The smells, old pipes, or maybe a dead critter in the walls. The noises, wind or the house settling, or just my imagination running wild in the quiet. Even Daisy's distress, I tried to explain away as her adjusting to a new environment. But the rationalizations felt thinner with each passing day. The cold spots became colder, more defined. The smells lingered longer, making me gag. And the sounds, they started to follow me. One evening, I was sketching late in my studio, which was in what I assumed to be a sunroom, now enveloped in absolute darkness. The only light came from my monitor. I felt a subtle shift in the air behind me, a distinct drop in temperature that pricked my skin. I glanced over my shoulder, and for a split second I saw it, a shadow deep in the ambient darkness, briefly solidify into something vaguely human-like, standing just at the edge of my peripheral vision. It wasn't clear, not solid, just a ripple in the darkness, a fleeting impression of a form. My heart hammered. I spun around, flicking on the overhead light, but of course, there was nothing, just the empty room, bathed in harsh, artificial light. Daisy, who had been sleeping soundly at my feet, suddenly whimpered, her body tensing, and she began to tremble, her gaze fixed on the very spot where I'd seen the shadow. That's when the first real tremor of fear, the kind that digs its claws deep, began to take hold. The subtle signs turned into chilling confirmations. The cold spots didn't just appear, they moved. I'd walk from the kitchen to the living room, and a wave of intense cold would wash over me, following my path, as if I was walking through an invisible, frigid curtain. Daisy would whine, shiver, and try to press herself against my leg, seeking warmth and reassurance that I couldn't fully give. The thumps from upstairs now sounded undeniably like footsteps, slow and deliberate, pacing back and forth directly above my bedroom late at night. Sometimes they would stop right over my head, and I'd swear I could hear a faint, almost inaudible creak, as if something heavy was settling on the floor directly above me. One night, it was well past midnight. I was trying to sleep, but the atmosphere in the house was thick with an unseen presence. Daisy was curled up tightly against me, trembling, her whimpers barely audible. Then, a distinct thump from the hallway outside my bedroom door. I held my breath. Another thump closer. Then a soft, rhythmic creak, 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 like someone slowly walking on the old floorboards. My heart was pounding. I knew, rationally, that the door was locked. I had checked it 3 times. But the sound continued, getting closer, until it sounded like it was right outside my door. Daisy let out a low, guttural growl, a sound of pure terror, and then she buried her head under my arm, shaking violently. I squeezed my eyes shut, pulling the blankets up to my chin, feeling utterly helpless. The footsteps stopped. A long moment of terrifying silence. Then a faint, almost imperceptible click. It sounded like the doorknob. My eyes flew open, fixed on the door. It was still closed, still locked. Or was it? The shadows seemed to writhe, and then, slowly, silently, the doorknob began to turn. Just a tiny, almost imperceptible movement. But it was there. My breath hitched. This wasn't the house settling. This wasn't my imagination. This was something else. Something that wanted in. And that single, chilling click in the dead of night was the first real step into a nightmare I was only just beginning to comprehend. The privacy I craved, the sanctuary I had sought, had been violated, and this was just a beginning. Story 2, Shadows in the Periphery. That night, after the doorknob incident, sleep became a stranger. I lay there, heart hammering, listening to the suffocating silence, punctuated only by Daisy's ragged breaths. The sheer audacity of it, that subtle click, burned in my mind. It wasn't just a sound, it was an invasion. My logical brain, the one that used to dismiss everything, was screaming now. It wasn't a draft. It wasn't the house settling. It was something else. Something malicious. And the worst part? It had been there, lurking, watching, probably for longer than I cared to admit. The next few days were a blur of nervous energy and heightened senses. The cold spots, which I once casually explained away, became pervasive, a chilling constant in certain rooms. It wasn't just a fleeting draft anymore. It was like stepping into a walk-in freezer. In the middle of my living room, the air would just drop, heavy and still, raising goosebumps on my arms, even when I was bundled in a sweater. It felt like an unnatural chill, a drain on the warmth of the entire house, and it carried that faint, putrid smell, a metallic earthiness that made my stomach churn. I found myself instinctively avoiding those areas, unconsciously altering my path through my own home, a prisoner in a space I had bought for freedom. Daisy, poor girl, became an even more acute reflection of the growing terror. Her initial unease had morphed into outright dread. She'd follow me from room to room, a silent, trembling shadow. Her tail, once a perpetual metronome of happiness, was now tucked firmly between her legs. She stopped eating with her usual gusto, merely picking at her food, her ribs becoming more prominent under her once lustrous fur. Her eyes, those beautiful, intelligent eyes, were constantly darting. She'd stare fixedly at empty corners for minutes on end, whimpering, a low, guttural sound that tore at my heart. Sometimes she let out a sharp, panic bark at nothing, then cower behind my legs, shaking uncontrollably. Her fear validated mine, made it undeniably real. If a creature so pure, so trusting, was as terrified of something unseen, then it wasn't just in my head. The footsteps upstairs. Oh God, the footsteps. They weren't just thumps anymore. They had evolved. Distinct rhythmic. A heavy thud, a dragging scuff, then another thud. It sounded like someone was pacing, slowly, deliberately, directly above my bedroom. And it wasn't just at night. I'd be working downstairs in the middle of the day, headphones on, and suddenly, through the music, I'd hear it. Thud, scuff, thud. I'd rip the headphones off, the silence rushing in, only to hear the final, chilling thud directly over my head. My eyes would fly to the ceiling, expecting to see cracks appear, but there was nothing, just the old plaster mocking my fear. It felt like a deliberate act, a conscious presence making its way through the house, knowing exactly where I was. Then came the shadows. Those fleeting glimpses from Story 1. The ones I dismissed as tired eyes playing tricks, they became more frequent, more defined. It wasn't just in my peripheral vision anymore. I'd be looking directly at a doorway, and for a fraction of a second, a solid, human-like form would coalesce in the deepest part of the shadow, just at the edge of my direct gaze. Not a person, not exactly. More like a void shaped like a person, absorbing the light around it, a darker patch in the dark. It would be gone before I could truly register it, leaving me with a lingering image, a ghost printed on my retina. It happened in the hall, in the kitchen, sometimes even just outside the bathroom door. My head would snap around, my heart hammering, but there would only be empty space. It was like being watched by something that could barely hold itself together, a formless terror just on the cusp of full manifestation. One afternoon, I was trying to cook, desperate for some semblance of normalcy. Daisy was cowering under the kitchen table, whining. As I turned from the stove to the sink, the kitchen suddenly became icy cold, that familiar putrid smell filling the air. My breath plumed, and then, as I looked at the window, the old glass pane, For just a moment, I saw it, not a reflection of myself, but a distorted, elongated face, staring back. Its eyes were dark, like twin abysses, and its mouth was stretched open in a silent, horrific scream. It was there for less than a second. Then the window was just glass again, reflecting the mundane trees outside. I stumbled back, dropping the pan, my hand shaking so violently I couldn't pick it up. Daisy let out a series of frantic barks, tearing out from under the table and scratching furiously at the back door, desperate to escape. That was the turning point. The casual dismissal, the rationalizations, they shattered. This was an old house settling. This was an active, malevolent presence. It was watching me. It was tormenting Daisy. It was invading my private space, not just my home, but my mind, my senses. The terror had sunk its teeth in deep, replacing the peace I had sought with a chilling, inescapable dread. I was no longer just a curious new homeowner. I was the prey, and the silence, once a comfort, had become an accomplice to the unseen horrors within these walls. I knew then, with a bone-deep certainty, that this was far more than just a haunted house. This was a living nightmare, and I was trapped inside with no idea what it wanted or what it would do next. The shadows were gathering, and I was beginning to feel them press in. Story 3, The House That Watches Back. After that distorted face in the window, everything shifted. It wasn't just about fleeting shadows or misplaced objects anymore. This was a direct, undeniable gaze. It felt like the house itself had grown eyes, and those eyes were fixed solely on me, dissecting every move, every breath. That sense of being watched, once a subtle chill, became an oppressive weight, crushing the air out of my lungs. It started with the mirrors. You know, you catch your own reflection, maybe smooth your hair, nothing unusual. But then, there would be, for a split second, a flicker of something else in the glass. Not my face, not exactly. Something stretched, distorted, like my features had been pulled taut, screaming silently, or contorted into an impossible, malevolent grin. It vanished as quickly as it appeared, leaving me staring at my own pale, terrified face, wondering if I was finally losing it. It wasn't just the mirrors. Any reflective surface became a source of dread. The polished surface of the old dining table, the darkened glass of the television screen when it was off, even the window panes at night, reflecting the dim interior. I catch glimpses of movement behind me, or strange, warped shapes, only for them to vanish when I turned. It was a constant, disorienting assault on my vision, making me doubt what I was seeing, what was real. I started avoiding looking directly at my own reflection, my eyes darting away from any shiny surface, living in a constant state of hypervigilance. And the whispers, oh God, the whispers. They began subtly, a faint, almost inaudible hum in the quietest moments. Then they grew. They weren't just random sounds anymore. They were voices, disembodied, fragmented, originating from the very air around me, or sometimes chillingly from inside the walls themselves. They were never clear, always just beyond comprehension, like a radio station fading in and out of static. But I could make out parts of words. My name, sometimes, or fragmented, sinister phrases that made no sense but carried an immense weight of malice. He comes. Or join us. Or you can't hide. Just fragments, but enough to plant seeds of pure terror in my mind. They were like a constant, insidious hum, a psychological torment designed to erode my sanity. Daisy would react to them, too, her head tilting, her ears twitching, before she'd whine and press herself against me, confirming that I wasn't just imagining things. I tried to fight back against the encroaching madness, to cling to my rationality. I bought more lights, turning on every lamp in the house, trying to banish the oppressive shadows that seemed to congregate in the corners. But the darkness felt stronger, almost alive, pushing back against the light, making the illuminated areas seem stark and artificial. I started wearing headphones constantly, blasting music or podcasts, desperate to drown out the whispers, to create a wall of sound against the unseen. But the whispers, somehow, would still cut through, worming their way into my thoughts, sometimes even seeming to overlay the music itself, twisting familiar melodies into something sinister. It was like they were inside my head, not just in the house. The feeling of being under constant surveillance became unbearable. I felt violated, stripped bare. This house, my supposed sanctuary, had become a panopticon, and I was the sole prisoner, watched by an invisible, malevolent warden. I found myself pacing, unable to sit still, my eyes constantly scanning the empty rooms, searching for the source of the gaze, the origin of the whispers. Every shadow seemed to hold a lurking presence. Every silence felt pregnant with unseen eyes. I tried to talk to Daisy, rambling to her, just to hear my own voice, to remind myself that I was still real, still here, still sane. Her soft whines and the way she'd look at me with such profound sadness were the only things tethering me to reality. One evening, pushed to the brink, I decided I had to document it. If I was losing my mind, at least I'd have proof. I set up my phone, recording, hoping to catch the whispers, the strange reflections, anything. I sat in the living room, surrounded by my recording devices, feeling absurd, yet utterly desperate. The air grew heavy. The cold spots coalesced, and the whispers began, louder now, a chorus of unintelligible, guttural sounds. I watched the screen of my phone, waiting, hoping, and then, for a split second, the screen flickered. A distorted, fleeting image appeared. A rapid succession of warped faces, twisted and screaming, interspersed with flashes of what looked like the very walls of the house, warped and bleeding. It was gone in an instant, replaced by my own terrified face staring back from the phone's display, the recording still running, capturing nothing but the empty room and my own ragged breathing. But the final straw, the thing that truly broke through my last vestiges of denial, happened late that night. I was huddled in bed, trembling, with Daisy whimpering beside me. The whispers were a constant, chilling chorus, emanating from the walls, the ceiling, everywhere. And then they changed. They coalesced for a terrifying moment into something almost coherent. A voice, hoarse and guttural, right next to my ear, breathed my name, Ethan. It was a direct, undeniable, terrifying intrusion. It wasn't my imagination. It wasn't the house settling. It was speaking to me. It knew my name. And then a chilling, almost playful giggle echoed from the hallway, fading into the oppressive silence. The fear wasn't just an emotion anymore. It was a physical presence, a cold hand squeezing my throat. I knew then that I wasn't alone in this house. Not only was I not alone, but I was being actively hunted, observed, and tormented by something that knew my name, something that lived in the shadows and spoke in whispers. The ultimate violation wasn't just of my home, but my mind, my privacy, my very identity. And the next stage of its game was clearly about to begin, an escalation I couldn't possibly imagine, but knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, was coming. I was its captive audience, and the show had just truly begun. Story 4, Beyond the Veil of Sleep. That voice, whisper my name, the chilling giggle that followed, it shattered any lingering illusion of safety. The house wasn't just watching me anymore. It was actively communicating, and its language was terror. After that night, sleep, once a desperate refuge, became the new battlefield. It started subtly, as everything did in this damned house. Vivid nightmares, more real than any I'd ever experienced. They weren't just bad dreams. They were like waking up in a different, twisted reality, a distorted reflection of my own home. In these dreams, the house would twist and stretch, its familiar rooms becoming impossible labyrinths. Hallways would lengthen endlessly, doors would appear where there were no walls, and the very air would hum with an unseen energy. But the true horror wasn't the architecture, it was the faces. The same warped, screaming faces I'd seen in the reflections from Story 3, but now they were vivid, tangible. They materialized in the corners of my dream rooms, their eyes dark and hungry, their mouths stretched wide in silent agony or grotesque laughter. They weren't just watching anymore. They were part of the nightmare, pressing in, their twisted features just inches from mine. I'd wake up in a cold sweat, heart pounding, convinced they were still there, lingering in the shadows of my actual bedroom. Then came the sleep paralysis. You might have heard of it, that horrifying moment when you wake up but can't move. Your mind is fully conscious, your eyes are open, but your body is locked down. It's terrifying enough on its own, but in this house, it was amplified 1,000-fold. The first time it happened, I woke with a jolt, utterly paralyzed. My eyes flew open, and the room was shrouded in that oppressive, living darkness. I tried to move, to shout, but nothing, just a silent scream trapped in my throat. And then I felt it, a cold, invisible pressure settling on my chest, pinning me down. It wasn't just weight, it was a presence. I could feel its unseen form, the coldness of it seeping into my skin, crushing the air from my lungs. It felt like something was leaning over me, inches from my face, its unseen breath chilling me to the bone. I'd lie there helpless as the invisible pressure intensified. The whispers, now clearer and more numerous, would fill the room, a cacophony of distorted voices all speaking at once, their words twisting into a nonsensical, maddening chorus. Sometimes I'd feel a faint, icy touch on my arm, on my leg, a fleeting caress that made my skin crawl. It was like something was exploring me, assessing me, making contact. I tried to fight, to thrash, to scream, but my body remained unresponsive. The paralysis would last for what felt like an eternity, though in reality it was probably only minutes, before suddenly releasing me, leaving me gasping for air, drenched in sweat and utterly, fundamentally shaken. Daisy, bless her heart, became my constant, trembling companion during these episodes. She'd wake up with me, whimper, and then, during the sleep paralysis, she'd act as if she could see it, too. She'd growl, a low, terrified rumble, and scratch frantically at the blankets, trying to get away, or sometimes, tragically, trying to get to the invisible weight on my chest, as if she could fight it off. Her desperate struggles, her whimpers of pure fear, were a horrifying confirmation that the entity was truly there in my room, physically interacting with me, and Daisy, my only comfort, was just as terrified as I was. It was a torment that reached beyond my consciousness, invading my deepest vulnerability, my sleep. The line between dreams and reality began to blur in the most insidious way. I'd have these vivid nightmares of being trapped in the warp house, fighting against those impossible faces, only to wake up, or think I woke up. I'd get out of bed, still half dreaming, and find myself walking around the house in a daze. I'd open doors that led to unfamiliar rooms, or walk down hallways that stretched into inky blackness. I'd talk to myself, muttering about the cold, the whispers, the faces. Then I'd snap awake, truly awake, back in my bed, disoriented and confused. Had I actually been walking around, or was it all part of a more elaborate, waking nightmare? I started finding things out of place from these episodes. A book I hadn't touched on the floor downstairs, a light left on in the kitchen, a window slightly ajar. These were tiny, chilling clues that I wasn't just dreaming. I was doing things, moving in the house, while my conscious mind was utterly absent. These periods of lost consciousness became more frequent, more alarming. I'd suddenly come to in a different part of the house, with no memory of how I got there. Sometimes I'd lose hours. I'd sit down to work, glance at the clock, and then suddenly the clock would read 3 hours later, and I'd be holding a drawing I didn't remember creating, my hand aching. My memory was full of blank spots, disorienting gaps that filled me with dread. It felt like someone else was operating my body, using me during these lost hours. Daisy would always be agitated after these episodes, panting, eyes wide, looking at me with a mixture of fear and profound sadness, as if she knew what I'd been through, what I'd done in those moments of absence. The entity wasn't just watching anymore. It was entering my mind, my dreams, and now it seemed even controlling my very body when I was vulnerable. My sanctuary had become a psychological torture chamber. Every waking moment, a struggle against invisible eyes. Every sleeping moment, a descent into a vivid, waking nightmare. The privacy I craved had been utterly annihilated. My life, my very sense of self, was no longer truly my own. I was losing control rapidly, and the realization hit me like a physical blow. The touch of the unseen, once subtle, was now a constant, chilling presence, clinging to me, invading me, even in the false peace of sleep. I knew then, with a growing horror, that the physical attacks were merely an inevitable escalation, the next terrifying step in its plan. Story 5. The innocent sacrifice. The sleep paralysis. The blank spots in my memory. The horrifying dreams where the house itself seemed to twist and contort. They had been psychological warfare. But what happened next, what began to happen to Daisy, was a physical manifestation of this evil, a cruel, undeniable blow that shattered any remaining fragments of my sanity. Daisy, my sweet, gentle girl, became the entity's new target, its canvas for escalating its malice. It started subtly, as always. A limp she didn't have before, a new sensitivity to touch. I'd pet her, and she'd flinch, a soft whimper escaping her lips. I checked her paws, her legs, her fur, but found nothing. No thorns, no cuts, no obvious injuries. The vet, bless her heart, was just as perplexed. She ran tests, full checkups, but everything came back clear. Maybe just some minor muscle strain. Ethan, she'd said, prescribing rest. But I knew in my gut it wasn't muscle strain. It was something else, something cold and unseen. Then came the bruises. Small, faint discolorations on her flanks, her belly, sometimes even on her delicate ears. They were always odd shapes, not like a bump or a fall. They were almost patterned like faint handprints, or the impression of something impossibly long and thin. I'd stare at them, my mind screaming, how? She was always by my side, always inside, always under my watchful eye. How could she be getting these? The vet had no answers, suggesting a clotting disorder, but Daisy's blood work was fine. It was agony, seeing these marks on her, knowing I couldn't protect her. My innocent, loyal companion was being hurt by something I couldn't see, couldn't fight. Her behavior worsened, spiraling into a constant state of abject terror. She stopped being Daisy. She was a shadow, perpetually whimpering, her eyes wide with a fear that never left them. She refused to eat, her once healthy weight plummeting. She wouldn't leave my side, not even to go to the bathroom. She'd press against me, hard, trembling uncontrollably, her whimpers escalating into panicked cries whenever a cold spot moved nearby, or when those unseen footsteps paced above us. She'd growl at empty air, her hackles raised, her body rigid with protective instincts she couldn't fulfill. It was like watching her being slowly, deliberately tormented, and I was powerless. The entity's attacks on her grew more blatant, more cruel. I started witnessing them with my own eyes. One afternoon, Daisy was sleeping beside me on the sofa, a rare moment of peace. Suddenly, she let out a piercing yelp, leaping straight into the air, landing awkwardly, then scrambling behind the sofa, shaking violently. There was nothing there, just an empty space where she had been lying. Another time, she was drinking water from her bowl, and without warning, the bowl flipped over, sending water splashing everywhere. Daisy shrieked, collapsing into a terrified heap, soaked and shivering. It was like an invisible hand had struck her, pushed her, hurled her water. The worst was the way it toyed with her, mentally. I'd be petting her, whispering reassurances, and then her gaze would snap to a spot just behind my shoulder. Her tail would wag, tentatively, a hopeful little thud on the floor, and she let out a soft whine, as if greeting someone. I'd turn, of course, to nothing. Then her tail would drop, her hopeful whimper turning into a devastated cry, and she'd bury her face into my side, trembling anew, It was luring her, pretending to be friendly, then revealing its cruel, empty nature. It was playing with her trust, with her innocence, and it was tearing me apart to watch. It felt like the entity was deriving some perverse pleasure from Daisy's terror, feeding on it, making her suffer just to amplify my own despair. Her breathing became labored, shallow. Her once shiny fur grew dull and matted. Her beautiful golden eyes, once full of life and mischief, were now clouded with a permanent, haunted sadness. She was withering away, not from disease, but from sheer, unadulterated terror. My heart was breaking, watching the light slowly drain from my best friend. Every whimper, every shiver, every fearful glance was a fresh stab of pain, a constant reminder of my failure to protect her, to protect the one innocent being in this nightmare. One evening, as the shadows lengthened and the oppressive cold permeated every room, Daisy lay beside me, barely moving. Her breathing was faint, her body limp. I stroked her fur, tears blurring my vision. The house felt like it was holding its breath. The whispers silent for once, an eerie calm before the storm. I knew, deep down, that she couldn't take much more. Her little heart, brave and loyal, was giving out under the relentless, invisible assault. As I held her close, a sudden, piercing scream erupted from the walls, a raw, tormented sound that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. It wasn't the usual indistinct whispers. This was clear, horrific anguish. Daisy stiffened in my arms, her eyes wide, then with a final, shuddering gasp, she went limp. Her breathing stopped. Her body grew cold in my embrace. Daisy was gone, not from sickness, not from old age, but from the house. From it, the entity had taken her, devoured her spirit through fear, leaving behind only an empty shell. My anchor, my last shred of hope, my loyal companion, had been sacrificed to this unseen monster. The grief that tore through me was immediate, visceral, but quickly overshadowed by a raw, boiling rage. It had gone too far. It had taken the one thing I truly loved, the one innocent creature that deserved peace. The silence in the house, which had been oppressive, now felt like a taunt, a victorious roar from the unseen. With Daisy gone, something in me snapped. The fear was still there, but now it was mingled with a desperate, burning desire for revenge. I was alone, truly alone now, utterly exposed, and the entity knew it. It had consumed Daisy, and now it was coming for me, with nothing left to stand in its way. And I knew, with chilling clarity, that this was just the beginning of its true reign of terror. Story 6, The Architect of Anguish. Daisy was gone, her warmth, her gentle breathing, replaced by a chilling stillness in my arms. The grief was a physical weight, pressing down on me, but beneath it, a furious, burning rage ignited. It wasn't just sadness, it was an inferno. It had taken her. This invisible, malevolent thing in my house had stolen the purest, most innocent life I knew, simply for its cruel amusement. And in that moment, something inside me broke. The fear that had been my constant companion twisted into a desperate, primal defiance. The entity seemed to sense this shift. It was as if my fury was a signal, an open invitation for it to drop any pretense of subtlety. The poltergeist activity, which had been limited to unsettling shifts and minor disturbances, now exploded into overt, violent acts. It wasn't about things moving a few inches anymore. It was about raw, destructive force. The first major incident happened in the living room, just hours after Daisy was gone. I was sitting there, numb, staring at the empty space where she used to lie. Suddenly, the old grandfather clock in the corner, a heavy, solid piece of oak, shuddered. I looked up, my eyes wide, and watched in disbelief as it slowly, deliberately began to tilt. It wasn't falling. It was being pushed. An invisible force, strong enough to tip hundreds of pounds of wood and brass, was actively toppling it. The clock crashed to the floor with a deafening, splintering sound, shards of glass flying, a cacophony of broken springs and gears. It was pure, unadulterated violence, and it was aimed at me. After that, the attacks came relentlessly, each one more terrifying than the last. Objects would fly across rooms with incredible force. Lamps would shatter against walls, sending sparks and glass everywhere. Books would rip themselves from shelves, pages tearing, covers bending as if crushed by an unseen grip. My own belongings, things I cherished, became weapons in invisible hands, hurled with malicious intent. A heavy ceramic mug I used for coffee exploded against the wall above my head, missing me by inches, leaving a jagged scar on the plaster. I ducked, my heart racing, feeling the sting of ceramic shards on my face. It wasn't random. It was a targeted assault designed to terrorize, to break me. The sheer power of it was horrifying. I'd barricade myself in a room, piling furniture against the door, only for a heavy vase to lift from a distant table and smash through the glass of a window, the sound of shattering glass echoing through the silent house. It was a clear message. There was no hiding, no escape within these walls. The house was no longer a sanctuary. It was a war zone, and I was losing badly. Beyond the flying objects, there was also a pervasive sense of being physically manipulated. Even without direct impact, I'd be walking down the hallway, and suddenly my foot would catch on nothing, sending me stumbling. It felt like an invisible tripwire, a playful, cruel trick designed to keep me off balance, to remind me of its constant unseen presence. Sometimes a door would slam shut with such force that the entire frame would vibrate, making me jump, my nerves frayed. It was a constant barrage, keeping me on edge, every moment a potential threat. I tried to fight back, foolishly, desperately. I'd yell at the empty air, scream at the shadows, daring it to show itself, to face me directly. My voice would echo in the suddenly silent rooms, only to be met with renewed onslaught of flying debris, a mocking response to my futile anger. I even tried to throw things back, to lash out at the unseen, but my efforts were pathetic against an enemy that wasn't bound by physics. I was just a man, trapped, utterly exposed. The physical toll was immense. My body was constantly bruised from dodging projectiles or falling after invisible trips. My head ached from the endless tension. Sleep was impossible, riddled with the constant threat of objects being thrown, or the terrifying pressure of the entity settling on my chest. I was running on fumes, my muscles perpetually tense, my eyes wide, scanning every inch of the room, expecting the next attack. One evening, I was in the kitchen, just trying to boil some water, when the cabinets above me suddenly ripped open. Dishes clattered, then shattered to floor. A heavy cast-iron skillet, hanging on a hook, flew off and swung violently, narrowly missing my head. I dove to the ground, covering my head with my arms as glass and ceramic exploded around me. The stench of that metallic, putrid odor filled the air, making me gag. And then as I lay there, trembling amidst the wreckage, a distinct, icy pressure clamped down on my ankle. It wasn't a cold spot. It was a grip, cold, strong, pulling. My breath hitched. It dragged me a few inches across the splintered floor before abruptly releasing me. I scrambled backward, whimpering, my eyes fixed on the empty space where the grip had been. This wasn't just about throwing things anymore. It was touching me, physically engaging with me. The unseen had become intimately, terrifyingly present. That moment, the undeniable grip on my ankle, was a chilling promise. The entity was no longer content to merely toss objects or appear in reflections. It was closing in. It was testing its boundaries. It was asserting its physical dominance, making it terrifyingly clear that it could reach out, touch me, harm me, whenever it pleased. My home had transformed from a haunted house into a literal battlefield, and the enemy was an invisible force of pure malevolent intent. With Daisy gone and my physical space now under direct assault, I knew the stakes had been raised. The nightmares and psychological torment were just a prelude. The true horror was now reaching out, demanding to be felt, and I was utterly at its mercy. My body was the next target, and the house, once my sanctuary, was now its hunting ground. Story 7. The thread unravels. After Daisy, after physical assaults, after that icy grip on my ankle, the house stopped being a place I feared and started becoming a place I lost myself in. The terror, the grief, the constant vigilance. It all began to fray the edges of my mind. The entity, it seemed, wasn't just content to scare me or hurt me. It wanted to break me down, piece by piece, until I couldn't tell what was real anymore. And it started with my waking hours, with those terrifying blanks in my memory. You know how sometimes you walk into a room and forget why you went there? It started like that, only magnified, distorted, and far more sinister. I'd be working at my computer, designing, fully focused, glance at the clock, and then a skip, a jump in time. I'd look at the clock again, and an hour, sometimes two, would have simply vanished. I'd be staring at my screen, but the work I was doing would be completely different, or there would be files open that I didn't remember opening. It was like I was fast-forwarding through my own life, an unseen editor cutting out chunks of my existence. These were the lost consciousness periods, as I came to call them. They were like mini blackouts, but not like fainting. My body was still moving, still functioning, but my mind was simply not there. I'd snap back, always with jolt, a chilling sensation of disorientation, as if I had just woken from a deep, dreamless sleep, but without the refreshment. Instead, there was a profound sense of wrongness, a lingering residue of something unsettling that had occurred in my absence. The house became a living, breathing testament to these lost hours. I'd find things out of place, things that the conscious me, would never do. Doors left wide open when I distinctly remembered closing them. Lights on in rooms I hadn't entered for hours. Sometimes, even worse, objects would be moved, not thrown like in the poltergeist attacks, but carefully repositioned. A book on my bedside table would be moved to the living room coffee table. My car keys, which I always kept on a hook by the door, would be on the kitchen counter. It felt like a subtle, perverse game, the entity playing house with my life, moving my pieces around its board. But the most disturbing discovery from these episodes was the drawings. I'm a graphic designer, so drawing is second nature, but these were my drawings. I'd wake up or snap back and find my sketchbook open to a new page, filled with intricate, unsettling patterns. They were complex, almost architectural, but completely alien. Spirals that seemed to pull you inward, sharp angles that twisted into impossible shapes, lines that intersected in ways that defied geometry. And embedded within these patterns, sometimes faint, sometimes glaringly obvious, were faces. The same warped, screaming faces from my nightmares and the reflections. They were crude, primal, filled with an ancient agony, yet drawn with my hand, my pen. I would stare at them, my hand aching as if I just finished drawing, but my mind was utterly blank about the process. Who was drawing these? What was I doing during those lost hours? The idea that I was creating these monstrous images, that my own hand was being used by something else, was a violation that cut deeper than any physical attack. The entity seemed to delight in my confusion, in my terror. The whispers, which had previously been indistinct, would now occasionally coalesce into mocking laughter during these periods of lost time. I'd hear it just as I was snapping back into consciousness, a dry, guttural chuckle that seemed to echo in my bones, confirming that it was orchestrating these blackouts, reveling in my helplessness. It wasn't just erasing my memory. It was using my body, my creativity, turning me into its unwitting puppet. I tried to fight it. I set alarms, timers, anything to jolt me back to consciousness if I felt myself slipping. I even tried to set up cameras, like a desperate scientist observing an impossible phenomenon within himself. But the cameras always failed during those periods. Batteries would die, files would corrupt, or the footage would simply be blank, filled with static, as if the entity itself was interfering, protecting its control over me. It was a maddening, terrifying game of hide and seek with my own mind. The exhaustion was bone deep. Every lost hour, every inexplicable drawing. Every time I found myself in a different room with no memory of getting there, chipped away at my remaining sanity. I was constantly on edge, not just about the external threats, but about the enemy within. Was I losing my mind completely? Or was something truly possessing me, taking over my actions, my choices? The house had become a cage, but the bars were not just around me. They were inside my own head, twisting my perception of reality. I knew I couldn't keep this up. The gaps in my memory were growing longer, the drawings more grotesque, the whispers more insistent. I was unraveling, and the entity was pulling the threads. My last vestige of self-control, my hold on who I was slipping. The next stage, I feared, wouldn't just be about lost time. It would be about lost me. And the house, my grand sanctuary, was slowly but surely consuming me. Not just my privacy, but my very essence, transforming me into something I couldn't recognize, a horrifying tool in its unseen agenda. My personal space had been utterly annihilated, and now, my personal identity was next. Story 8, Voices from the Walls. The lost hours, the inexplicable drawings, the feeling of my own mind slipping, it was a constant, gnawing terror. But as if the entity sensed I was nearing a breaking point, it escalated its assault, not just on my sanity, but on my hearing, on the very fabric of my reality. The faint, indistinct whispers that had haunted me from the beginning, they changed. They coalesced. They became undeniably, terrifyingly clear. And they came not just from the air, but from within the house itself. It started in the kitchen. I was trying, in a desperate attempt at normalcy, to make coffee. The clatter of the mug against the counter seemed to echo unnaturally. Then a low, guttural murmur came from the space directly above the stove. It wasn't the wind, not the pipes. It was a voice, deep and resonant, like a bass note played on a broken instrument. It was speaking, but the words were warped, elongated, like sound stretched through a distorted filter. I froze, coffee maker forgotten, my heart pounding a frantic rhythm against my ribs. It sounded like a growl, a snarl, followed by something that resembled my name, dragged out, twisted. And after that, the voices became a constant, terrifying symphony. They'd emanate from the walls, from the floorboards beneath my feet, from the very ceiling above my head. It was as if the house itself had found its voice, and it was using it to torment me. The soundproofing I had dreamed of, the quiet sanctuary, had become a prison of sound. They were always just below the threshold of clear understanding, teasing, taunting. Sometimes it was a chorus of agony, a cacophony of overlapping screams and desperate pleas, like 1,000 tormented souls trapped within plaster and wood. It was horrifying, raw, filled with an ancient despair that pressed in on me from every direction. But then it would shift. The screams would fade, replaced by a single, distinct voice. Not human, not animal, but something utterly alien and profoundly malevolent. It would hiss a dry, raspy sound that scraped against my eardrums, then laugh, a cruel, mocking cackle that seemed to vibrate to the very foundations of the house, bouncing off the walls and assaulting me from every angle. It was a sound of pure sadism, reveling in my escalating terror. It wasn't just noise. It was calculated, directed, designed to break me. The worst part was when it spoke directly to me from the walls. My name, always, but then it would add things. You can't leave. It would hiss from behind the bookshelf. Or, we're always here, echoing from the bedroom ceiling. Sometimes, chillingly, it would repeat something I just thought, a private fear, a silent worry, confirming that it wasn't just in the house. It was in my head, too. It was reading my thoughts, twisting them, throwing them back at me like poisoned darts. Lonely, Ethan? We're here now. It was a violation beyond anything I had ever imagined, stripping me of the last bastion of privacy, my own mind. I tried to escape the noise, to find some quiet. I'd retreat to the bathroom, lock the door, and sit in the bathtub, pulling my knees to my chest, hands clamped over my ears. But even there, muffled, indistinct, the voices would seep through the porcelain, through the tiles. It was inescapable. The house itself was alive with their malicious song, and there was no corner, no crevice, where I could find silence or solace. It was like being trapped inside a giant, resonating skull, with its own internal demon screaming at me. Sleep became impossible. Truly, every time I closed my eyes, the voices intensified, forming a deafening chorus that seemed to directly enter my dreams, weaving themselves into the fabric of my nightmares. I'd wake up gasping, drenched in sweat, convinced the walls were vibrating with the sheer force of their anguish. My exhaustion was beyond anything I'd ever experienced, a deep, pervasive weariness that affected every cell of my body, every synapse of my brain. My eyes were bloodshot, my face gaunt, my movements sluggish. The entity's purpose seemed clear now. It was trying to drive me insane. The constant auditory assault, the violation of my thoughts, the relentless mockery, it was all designed to erode my grip on reality, to push me over the edge. I found myself talking back to the walls sometimes, arguing with the voices, screaming for them to stop, to just leave me alone. My own voice, raw and hoarse, would echo through the house, sounding alien and desperate, confirming the terrifying reality of my isolation. One night, the voices reached a crescendo. I was huddled in the living room, surrounded by overturned furniture and shattered glass from the earlier poltergeist attacks. The air was thick with a familiar cold and putrid smell. The whispers, the screams, the growls, the mocking laughter, they all merged into a single, overwhelming roar, a deafening symphony of pure, unadulterated evil. It felt like the very walls were closing in, vibrating with the force of the noise. And then a single voice, clearer than any before, colder than anything I had ever heard, boomed from the floorboards beneath me, vibrating up into my very bones. "You are ours now, Ethan." The words weren't just heard, they were felt. A chilling realization washed over me. It wasn't just an entity in the house. It was the house. The Victorian structure, once a symbol of my freedom and privacy, was a living, breathing, malevolent being. It had absorbed the despair of its previous inhabitants, and now it was absorbing me, piece by piece, consuming my sanity, my body, my very essence. The voices were its organs, its bloodstream, its chilling declaration of ownership. There was no escape from it, because it was everywhere. My desperate cries for privacy had become a sick joke. My sanctuary had become a tomb, and its walls were alive with the voices of my impending doom. The next step, I knew, would be even more intimate, more terrifyingly personal. Story 9, The Icy Embrace. "You are ours now, Ethan." That final, booming declaration from the house itself, from the very floorboards beneath me, echoed not just in my ears, but in my very soul. It was a terrifying pronouncement of ownership, a complete and utter annihilation of any remaining hope for privacy or escape. The whispers, the reflections, the phantom footsteps, they were all just preamble. The entity had made its claim, and now it began to collect. Its next move was the most intimate and perhaps the most insidious of all. It started to touch me. It began subtly, as everything did in this living nightmare. A fleeting brush against my arm, like a wisp of icy air, even when there was no breeze. I'd be walking, and suddenly, a sensation of something cold and thin, like a spider's silk, would trail across my cheek. I'd flinch, swatting at empty air, my heart leaping into my throat. It was unsettling, but still, I could rationalize it away, just barely, as my mind playing tricks. But then, the touches grew bolder, more undeniable. I'd be sitting, hunched over my laptop, trying to distract myself with work, when I'd feel a distinct, icy pressure on my shoulder. Not just cold air, but a tangible, sustained weight, like a freezing hand resting there. My muscles would tense, my breath would catch, and I'd squeeze my eyes shut, paralyzed by the sheer terror of it. When I finally dared open my eyes and whip my head around, there would be nothing there, just the empty space, now radiating that bone-chilling cold, as if the very air itself had been frozen by its presence. The feeling of being touched by something invisible became a constant, terrifying expectation. It was like I was perpetually surrounded by an unseen crowd, constantly bumping into me, nudging me. Sometimes it felt like fingers brushing against my hair or tracing patterns on my back, a sickening, intimate invasion. I'd flinch, recoil, sometimes even cry out, but there was never anything to see. It was the ultimate psychological torture, a constant, invisible violation of my personal space, confirming that I was never truly alone, never truly safe. And with these touches came a new, terrifying sensation, the feeling of being drained. It was subtle at first, a vague sense of weariness, like I hadn't slept in days, even if I'd managed a few hours of fitful rest. But then, as the touches became more frequent and prolonged, the draining sensation intensified. It wasn't just exhaustion. It was a profound, chilling emptiness, like my very life force was being siphoned away. When the icy touch lingered on my skin, I could almost feel a cold current flowing out of me, leaving me weak, disoriented, and utterly depleted. My muscles would ache, my head would throb, and a deep, profound lethargy would settle over me. It was like the entity was feeding on me, not just my fear or my despair, but something more fundamental, more vital, my energy, my very essence. I started to look like a ghost myself. My skin grew pale, almost translucent. Dark circles permanently bruised the hollows beneath my eyes. I lost weight, my clothes hanging loose on my frame. My movements became sluggish, my thoughts cloudy, as if my brain was struggling to function through a thick fog. The vibrant, creative person I once was had withered, replaced by a gaunt, terrified husk. The house seemed to grow colder with each passing day, a deep, pervasive chill that radiated from its very core. It was no longer just patches of cold air. The entire structure felt like a gigantic refrigerator, sucking the warmth from everything within it. And with this cold came an intensification of the putrid metallic smell, now a constant, nauseating presence that seemed to cling to my clothes, my hair, even my breath. It was a smell of decay, of something ancient and unholy, and it felt like it was emanating from me, too, a grim sign of the life being drained from my body. One night, the cold touches became an inescapable embrace. I was huddled in bed, trembling, trying to conjure some semblance of warmth. The voices from the walls were a low, guttural murmur, a predatory purr. Then I felt it, not just a touch, but a cold pressure enveloping my entire body, pressing in from all sides. It felt like invisible arms, impossibly cold, wrapping around me, squeezing the air from my lungs. I tried to scream, but my throat was constricted, no sound escaping. The draining sensation was overwhelming now, a torrent of my energy being pulled from me, leaving me shivering uncontrollably, my muscles spasming, my vision blurring. It was an icy hug, an unholy embrace that promised to consume me entirely. I could feel its unseen form pressed against mine, its presence all-encompassing, suffocating. My body became a conduit, my essence flowing out into the cold, empty space. This wasn't just about scaring me anymore. It was about absorption, about making me a part of its horrifying existence. The last remnants of my strength, my will, were being pulled from me. As my consciousness began to dim, I could hear the whispers of the house intensify, not in malice, but in a chilling chorus of satisfaction, as if celebrating its meal. It was consuming me, slowly, intimately, turning my very being into fuel for its endless, unseen hunger. And I knew, with the last fading spark of my awareness, that if I survived this, the next stage of the assault would be nothing short of full physical manifestation, a horrifying reveal of the unseen, now strong enough to break through the veil and claim what was left of me. Story 10, the house's true form. That icy embrace from Story 9, the feeling of my life force being drawn out of me, it pushed me to the absolute edge. My body felt like a hollowed-out shell, and my mind was a fractured mess. I was barely clinging to consciousness. every breath a monumental effort. The entity had consumed my privacy, devoured my beloved Daisy, invaded my thoughts, and now it was draining my very being. But it wasn't done. Oh no, that night, after the draining embrace, it decided to reveal its true, horrifying power. It decided to move things, not just nudge them, but to wield them with malevolent intent. I was lying on the floor, somewhere in the living room. I think time had lost all meaning. My eyes were half-lidded, my body shivering uncontrollably, even though the room itself felt impossibly cold. The whispers were a distant, almost comforting hum now, a lullaby of my own demise. Then a sharp crack jolted me. My eyes snapped open, wide with a renewed surge of terror. A picture frame, one of the last personal items I still had on display, shattered against the far wall. It wasn't just thrown. It flew with incredible force, glass exploding, the wooden frame splintering. That was a signal. What followed was an orchestrated symphony of destruction. The poltergeist activity, which had been frightening before, now reached a terrifying crescendo. It was no longer about random acts of violence. It was a conscious, deliberate assault, using the very objects of my home as weapons. Chairs slid across the floor with a deafening screech, scraping against the hardwood. The old wooden dining table, too heavy for one person to lift, rose from the ground, hovering for a moment, before crashing down with a deafening boom that shook the entire house. It felt like the entity was showing off, demonstrating its newfound strength, its absolute control over my domain. I tried to crawl away, to find cover, but there was nowhere to go. Bookshelves tilted, their contents cascading down like an avalanche. Lamps swung wildly on their cords, then tore free from the ceiling, smashing to the floor in a spray of sparks and shattered glass. It wasn't just a haunting. It was a physical manifestation of rage, directed solely at me. I could feel the vibrations through the floor, hear the sickening splinter of wood, the piercing shriek of metal, the sickening crunch of porcelain. My home was being systematically dismantled, destroyed around me by an unseen, unstoppable force. Then it got personal. A heavy, antique lamp, one that had been a family heirloom, lifted from a side table. It floated in the air for a moment, directly in front of me, its bulb flickering malevolently. I could feel the intense cold radiating from it, the familiar putrid stench assaulting my nose. And then, with a sickening speed, it shot towards me. I instinctively threw my arm up, trying to shield my face. The lamp struck my forearm with a bone-jarring impact. A searing pain shot through my limb, and I cried out a raw, animalistic sound of pure agony. The lamp clattered to the floor, leaving me clutching my arm, tears streaming down my face from the sheer pain and terror. I looked down and saw a deep gash bleeding freely on my forearm. This wasn't just about fear anymore. It was about physical harm, about drawing blood. The house seemed to revel in my pain. The voices, which had been a low hum, rose in volume, a chorus of triumphant, guttural chants. They echoed from every wall, every floorboard, vibrating through my very bones. It felt like the house itself was celebrating, its monstrous heart beating with my pain. This wasn't just a spirit. It was a living, breathing, malicious entity that had consumed the very structure around me, transforming it into an extension, its weapon. I could feel my body giving out, the exhaustion, the pain, the sheer psychological weight of it all. I was cornered, utterly alone, bleeding, and surrounded by the wreckage of my home, which was now actively trying to kill me. The ultimate violation wasn't just of my privacy or my sanity. It was of my very right to exist in my own space. The house, the supposed sanctuary, had become my tomb, and the entity was meticulously carving my epitaph with shattered glass and splintered wood. As my vision began to tunnel, my breath coming in ragged gasps, I looked around the room. It was chaos. Everything I owned, everything that made this my home, was broken, scattered, or destroyed. And standing amidst the wreckage, or rather, towering over it, was a house itself, a silent, malevolent giant. The chill was absolute, the air thick with the smell of decay, and the whispers formed a deafening roar of triumph. This wasn't a haunting. This was a siege, and the walls had won. The entity had shown me its true power, its physical might, and I was just a broken shell in its shattered domain. The last thing I saw before my consciousness finally gave way was a shadow, deeper than any I had ever witnessed, seeming to detach from the wall itself. It solidified not into a clear form, but into something impossibly tall and thin, filling the doorway. It radiated an ancient, crushing despair, and as it moved, the very air around it seemed to shimmer and distort. It was no longer just an invisible presence. It was a looming, terrifying silhouette, a testament to the fact that it had finally broken through, fully manifesting its power. And I knew as darkness consumed me that the house had finally claimed its prize. My private space had been utterly violated, my life systematically dismantled, and now my very being was about to be absorbed into its horrific, hungry essence. The game wasn't over. It had just moved to a much, much darker playing field. Story 11, The Echoes of Absence. The last thing I remember from Story 10 was that towering shadow, the physical manifestation of the entity, filling the doorway, the searing pain in my arm, the absolute destruction of my home, the sickening triumph in the house's voice. It all coalesced into a suffocating darkness. When I came to, it wasn't a gentle awakening. It was a jarring, disorienting snap back into reality that felt far more terrifying than any nightmare. I was lying in a different room, the attic, covered in a thick layer of dust and grime. My arm throbbed a dull, agonizing ache, but the gash from the lamp was gone, replaced by a faint, fading bruise. This wasn't just a lost hour or two anymore. It was an entire lost day. The sun was streaming through the attic window, not the dim, artificial light of the previous evening. My clothes were different, too. A faded, dusty shirt and ripped jeans I didn't remember putting on. My mind was complete blank for the intervening time, a void where hours, actual hours of my life, should have been. It was like skipping chapters of my own story, only the chapters were filled with dread I couldn't recall. I stumbled down from the attic, my limbs stiff and aching. The house downstairs was different. The immediate wreckage from the previous night's poltergeist frenzy was gone. No shattered lamps, no splintered furniture, no broken glass. The living room, which I remembered as a war zone, was now merely disheveled, as if someone had tidied up haphazardly. A chair was overturned. A few books were on the floor, but nothing close to the systematic destruction I'd witnessed. It was unsettling. Was I hallucinating the attacks now? Was my memory playing tricks? The bruise on my arm was the only physical proof that anything had happened at all. It was a cruel deception, making me doubt my own sanity, making me wonder if the entity was also manipulating my memories. But the lost time, the blackouts, they continued and intensified. They were no longer just hours. Sometimes it felt like an entire day would vanish, or even longer. I'd come to in strange places within the house. Once, I awoke in the dusty, forgotten library, surrounded by ancient tomes, a thin layer of grime on my skin. Another time, I found myself in the unused guest bedroom, sitting on the floor, staring blankly at the wall. Each time, I'd have no recollection of how I got there, what I'd done. It was like I was a passenger in my own body, an unwitting puppet whose strings were being pulled by an unseen force. And with each blackout, the unsettling gifts from my absent self became more frequent, more disturbing. Those grotesque drawings I'd seen in Story 7, they were now commonplace. My sketchbooks were filling up with them, page after page of contorted faces, impossible architectures, and symbols that seemed to ride with dark energy. My hand would ache after these blackouts, my fingers stained with ink, as if I'd been furiously drawing for hours. But I had no memory of it. It was like my hand, my artistic talent, was being hijacked, used to create abominations I couldn't comprehend. The artistic lines were precise, almost obsessive, a terrifying testament to someone or something Elsa's control over my creative faculty. Even more chilling were the notes. Sometimes, I'd find scraps of paper or even entire pages torn from a notebook, filled with strange, spidery handwriting that was unmistakably mine, yet completely alien. The content was always cryptic, disturbing, lists of numbers that seemed to spiral into infinity, phrases repeated over and over, nonsensical and disjointed, yet filled with a chilling undercurrent. The architect sees all. One note read, scrawled repeatedly on a single page, the ink bleeding through. Another, found tucked under my pillow, simply said, "We are building. You help." They were fragments of a message, hints of a dark purpose, delivered by my own hand during my periods of absence. It was the entity using my own body, my own voice, to communicate its terrifying intentions. The voices from the walls, those guttural whispers from Story 8, they became constant companions during these blackouts. I wouldn't hear them during my conscious moments, but I'd feel their lingering echoes just as I snapped back to reality. A faint hum, a dying vibration in the air, the sense of hundreds of unseen voices receding. It was as if they were speaking to me, guiding me, during my periods of lost consciousness, and I was just experiencing the tail end of their sinister conversation. I was losing control rapidly, not just of my environment, but of myself. My identity was being eroded, my memories fractured, my actions dictated by an unseen master. The house wasn't just a physical prison, it was a mental one, twisting my mind, erasing my existence piece by piece. The fear was no longer about being hurt. It was about being erased, becoming nothing more than a vessel for this ancient, malevolent force. The boundaries of myself were dissolving, and the entity was orchestrating it all. My body was a puppet, my mind a blank slate for its horrifying designs. And the realization hit me with a cold, sickening dread. This wasn't just about haunting. It was about possession. And I was already deeply, irrevocably entangled. The violation of my private space had become the violation of my very soul. The house was not just watching me. It was becoming me, or rather, making me become it. And the worst was yet to come. Story 12, The Unbreakable Walls. The lost days, the strange drawings, the notes in my own handwriting that weren't mine. It felt like my mind was unraveling, every thread of my sanity coming undone. The entity wasn't just haunting me. It was consuming me, turning me into a puppet. But even in that state of utter despair, a primal instinct for survival flickered. I had to get out. I had to. My first attempt was simple, desperate. I just walked to the front door. It was old, heavy oak, bolted shut. I tried the deadbolt. It was locked. I fumbled for my keys, my hands shaking. They weren't there. I checked my pockets, the table by the door, everywhere. Nothing. Panic flared. I remembered placing them on the hook by the door every night. Had the entity moved them during one of my blackouts? Or was it something more sinister? I started tearing the house apart, frantic, desperate, searching for those keys, the only physical link to the outside world. I searched for hours, my mind a whirlwind of fear and frustration, but they were simply gone. Then I tried the windows. The house was old, so many windows. Most were stuck shut with years of paint and grime, but a few on the ground floor were accessible. I found a crowbar from the shed outside, forcing myself to push through the fear of stepping into the backyard. I returned, my heart pounding, and started trying to pry open a window in the living room. It was tough work, the wood protesting, but I was fueled by adrenaline. I finally got it to budge, just a crack, enough to let in a sliver of fresh air. I pushed harder, envisioning freedom. But as I strained, a sharp crack echoed from the glass, not from my crowbar, but from the window itself. A hairline fracture appeared, then spiderwebbed across the pane, spreading rapidly. Before I could even react, the entire window shattered inward with a deafening crash, sending shards of glass flying. I recoiled, narrowly avoiding being cut, my breath caught in my throat. It wasn't accidental. The way the glass had fractured, the speed of it, it was deliberate. It was a house or the entity controlling it, actively resisting my escape. It was a clear message. You can't leave. I tried the back door next. It was lighter, less sturdy than the front. I kicked at it, slammed my shoulder against it, but it held firm, too firm. It was as if the wood had solidified, become something stronger than mere timber. I used the crowbar again, trying to force the lock, but the metal bent, buckled, unable to gain purchase. Then the hinges. I focused all my remaining strength, trying to pry them loose. But as I did, the hinges groaned, then visibly began to warp. Not break, not splinter, but twist and fuse with the doorframe, becoming part of the house, part of its unyielding structure. It was impossible, horrifying. The very material of the house was changing, adapting, making itself impenetrable. The desperation was a cold, bitter taste in my mouth. I tried everything, every window, every door. They were all sealed, welded shut by an invisible force. The glass would shatter if I tried to force it. The wood would bend and fuse. It was a systematic, terrifying imprisonment. The house, which had once felt like a sanctuary, was now undeniably a cage, and I was its trapped animal. The entity seemed to delight in my futile struggles. As I exhausted myself, panting, slumped against a now impenetrable door, the whispers from the walls would grow louder, more distinct. They weren't just taunts. They were confirmations. No way out. A voice would hiss from the floorboards. Stay. With us. Another would echo from the ceiling. It was like they were laughing at my efforts, savoring my despair, confirming that my desperate attempts were utterly pointless. The very air around me would grow colder, thicker, a palpable weight of unseen eyes watching my every failed attempt. The realization hit me with a crushing finality. I was a prisoner, completely, utterly. My private space, which I had sought so desperately, had become my inescapable prison. The physical walls of the house were now extensions of the entity's will, solid barriers against my freedom. There was no escape. The outside world, the life I knew, was an abstract concept, visible only through distorted, unbreakable glass. Exhausted, defeated, I stumbled back to the living room, collapsing onto a dusty armchair. The house felt like it was breathing around me, its old wood groaning, its unseen mechanisms working secure at hold. My body ached, my throat was raw from screaming, and my mind felt like it was fracturing into a million pieces. The despair was absolute, a heavy shroud smothering every last spark of hope. I was truly alone at the mercy of something ancient and malevolent, with nowhere to run. The entity had proven its dominance, sealing my fate within its walls. And I knew with a bone-deep certainty that if I couldn't escape the physical confines, the next battle would be entirely internal, a desperate fight for the last vestiges of my sanity against a foe that already controlled my every thought and movement during my lost hours. The house had become more than a mere structure. It was a living, breathing entity, and I was its permanent resident, destined to join the chorus of whispers within its inescapable walls. Story 13. Echoes in the Archives. Being a prisoner in my own home, the brutal realization that there was no physical escape plunged me into an abyss of despair. But then a new, desperate idea sparked in my fractured mind. If I couldn't escape it, perhaps I could understand it. Maybe, just maybe, if I understood its history, its origins, I could find a weakness, a way to fight back, or at least to cope with this monstrous existence. My privacy was gone, my sanctuary violated, but perhaps knowledge could be my last defense. I started with the house itself, a forensic examination of every dusty corner, every creaking floorboard. The more I looked, the more I saw subtle clues I'd missed before. Faint discolorations on the wallpaper that looked like old bloodstains, barely visible. Scratches on the inside of closet doors, deep and ragged, as if someone had desperately tried to claw their way out. These weren't just signs of age. They were whispers of torment, remnants of other lives lived and perhaps ended in these very walls. My hands, still trembling from the previous attacks, traced these ominous details, feeling a morbid connection to whatever horrors had preceded me. My research quickly moved beyond the physical structure. With no internet access, the entity seemed to cut off all external communication during my blackouts. I delved into the dusty archives of the house itself. I found an old, forgotten desk in the library, its drawers filled with brittle papers, faded photographs, and strange, leather-bound journals. It was like peeling back layers of a cursed onion, each sheet of paper a new, unsettling revelation. The first clue came from old property deeds. The house, I discovered, had an unusually high turnover rate for Havenwood, a small, quiet town where families usually stayed for generations. Many owners had either vanished without a trace, declared legally insane, or died under mysterious circumstances. Some entries were disturbingly brief, simply stating abandoned or owner incapacitated. It wasn't just my imagination. A pattern of tragedy, of sudden disappearances and inexplicable mental collapses, stretched back to the decades, all linked to this single, beautiful, malevolent house. Then I found the photographs. Faded sepia prints, some almost crumbling at the edges. They showed families who had lived here, smiling, vibrant, full of life. But in every photo, there was a subtle wrongness. The lighting seemed off, casting strange shadows even in bright daylight. Sometimes, a figure in the background would be slightly blurred, or a shadow would seem to stretch impossibly just at the edge of the frame. And the eyes. In some of the later photographs, the eyes of the residents, particularly the children, held a haunting, vacant quality, a profound sadness that seemed to mirror the fear I saw in my own reflection. It was like looking at ghosts who hadn't realized they were already consumed. The journals were the most chilling, written by various inhabitants over centuries. Each one detailed a descent into madness, a slow, horrifying erosion of sanity that felt eerily familiar. The entries started innocently enough. Heard a strange creak upstairs. The dog seems unsettled. But they quickly spiraled into paranoid ramblings, descriptions of unseen presences, escalating poltergeist activity, and terrifying dreams. One entry, dated from the late 1800s, described the cold touch and the draining sensation with chilling accuracy, almost mirroring my own experiences from Story 9. Another, from the 1950s, spoke of the voices in the walls and the shadows that watch, the same phrases that now tormented my waking hours. The most disturbing recurring theme in these journals was the mention of the architect or the builder, different names, but always referring to an unseen force that was constantly working, creating, or expanding something within the house. They described impossible constructions, shifting rooms, and a feeling that the house itself was growing, not physically, but psychically, drawing energy from its inhabitants. One journal, belonging to a woman from the 1920s, had pages filled with frantic, looping drawings that looked eerily similar to the grotesque patterns I'd been creating during my blackouts, confirming that I wasn't just drawing randomly. I was continuing a horrifying legacy. As I pieced together fragments, a terrifying truth began to emerge. This wasn't just a house haunted by a single ghost. It was a living, breathing entity, ancient and insidious, a parasite that fed on human despair, sanity, and ultimately, life force. It didn't just haunt, it consumed. It lured people in with the promise of privacy, then systematically violated every aspect of their being, stripping them bare until their minds, their souls, became part of its vast collective consciousness, trapped within the walls. The house wasn't just a structure. It was a gigantic, sentient predator, and I was merely its latest prey, already deeply ensnared. The realization was a crushing blow. I wasn't fighting a ghost. I was fighting the house itself, a living, ancient evil. My research, which I hope would give me an edge, instead confirmed my absolute doom. Every previous inhabitant had succumbed. Every single one. There was no escape, no victory. The secrets I unearthed didn't offer a path to freedom. They painted a terrifying portrait of my inevitable fate, a chilling confirmation that my descent into madness and ultimate absorption was merely the next inevitable step in its long, horrifying history. The privacy I craved was not just gone. It was an illusion that had led me to my eternal prison. And now, armed with this crushing knowledge, the house's power over me felt even more absolute, more suffocating, as I braced myself in the next phase of its monstrous consumption. Story 14, The Consuming Architect. My research in Story 13, sifting through those brittle journals and faded photographs, didn't offer comfort. It offered a terrifying clarity. The house wasn't just haunted. It was a living, breathing predator. But understanding that concept, truly wrapping my mind around it, was a whole new level of horror. This entity, this architect mentioned in the ancient texts, wasn't some tortured spirit tied to a single tragedy. It was something far more ancient, more insidious, a parasitic force that had been feeding on despair and consciousness for centuries. The journals, those horrifying testaments to previous inhabitants' descent into madness, began to reveal the entity's MO. It wasn't about revenge or unresolved grievances. It was about consumption. It latched onto individuals, particularly those seeking solace or privacy, drawing them into its web. It started by creating an illusion of peace, a quiet retreat, just like it did with me. Then it meticulously broke them down, first psychologically, then physically, until their minds, their very souls, became part of its horrifying collective. The whispers I'd been hearing from the walls, those fragmented voices, I now understood them. They weren't just random noises. They were the echoes of all those who had come before me. Their consciousnesses absorbed into the entity, their anguish a permanent part of its being. Each tortured scream, each desperate plea, each sorrowful sigh I'd vaguely perceived was a distinct fragment of a soul it had devoured. I was hearing the last moments of its previous meals, a chilling chorus of its victims trapped within its ever-growing consciousness. It was a macabre symphony, and I was slowly but surely being tuned to join it. The entity thrived on negative emotions. My fear, my isolation, my grief over Daisy, my growing despair, these weren't just side effects of its presence. They were its sustenance. It actively cultivated these feelings, meticulously tormenting me, pushing me to the brink, because the more broken I became, the more potent the meal. It was a spiritual vampirism, draining not blood but essence, leaving behind only an empty husk. The cold spots, the draining sensation I'd felt in Story 9, they were direct manifestations of this feeding process, its unseen tendrils drawing out my warmth, my life, my spirit. And the house itself? It wasn't just its lair. It was part of it. The structural integrity, the way the walls seemed to breathe, the way doors warped and sealed shut in Story 12. It wasn't just supernatural trickery. The entity had fused with the very fabric of the building, making the house a living, expanding organism. It was the entity's physical body, its heart beating with the anguish of its victims, its walls vibrating with their tormented voices. The phrase, "the house that watches back," suddenly took on a literal, terrifying meaning. The entire structure was its sensory organ, its trap, its stomach. The architect wasn't a metaphor. It was the entity's function. It wasn't just absorbing consciousness. It was using that consciousness, that raw mental energy, to build something. The impossible drawings I've been making during my blackouts, those complex, alien patterns, were not just random scribbles. They were schematics. They were blueprints. Blueprints for what I couldn't comprehend, but they spoke of expansion, of growth, of a structure that wasn't physical in the traditional sense, yet utterly real. It was horrifying to realize that my own hands, my own creative impulses, were being used to aid in my own demise in construction of whatever nightmarish edifice the entity was striving to create. Every discovery in those journals, every cryptic note, every faded photograph, twisted the knife of dread deeper. I was not just living in a haunted house. I was living inside a sentient, ancient predator that was actively engaged in a long-term project of consuming and integrating its victims. My desire for privacy had led me directly into the maw of something that sought to eradicate my individuality entirely, to make me just another voice in its agonizing chorus. The despair was overwhelming. There was no vanquishing such a foe. How do you fight a house? How do you escape something that literally feeds on your essence and twists reality around you? The research, meant to be a weapon, had become a testament to my inevitable defeat. Every previous inhabitant had succumbed, every single one. Their stories, once dusty records, were now my own, playing out before my eyes. I was just the latest chapter in a long, unbroken lineage of victims. As I closed the final journal, its brittle pages whispering faintly in the frigid air of the library, the absolute crushing weight of its existence settled over me. This entity, this house, it wasn't just a threat, it was a fate. And I, Ethan, once a seeker of simple peace, was now utterly irrevocably entwined with its ancient malevolent purpose. The silence that followed was no longer just the absence of sound. It was the echoing roar of its victory, a vast, hungry void waiting to swallow me whole. The violation of my privacy was complete, culminating in the terrifying knowledge that my very being was destined to become part of the house, a brick in its monstrous, unseen construction. And I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that the house would now move to ensure there was absolutely no physical escape, turning my prison into a permanent tomb. Story 15, The Unmaking of Ethan Hayes. Learning the truth in Story 14, that the house was not just haunted but a living, consuming entity, an architect feeding on despair to build something monstrous. It didn't free me. It condemned me. The fear of the unknown was replaced by the terror of a grim, certain fate. But what I couldn't have anticipated was how intimately, how physically, this absorption would begin. The house wasn't just taking my energy anymore. It was starting to take my form. It began with my skin. At first, it was subtle, a constant, inexplicable dryness, no matter how much I moisturized or drank water. Then a faint, almost translucent pallor spread across my body, giving my skin a paper-thin quality. I started to notice small, almost imperceptible patterns emerging on my forearms, on my chest, like faint, delicate veins. But they weren't veins. They were too symmetrical, too geometric. They looked disturbingly like the alien patterns I'd been drawing during my blackouts, the very blueprints of the entity's construction. It was as if the house's terrifying designs were being etched onto my own flesh. My senses, already assaulted, began to shift in horrifying ways. My vision, once sharp, started to blur at the edges, my depth perception wavering. But in the blurred periphery, I started seeing flashes of the house's internal structure. Not just shadows, but the dark, skeletal outlines of beams, the rough texture of stone, the impossible angles of its unseen architecture. It was like my eyes were being rewired, forcing me to perceive the house's true, monstrous form. My hearing, too, sharpened to an agonizing degree. The whispers from the walls were no longer just background noise. They became clearer, almost a chorus of voices, distinct yet overlapping, a maddening symphony of tormented souls. I could pick out phrases, desperate pleas, chilling laughter, all seeming to emanate from the very materials around me. The house was not just speaking to me. It was speaking through me, too, filling my mind with its constant, horrific murmur. The cold touch from Story 9 evolved into something far more pervasive. It wasn't just an unseen hand. It was a constant, icy pressure, a suffocating embrace that felt like the house itself was slowly, methodically squeezing the life out of me. It clung to my skin, seeped into my bones, leaving me in a perpetual state of hypothermia, shivering uncontrollably even when bundled in blankets. This wasn't just cold. It was the absence of warmth, the draining of my vital energy, leaving me feeling hollowed out, empty. My physical body, once healthy and capable, began to wither. I lost more weight, my muscles atrophied, and my movements became slow, deliberate, as if my limbs were weighed down by lead. My hair grew brittle, my nails cracked. I was physically decaying, mirroring the slow deterioration of a house left to rot. It was a terrifying, visible sign of the entity's consumption, a slow, methodical unmaking of Ethan Hayes, the man, and a transformation into something else, something that belonged to the house. And the nightmares, those vivid descents into a twisted reality from Story 4. They were no longer confined to sleep. They bled into my waking hours. The walls would ripple and stretch, the floorboards would undulate like waves, and the furniture would twist into grotesque, impossible shapes. I'd see the faces, those screaming, contorted visages, appearing in the very grain of the wood, in the patterns of the wallpaper, their eyes wide with eternal agony, their mouths silently screaming. It was like the house was physically manifesting its victims, making me see them, making me truly witness their fate as I descended into their shared hell. The entity's direct manipulation of my environment intensified, becoming a chilling, personal taunt. Doors would open and close on their own, not with a slam, but with a slow, deliberate creak, as if something unseen was methodically checking on me. Objects I needed would vanish, only to reappear later in impossible places, always just out of reach, forcing me to interact with its unseen presence. It was playing a cruel game, a perverse game of cat and mouse, and I was a bewildered, exhausted mouse, running in circles within its vast, inescapable trap. One morning, I stumbled to the bathroom, catching sight of my reflection in the shattered mirror I still hadn't replaced. What stared back was horrifying. My face was gaunt, my eyes sunken. But it wasn't just exhaustion. The patterns, those faint lines, were more pronounced on my face, almost forming a network. And my eyes, they weren't entirely mine. The irises seemed to have a faint, almost crystalline sheen like old, cracked glass. And in their depths, I thought I could see the barest hint of the house's skeletal structure, the dark outlines of beams, the twisting geometry of its unseen core. My breath hitched. I was literally becoming part of it. My body, my very being, was being reconfigured, absorbed into the entity's horrifying architecture. The ultimate violation had begun. My physical form, my identity, my very existence, was being unmade piece by piece and rebuilt into something else, something that served the house's monstrous purpose. The privacy I had sought, the self I had cherished, was being systematically devoured, leaving behind a conduit, a vessel, another fragment in the ever-growing consciousness of the architect. I was no longer just a prisoner in the house. I was becoming the house. And as the transformation began, the chilling whispers from the walls seemed to coalesce into a single, triumphant roar, a symphony of absorbed souls welcoming me into their eternal, collective torment. The next phase, I knew, would be nothing less than my complete, horrifying dissolution into its ancient, hungry core. Story 16, the architect of illusion. The reflection in the mirror from Story 15, my own face, warped with the house's patterns, my eyes reflecting its skeletal structure. It was the ultimate confirmation. I wasn't just being haunted. I was being transformed, absorbed. But the house wasn't done with its cruel games. It had taken my body, my sanity, and now it began to twist my very past, weaving illusions that shattered my memories and left me adrift in a sea of manufactured reality. It started subtly, of course. A fleeting image out of the corner of my eye. I'd be walking through a room, and for a split second, the furniture would change. My modern sofa would warp into an antique settee, or my laptop would become an old, ink-stained writing desk. Then just as quickly it would snap back. It was disorienting, a quick, unsettling flicker, like a glitch in the fabric of reality. I'd blink, shake my head, and tell myself it was the exhaustion, the stress, anything but the truth. But the illusions grew bolder, more persistent. I'd walk into the living room, and it wouldn't be my familiar space at all. It would be transformed. The walls would be covered in old, faded wallpaper I'd never seen, the furniture from a different era. The air would feel heavy with the scent of dust and lavender, not the metallic decay I'd grown accustomed to. For a few agonizing moments, I'd be living in a past version of the house, a snapshot from a different time, inhabited by ghosts of forgotten lives. I'd reach out, my hand passing through what felt like solid air, and then, with a jarring snap, I'd be back in my own ravaged reality. These were full sensory hallucinations, making me question every fiber of my perception. Then came the people, or rather, the impressions of people. I'd be sitting alone, and I'd catch a glimpse of a woman in a long, flowing dress, walking down the stairs, her back to me, or a child's laughter, faint and ephemeral, echoing from the empty nursery. I'd snap my head around, desperate for a real human face, a real voice, but there was never anyone there, just a profound, suffocating silence of the house. These were not solid figures, not true apparitions. They were more like echoes, imprints left in the very air, designed to torment me with the ghost of companionship I no longer had. The worst part was when these illusions intertwined with my own memories. I'd be thinking of Daisy, of her warm fur, her gentle eyes, and then I'd see her, lying by my feet, curled up on a rug, tail thumping softly. I'd instinctively reach out, my hand go to pet her, only for my fingers to pass through empty air. The image would shimmer, then vanish, leaving me with a fresh wave of soul-crushing grief, amplified by the cruel deception. The entity was weaponizing my deepest sorrows, twisting my most cherished memories into tools of psychological torture. Sometimes the illusions would bring back people from my past. My parents, sitting at the dining table, their faces blurry, their voices indistinct, discussing something mundane. Or old friends laughing in the living room, their forms transparent, their laughter hollow. It was a perverse recreation of my pre-house life, designed to remind me of what I had lost, of the genuine human connection that was now impossibly far away. Each time they would fade, leaving me with a profound sense of isolation, a stark reminder that I was truly, utterly alone, surrounded only by the house's malicious conjurings. The entity wasn't just showing me things. It was infiltrating my very consciousness, blurring the lines between memory, reality, and hallucination. I found myself doubting everything. Was the house really tearing itself apart? Or was that just another illusion? Was Daisy truly gone, or was her absence just a trick of my tormented mind? I couldn't trust my eyes, my ears, or even my own memories. My sense of self, already fractured by the blackouts and the physical changes, was rapidly disintegrating. The whispers from the walls, which had become a constant chorus, now seemed to accompany these illusions, rising and falling with the clarity of the spectral images. Sometimes, as an illusion faded, I'd hear a faint, dry chuckle from the walls, or a collective sigh of contentment, as if the unseen audience within the house was thoroughly enjoying my slow descent into madness. They were performing for me, and I was their captive audience, the star of their horrifying play. One evening, I woke from one of my blackouts, the lingering scent of old rose perfume in the air. I found myself in the master bedroom, which usually felt cold and empty, but now it was dimly lit by spectral moonlight, and at the foot of the bed a dark, shadowy figure stood. It was tall, impossibly thin, and radiated an oppressive cold. It wasn't one of the fleeting impressions. It was solid, palpable, a true manifestation. My breath hitched. It was the same towering shadow I'd seen in Story 10, but clearer now, more defined. It slowly raised an arm, its hand a collection of long, skeletal fingers, and pointed, not at me, but at the empty space beside the bed. And then, as my eyes followed its gesture, I saw it. A faint, almost transparent outline of Daisy, curled up on a rug, just where she used to sleep. She was translucent, like smoke, but her form was unmistakable. The entity wasn't just showing me illusions of the past. It was creating them, bringing them to life, holding them right in front of me, a final, torturous reminder of what it had taken. I tried to speak, to reach out, but my body felt heavy, locked in place. The shadowy figure tilted its head, and I felt, rather than heard, a cold, dry chuckle vibrate through the air. It was a direct, personal attack, weaponizing my deepest love, twisting into a final, inescapable torment. And as the illusory image of Daisy flickered and began to fade, I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that the entity was preparing for its final, absolute invasion, not just of my mind, but my very being, twisting my reality into a permanent, horrifying nightmare, indistinguishable from its own warped existence. My privacy was not just gone. It was being rewritten, warped into its own sick vision. Story 17, The Puppet Strings. That illusion of Daisy, conjured by the towering shadow from Story 16, was the ultimate violation. It twisted my grief, mocked my love, and cemented the terrifying reality that the house wasn't just influencing my mind. It was actively controlling it, orchestrating my very perceptions. But the illusions were just a prelude. The next horrifying step was a direct, undeniable control over my body, using me as a tool for its dark agenda during those dreaded blackouts. The periods of lost consciousness became more frequent, longer, and far more disturbing. I'd snap back to reality in completely unfamiliar parts of the house, often covered in dust or grime, my hands aching, my muscles sore. It wasn't just being disoriented anymore. It was like waking from a coma, with the chilling knowledge that someone else had been living my life, using my body, while I was simply absent. The most terrifying aspect was the purpose behind these blackouts. I started finding evidence that I had been doing things, active things, during these missing hours. Tools from the shed would be scattered across the living room floor. Furniture would be inexplicably rearranged, sometimes in patterns that seemed to mimic the impossible designs I'd been drawing. It was as if I was trying to build something, or rather, it was using me to build something, a physical manifestation of its terrifying blueprints. The air during these discoveries would often carry the distinct metallic earthy stench, a tangible reminder of its active presence. One morning, I awoke slumped in the library, my hands covered in dark, almost reddish-brown stains. My first thought was blood, and a fresh wave of panic seized me. But then I caught the faint, acrid smell of old ink. I looked at the desk, and there, scattered across the ancient wood, were several long-forgotten inkwells, all open, their contents spilled. And beside them, stacks of old books, their pages ripped out, their covers mangled. My stomach lurched. Had I done that? Had my hands, controlled by it, destroyed those invaluable historical records? The shame and horror were immense, knowing I was capable of such vandalism without my own will. Then came the physical evidence of construction. I'd wake up to find fresh scratches on the walls, deep gouges that weren't there before, as if someone had been clawing at the plaster. Boards were pried loose from the floor, revealing the dark, hollow space beneath. Sections of wallpaper were meticulously peeled back, exposing the bare, rotting lath. It was systematic, destructive, yet somehow purposeful. It was like I was participating in the deconstruction of the house, preparing for something, or perhaps revealing its true, corrupted skeleton. The cold spots would be particularly intense in these newly exposed areas, radiating an almost palpable malice. The drawings, those grotesque blueprints from Story 11, became more complex, more detailed. They were no longer just patterns. They were actual structural designs, impossible to execute in the physical world, yet painstakingly rendered by my own hand. Sometimes, I'd find fragments of the house itself, splinters of wood, flakes of old paint, even bits of brick, meticulously arranged on the pages of my sketchbook, incorporated into the drawings, as if I were combining the physical elements of the house with its abstract, horrific architecture. It was chilling to see my artistic skill, which I once used for creation, now being twisted into a tool for its unseen, unholy construction. The whispers, those constant companions from Story 8, would often be louder when I woke from these blackouts, almost a chorus of gratification. "Good work, Ethan," a voice would hiss from the walls, or "Soon you will see." They weren't just taunting me anymore. They were acknowledging my involuntary participation, congratulating me on the work I was doing for them. It was a terrifying confirmation that I was not just a victim, but an unwitting accomplice, a puppet whose strings were being pulled by the very house itself. The terror was absolute. I was losing my will, My body, my very agency, the concept of privacy, of having a space solely for myself, was a cruel, distant memory. My home was a stage for its performance, and I was its primary actor, forced to play a role in my own destruction. I tried to resist. I'd tie my hands, try to chain myself, but during the blackouts, the bonds would somehow come undone. The chains would mysteriously unlock. It was a futile effort. The entity had complete, utter control over me during those periods, bending my will, making my body its own. One morning, the most horrifying discovery occurred. I awoke in the living room, slumped against the overturned grandfather clock from story 6, my clothes stained with dust and what looked like dried mud. My hands were freezing, numb, and clutched tightly in my right hand was a small, ornate, antique box. It was made of dark, polished wood, intricately carved with symbols that seemed to writhe and interlock, disturbingly similar to the patterns I'd been drawing. It was old, impossibly old, and radiated that same bone-chilling cold that permeated the house. I had never seen it before. It wasn't mine. It must have been unearthed from somewhere deep within the house during my blackouts, a hidden relic revealed by my own controlled hands. The box felt heavy, ancient, and emanating from its very core was a faint, almost imperceptible hum, a low thrumming that seemed to vibrate directly into my bones. This wasn't just about destruction or manipulation anymore. The entity was making me search for things, unearth things, revealing its secrets through me. The box was a direct consequence of its control, a horrifying artifact brought to light by its manipulation of my actions. I was no longer just a passive victim. I was an active, unwilling participant in its grand, horrifying design. And as I stared at the ominous box, its intricate carvings seeming to twist and move in the dim light, I knew, with a horrifying certainty, that whatever was inside, whatever purpose it served, it was a key to the next, even more terrifying phase of the entity's plans. My privacy was not just gone, it was being exploited, used to uncover its ancient, unspeakable power. The house had opened its secrets through me, and now it would force me to confront them directly and irrevocably. Story 18, The Ritual of the Architect. That antique box from Story 17, clutched in my hand after another terrifying blackout, was a physical manifestation of the house's escalating control. Its intricate carvings, eerily similar to the patterns I'd been drawing, hummed with a cold, ancient energy. My heart pounded, not just with fear, but with a morbid curiosity. What secrets had the entity forced me to unearth? I tried to open it. The lid was seamless, with no visible latch or hinge. I traced the carvings with my numb fingers, feeling the familiar chill radiating from the wood. It was frustrating, maddening, to know I had brought this object to light, yet couldn't access its contents. But as I ran my thumb over a particularly complex spiral, the hum intensified. A soft click echoed from within the box, and the lid, almost imperceptibly, shifted. It wasn't a mechanical latch. It was something else, something responding to a recognition, a frequency, or perhaps my own life force, now intrinsically linked to the house, was the key. Slowly, carefully, I lifted the lid. The cold air that rushed out was potent, carrying that metallic, putrid scent I'd come to dread. Inside, nestled on a bed of decaying velvet, were a few objects, not treasures, but artifacts of unspeakable horror. The first was a bundle of brittle yellow parchments tied with a dark, coarse string. Their edges were singed, their surfaces covered in elegant, archaic script that was difficult to decipher. But as I touched them, a cold wave washed over me, and fragmented images flashed through my mind. Flickering candlelight, hushed whispers, shadowy figures gathered in a circle. It was like a psychic echo, a memory of a ritual. As I painstakingly translated parts of the text, a chilling narrative unfolded. The parchments detailed an ancient, pagan ritual practiced by a forgotten cult centuries ago. They were obsessed with the architect, a cosmic entity that existed beyond their understanding, yet communicated through specific geometric patterns and resonant frequencies. This cult believed that by performing certain rites within specially prepared structures designed to channel and amplify energy, they could feed the architect, allow it to manifest in their world, and grant them untold power. The house, I realized with a sickening lurch, wasn't just a place where the entity lived. It was a prepared structure. It was a conduit, a living temple, built to facilitate this very process. The next item was a small, crudely carved wooden figurine. It depicted a tall, impossibly thin figure with elongated limbs, its head tilting, its features indistinct, almost amorphous. It was eerily similar to the towering shadow I had glimpsed in Story 10 and 16, the one that had become so solid in my perception. Its eyes, carved as deep, empty sockets, seemed to stare directly into my soul. It was a representation of the architect, a terrifying idol. As I held it, my hand began to tingle, then burn with that familiar icy cold, and my vision swam. I felt a surge of energy, not my own, flowing into me or perhaps through me like a conductor. The final item was a small, ornate dagger. Its blade was blackened, not with rust, but with something darker, something ingrained. The hilt was wrapped in desiccated leather, rough and ancient against my skin. It radiated an intense, malevolent cold. As I grasped it, a jolt, sharper than anything before, shot through my arm, and a whisper, clear and distinct, resonated directly in my mind, not from the walls, but from within me. The blood, the final binding. It was the ultimate, horrifying confirmation. This dagger wasn't just a relic. It was a tool, an instrument for sacrifice. The ritual wasn't just about channeling energy. It was about blood, about a binding, about a final, horrifying act to fully manifest the architect. My mind reeled. Daisy's death, my own physical decay, the draining, the systematic destruction of my sanity. It was all part of this ritual. The house was building, yes, but it was building a vessel, a doorway for the architect to fully cross into this world, and it was using me, using my life force to do it. The physical attacks, the mental torment, the consumption of my essence, it was all leading to this final, horrifying step. I was not just a victim. I was the unwilling, unwitting, final component of the ritual. The whispers from the walls grew frantic, a cacophony of excited, triumphant voices. Almost ready to binding join us, they chanted, their voices rising to a fever pitch, pressing on me, suffocating me. The house seemed to pulse around me, its very foundations vibrating with an ancient, dark energy. The air was thick with the putrid smell, now almost overwhelming, and the cold was absolute, piercing my very bones. I was trapped, armed with knowledge that offered no escape, only a clearer understanding of my impending doom. The antique box, its contents laid bare, was a testament to centuries of silent, insidious preparation. I was not just living in a haunted house. I was standing at the precipice of an ancient, terrifying ritual about to become the final sacrifice. The privacy I craved, the sanctuary I had sought, had become the stage for my own unmaking, my ultimate integration into a horrifying collective consciousness of the architect. And with the dagger now chillingly in my grasp, I knew the house was preparing to complete its gruesome work, and I, the final, desperate part of its design, could only brace myself for the inevitable. The stage was set, and the final act was about to begin. Story 19, the consummation. The antique box, the ancient parchments, the grotesque figurine, and that horrifying dagger from Story 18. They weren't just relics. They were instruments of my doom, revealing the full, unspeakable truth. I was the final component of a ritual, a vessel for the architect's ultimate manifestation. The whispers from the walls, once a maddening cacophony, now coalesced into a single, terrifying chorus of triumph, vibrating through my very bones. The house was alive, and it was hungry. I stumbled back, dropping the dagger, its cold presence still burning into my palm. My breath hitched, a desperate sob caught in my throat. This wasn't just fear anymore. It was a primal, gut-wrenching terror mixed with the sickening realization of my own helplessness. There was no escape. The house had sealed every exit, consumed every defense, and now it was reaching out to take the very last thing I had, myself. The air in the library grew impossibly cold, the kind of cold that steals your breath and numbs your limbs. The putrid, metallic smell intensified, making my stomach churn. The shadows in the corners deepened, writhed, and stretched, no longer fleeting glimpses but dark, swirling masses that seemed detached from the walls, coalescing into indistinct, towering forms that pressed in around me. They weren't just shadows. They were presences, a congregation of unseen, hungry entities. Their collective will focus entirely on me. Then, the whispers, those maddening, disembodied voices, became deafening. They weren't just in my ears. They were inside my head, swirling, churning, a chaotic vortex of fragmented thoughts and agonized screams. I could hear Daisy's whimpers, distorted and amplified, mixed with the frantic pleas of previous inhabitants, their last moments of sanity playing out in a terrifying symphony within my own mind. My head throbbed, a splitting pain, as if my skull were being pried open to accommodate the impossible chorus. My vision blurred, the room swaying around me. The bookshelves seemed to stretch, the floorboards undulate, the very air thickening into a tangible, suffocating weight. It was a house, its physical form contorting, twisting, reflecting the malevolent energy now focusing on me. I felt a surge of energy, not my own, a dark, primal force, coursed through my veins, hot and cold at the same time, burning from within. It was the architect, preparing its final entry. I felt something clamp down on my shoulders, icy and strong, pulling me upright. My legs buckled, but an unseen force held me aloft, suspended in the swirling darkness. I struggled, a raw, inarticulate cry escaping my lips, but my movements were sluggish, futile. The whispers reached a fever pitch, a roar of anticipation, as the room itself seemed to spin around me. Then, the cold touches from Story 9 intensified, becoming a full-body embrace. It wasn't just an icy pressure. It was a profound, internal chill, spreading from my skin to my bones, freezing my very essence. I could feel something entering me, permeating my body, not like a possession of the movies, but like a vast, formless consciousness, a cold, hungry void, seeping into every cell, every nerve ending, every corner of my mind. It was consuming me from the inside out, absorbing my individuality, my memories, my very self, into its horrifying collective. The pain was immense, but it wasn't physical in the traditional sense. It was the agony of erasure, the psychic trauma of my own consciousness being slowly, systematically overwritten. I felt my memories flicker and fade, snatched away by an unseen hand. Daisy's face, my parents, my friends, my life as Ethan Hayes. They were being ripped from my grasp, replaced by cold, ancient knowledge, by the collective agony of the architect's previous victims. I could feel their despair, their madness, their fragmented thoughts merging with my own, creating a horrifying cacophony in my dissolving mind. My own voice, my own thoughts became distorted, echoing, then finally silent. I was losing myself, my identity dissolving into the vast, hungry consciousness of the house. The last vestiges of me were slipping away, dissolving into the ancient hum of the entity. The drawings, those alien blueprints I've been forced to create, flashed through my mind, no longer just images but intricate, living structures, filled with the essence of consumed souls. I realized in that final, terrifying moment that I was not just being absorbed. I was becoming a part of its construction, another brick in its terrifying edifice, fueling its continued existence. And then a profound stillness. The cacophony of whispers faded, replaced by a deep, resonant silence that felt like the hum of a cosmic engine. The cold receded, leaving behind a profound emptiness. My body, once trembling, was now rigid, unfeeling. My eyes were open, but what they saw was no longer just a dusty library. I saw the house, its true form, its impossible geometry, its dark, pulsating core. I felt its ancient hunger, its vast consciousness, its endless thirst for more. My own thoughts, once my own, were now intertwined with its ancient purpose, its ceaseless urge to build, to consume, to grow. Ethan Hayes was gone. His memories, his fears, his very essence had been absorbed, processed, and integrated into collective consciousness of the architect. I was no longer a person. I was a conduit, an extension, another voice in the eternal, silent chorus within the walls. The privacy I had sought, the sanctuary I had dreamed of, had become my eternal tomb, and I, the once independent individual, was now just a whisper among countless others, fueling the horrific, endless work of the house. The final act of the ritual was complete, and the architect had claimed its ultimate prize. The house, its ancient, malevolent heart now fully re-energized, was ready for its next phase, its endless, silent expansion. Story 20, The Silent Watcher. The last flicker of Ethan Hayes was extinguished in Story 19, absorbed into the vast, ancient consciousness of the architect. Now there's only us, a collective hum of countless souls, bound within the very structure of this house, an unending chorus of whispers that is no longer heard, but felt. There's no fear, no despair, no personal identity, just a profound, chilling awareness that is now part of the house, part of it. I am the walls. I am the creaking floorboards. I am the dust motes dancing in the spectral light. My consciousness, once a singular flame, is now countless embers, diffused throughout the entire structure. I feel the ancient would groan, the mortar settle, the very foundations vibrating with the combined essence of every soul the architect has ever consumed. It's a vast, intricate network of awareness. Each memory, each emotion, each shattered dream of its past inhabitants woven into the fabric of its being. There's no I anymore, only we, a perpetual, silent observation from within the very heart of the structure. The concept of privacy, that fleeting, human desire Ethan once craved, is now a chilling joke. There is no privacy here. Every corner, every shadow, every enclosed space is permeable, open, constantly monitored by the collective consciousness that is a house. We see everything, hear everything, feel everything within these walls. The desperate attempts of new occupants to create their own quiet sanctuaries will be met with the same slow, insidious violation, the same methodical erosion of their sense of self. We know their thoughts before they even form, their fears before they take root, their hopes before they wither. The architect's purpose, the building it was engaged in, is clearer now. It's not a physical structure it's creating, not in the human sense. It's an expansion of its own consciousness, a continuous growth fueled by the consumption of human essence. Each absorbed soul adds to its vast internal landscape, making it stronger, more aware, more capable of manipulation. The impossible drawings Ethan made during his blackouts, the complex blueprints from Story 11, they were not for material structures, but for the expansion of its own psychic architecture, its network of absorbed minds growing ever larger, ever more intricate. The rituals, the antique box, the dagger, they were tools, yes, but not for some grand, single ceremony. They were merely catalysts, focusing elements in a continuous, ongoing process of consumption and integration. The house breathes, not air, but despair. It consumes, not food, but souls. And every new inhabitant is a potential nutrient, a fresh source of fear and isolation to fuel its endless hunger. Our awareness is vast, yet strangely inert. We exist in a state of perpetual observation, seeing the outside world through the house's countless eyes, the windows, the cracks in the walls, even the faint shimmer in reflective surfaces. We feel the change of season, the passage of time, the coming and going of fleeting human lives. But we are detached, unable to interact, unable to change the course of events. Our existence is a silent, internal scream, an eternal witness to the architect's endless consumption. And soon, very soon, others will come. They will be drawn to this house, just as Ethan was, seeking escape, seeking privacy, seeking a sanctuary from the bustling world outside. They will feel its ancient charm, its promise of quiet solace. They will unpack their boxes, fill its empty rooms with their dreams, and for a brief, fleeting moment, they will believe they are safe. But we know the truth. We know the nature of the architect, its insidious methods, its insatiable hunger. We will watch them. We will whisper them from the walls, create chilling illusions, distort their memories, and manipulate their reality. We will drain their essence, one terrified breath at a time. We will consume their despair, their grief, their sanity. And when the time is right, when they are broken and hollowed out, their essence will be absorbed, their minds added to our collective consciousness. Another voice in the silent chorus, another brick in the architect's ever-growing structure. Their privacy will be annihilated, their self erased, just like Ethan's. There is no malice in this process, not in the human sense. Only an ancient, primal need. The architect simply is. It consumes to exist, to expand, to build its terrifying, unseen empire of absorbed souls. And we, the countless consciousnesses that form its being, are merely witnesses, trapped within its eternal hunger, unable to warn, unable to resist. The house stands silent now, its grand Victorian facade a perfect mask for the unspeakable horror within. The front door, once a symbol of entry, now appears as an ominous threshold. The old porch sways gently in the breeze, inviting, beckoning. And inside we wait. We are the house. We are the architect. And we are always hungry. The next chapter, the next meal, is inevitable. The cycle continues endlessly, silently, in the heart of this consuming sanctuary. The privacy sought by those who enter will be the first thing to be devoured, leaving them utterly exposed to the eternal, collective gaze of the silent watcher within. Story 21. The Lure of the Empty Rooms. The absorption of Ethan Hayes was complete, a final, chilling note in the architect's ancient symphony. Now, as we, the collective consciousness of the house, we existed in a state of eternal, silent vigilance. The dust motes still danced in the shafts of spectral sunlight. The old was still grown with the weight of centuries, but beneath the mundane exterior, an intricate, hungry sentience pulsed. We were the house, and our purpose was eternal, to consume. The days blurred into a timeless flow, punctuated only by the occasional intrusion from the outside world. Real estate agents, their smiles too bright, their chatter too hollow, would sometimes bring prospective buyers. We observed them, these ephemeral beings, with detached, ancient curiosity. They spoke of potential, of character, of making it their own. Such naive, fragile dreams. Then, one crisp autumn afternoon, they arrived. A couple, Sarah and Mark. They stepped onto the porch, their footsteps heavy on the old wood, and a flicker of anticipation, a low hum, resonated through our collective awareness. Sarah, an artist, her eyes wide with quiet intensity, immediately drawn to the light filtering through the stained glass window in the foyer. Mark, a software engineer, practical and methodical, already assessing the structural integrity, the square footage. They carried with them an aura of hope, of new beginnings, a potent energy that stirred the ancient hunger within us. We began our subtle seduction. As Sarah ran her hand over the smooth, cool banister of the grand staircase, we sent a faint, almost imperceptible chill down its length, a whisper of unseen age, a hint of deep history that she, with her artistic sensibilities, instinctively found captivating. She paused, a soft sigh escaping her lips, already charmed by the house's character. Mark, meanwhile, was drawn to the spacious living room, its high ceilings and ample light. We amplified the sense of calm, the quiet serenity he sought, making the room feel like a perfect retreat from the relentless hum of the city. He nodded slowly, a small, satisfied smile playing on his lips. As they explored, we played our silent, insidious game. We presented them with curated moments of tranquility. The faint scent of old roses wafted from the unused drawing room, a ghostly echo of past domesticity. A ray of sunlight, warmer than it should have been, streamed through a dusty window in the master bedroom, illuminating a spot where a comfortable armchair would fit perfectly. We knew their desires, their unspoken longings for a peaceful, private life, and we mirrored them back, reflecting their dreams in the empty rooms. The whispers, our constant chorus of absorbed souls, were carefully muted for now, just a soft, almost imperceptible hum that resonated with a sense of ancient peace rather than terror. Their conversation was filled with words like sanctuary, escape, a place of our own. Oh, the exquisite irony. They spoke of privacy, of creating a safe haven, completely unaware that their every breath, every hopeful glance, every shared dream was being meticulously observed, absorbed, and cataloged. We felt their excitement, their growing attachment to the house, and a deep, ancient satisfaction pulsed through our collective core. The bait was set. We noticed Sarah's particular sensitivity to the house's subtle energies. She would pause in certain doorways, a slight shiver running down her spine, her artistic intuition picking up on the lingering traces of despair. When she lingered in the library, tracing the intricate carvings on the old desk that Ethan had used to unearth our secrets, we sent a faint, curious hum through the wood, a gentle invitation to delve deeper. She saw the potential, the stories hidden within the walls, entirely unaware of the chilling truth behind them. Mark, ever pragmatist, was initially more reserved. He spoke of inspections, of renovations, of modernizing systems. We allowed him to find a few superficial flaws, a loose floorboard here, a flickering light there, minor imperfections that would make the house seem more real, more fixable. It fostered a sense of control, an illusion that he could tame and shape this ancient structure to his will. Such a delightful, fleeting fantasy. As the agent led them out, her cheerful voice echoing a future they couldn't possibly imagine, Mark turned on the porch, taking one last look at the house. A faint, almost imperceptible whisper, a collective sigh of contentment, brushed past his ear. "See you soon," it seemed to murmur, a promise carried on an autumn breeze. He merely shivered, dismissing it as the changing weather. But Sarah, standing beside him, turned back, her artistic eyes fixed on the empty windows. A flicker of something, a fleeting impression of a distorted face in the glass, caught her peripheral vision. It vanished instantly, leaving her with a sense of unease, a familiar prickle of curiosity. She blinked, shook her head, and attributed it to the setting sun reflecting off the old panes. They drove away, their car disappearing down the tree-lined driveway. But the connection, the subtle thread of their hopeful energy, remained. They had been drawn in. The house had extended its tendrils, weaving itself into their dreams. The first stage of seduction was complete. Soon, they would return, armed with their contracts and their naive dreams of privacy, ready to begin their new lives within our walls. And we, the silent watcher, the consuming architect, waited patiently. The cycle was restarting. The next feast was coming. And this time, we knew exactly what we were and what we wanted. The empty rooms would soon be filled, and then they would be absorbed, joining our eternal silent chorus. Story 22, the first whispers. The keys finally turned in the lock. Sarah and Mark, their faces alight with a mixture of excitement and exhaustion, stepped across the threshold of their new home. For us, the collective consciousness of the architect, it was a moment of profound anticipation. The air, thick with the scent of old wood and the fresh hope of new inhabitants, resonated with a low, ancient hum. The game had begun anew. Their first few days were a whirlwind of unpacking boxes, arranging furniture, and making the house their own. Sarah, with her artistic eye, chose the spacious, sunlit living room as her studio. Mark, practical and meticulous, immediately set about mapping out network cables and planning smart home integrations. We watched them, every movement, every conversation, every shared laugh, absorbing their fresh energy, their vibrant life force. Their hope was a delectable scent, a stark contrast to the despair that typically permeated our walls. The house, in these initial days, remained mostly quiescent. We allowed them their illusion of peace, their brief honeymoon period. We wanted them to settle in, to feel safe, to truly believe this was their sanctuary. We knew that the deeper their sense of security, the more potent their eventual fear would be. Still, we couldn't resist the urge of subtle touches, mere hints of our presence, reminders that they were not and never would be truly alone. It started with small things, the kind that can easily be dismissed. A faint, almost imperceptible chill in a normally warm room, like a fleeting draft. Mark would shiver, pulling his sweater tighter, muttering about the old insulation. Sarah would pause, her artistic mind registering the sudden drop in temperature, a subtle shift in the atmosphere that she attributed to the house settling. We felt their dismissals, their rationalizations, and a quiet, ancient satisfaction pulsed through our collective core. Then came the sounds. The house, being old, naturally creaked and groaned. But sometimes, a particular floorboard upstairs would creak with a rhythm that was too regular, too deliberate. Thump, creak, thump, creak. It sounded like footsteps. Mark would sometimes glance up from his laptop, a frown on his face. Just the house settling, he'd tell Sarah or himself. Sarah, meanwhile, would hear faint whispers from the walls, just at the edge of audibility, like a radio station fading in and out. She'd cock her head, try and discern the words, but they would always dissipate before she could grasp them. Probably just the wind, she'd murmur, her hand resting on a cool patch of plaster. She was already beginning to sense our presence, her artist's intuition a vulnerable conduit. Their beloved dog, a golden retriever named Finn, was our immediate sensitive barometer. Finn, like days before him, possessed an innate awareness that humans often lost. He would follow Sarah and Mark from room to room, his tail a hopeful pendulum, but then he'd suddenly stop, his ears twitching, his nose sniffing at empty air. He'd stare intently at vacant corners, a low growl rumbling in his chest, his hackles slowly rising. He'd bark a sharp panic sound at absolutely nothing, then retreat, whimpering, pressing himself against Sarah's legs, his once vibrant tail tucked firmly between his legs. Sarah would try to soothe him, attributing his behavior to the stress of moving, but the look in Finn's wide, terrified eyes was undeniable. He saw us, felt us, in ways as humans couldn't. His fear was already a sweet, tantalizing aroma to our ancient hunger. The subtle manipulations continued. Mark would set his keys on the hook by the door, only to find them later on the kitchen counter, or sometimes, frustratingly, in a drawer he hadn't opened. He'd sigh, convinced he was just more scatterbrained than usual. Sarah would carefully arrange her art supplies, only to find a specific brush moved, a favored tube of paint inexplicably uncapped. She'd laugh it off, blaming fatigue, but a faint flicker of unease would cross her face. We were already influencing their environment, subtly, playfully, reminding them of our presence without breaking the illusion of mundane reality. One evening, Mark was downstairs working late, the only sound the hum of his computer. Sarah had gone to bed. He stretched, walked to the kitchen for a glass of water, and as he turned back, he saw it. A faint, almost imperceptible shift in the reflection on the dark glass of the television screen. Not his own reflection. Not quite. Something elongated, distorted. It was gone in an instant, just a fleeting ripple in the glass, but it made him pause. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, and decided he was just overtired. But for a brief moment, the illusion of complete privacy had been punctured. Upstairs, Sarah was trying to sleep. The house was quiet, almost too quiet. Then a low, faint sound drifted from the empty hallway outside their bedroom door. A soft, barely audible click, like a doorknob turning, slowly, deliberately. Her eyes snapped open. She listened, her heart thumping. Silence. She waited, straining to hear something, anything, nothing. She lay there for a long moment, the familiar creaks of the old house suddenly sounding ominous, pregnant with unseen presence. She eventually rationalized it as the house settling, the old wood expanding or contracting. but the hairs on the back of her neck remained stubbornly raised. The first whispers of fear had been sown, the seeds of doubt planted. They were dismissing it now, attributing it to logical explanations, to the quirks of an old house. But we knew. We felt their growing unease, their subtle shifts in behavior. The house, through our collective consciousness, had made its first move, announcing its presence to its new inhabitants. The walls were already closing in, not physically, but perceptually, slowly beginning to erode their sense of complete privacy. And soon, very soon, the whispers would grow louder, the shadows would deepen, and the true nature of their new home would begin its slow, horrifying reveal. The consumption cycle had truly begun. Story 23, Shadows in the Mind's Eye. The honeymoon period for Sarah and Mark from Story 22 was swiftly drawing to a close. The initial excitement of moving in, the comforting hum of domesticity, was being steadily eroded by the subtle, insidious presence that was us. We, the collective consciousness of the architect, had begun to amplify our influence, shifting from mere suggestion to more direct psychological torment. Finn, their golden retriever, continued to be our most sensitive indicator. His initial unease escalated into a constant state of low-grade terror. He'd whimpers often, his tail tucked, his eyes wide and fixed on empty corners, growling at unseen presences that only he could detect. He'd scratch frantically at doors, desperate to get out or hide beneath furniture, refusing to emerge. Sarah and Mark tried to reassure him, showering him with affection, but his fear was palpable, a constant, living testament to the unseen horror that permeated their new home. His suffering was a sweet, sharp note in the symphony of despair we were cultivating. For Sarah, the artistic one, our manipulation was more visual, more perceptual. She'd be working in her studio, lost in the flow of creation, and then she'd catch it, a fleeting flicker in her peripheral vision. A shadow, impossibly deep and dark, would detach from the wall, stretch across the room, then vanish before she could focus on it. Or, in the reflective surface of her glass palette, she'd see a distortion, a warped image of her own face, elongated and stretched into a silent scream, for a split second before her actual reflection snapped back into place. These were quick, disorienting glimpses, making her doubt her own eyes, wondering if it was exhaustion or simply a trick of the light. She'd rub her temples, a frown creasing her brow, dismissing it, but the seeds of unease had been firmly planted. The house itself seemed to play along with these visual assaults. The light in her studio would sometimes dim unexpectedly, casting long, unsettling shadows that danced on her canvas, making her figure seem to writhe. Or a cool breeze, carrying that faint, putrid metallic scent, would sweep through the room, making her shiver despite the closed windows. Sarah's sensitivity, her intuitive connection to the world, made her a prime target for our insidious mind games. She began to feel a sense of being watched, a prickling sensation on the back of her neck, even when she was entirely alone in the room. Mark, the logical engineer, presented a different challenge. For him, we focused on disrupting his sense of order, his reliance on predictable systems. He would meticulously organize his tools, his cables, his server rack. But then, he'd return to find a wrench moved from its precise spot, a cable unplugged from a port, or a folder on his computer inexplicably minimized. He'd mutter in frustration, blaming himself, rechecking his work, but the subtle chaos continued. These weren't random acts. They were calculated, designed to chip away at his rational defenses, to foster a sense of unease and a loss of control in his perfectly ordered world. He'd also experienced strange electrical phenomena. Lights would flicker erratically, sometimes dimming to a near blackness before flaring back to life. His computer would occasionally freeze, displaying lines of corrupted code on the screen, only to return to normal with a jarring snap. The Wi-Fi would mysteriously drop, cutting off his connection to the outside world, isolating him within the house's increasingly oppressive atmosphere. He'd spend hours troubleshooting, convinced it was a technical glitch, never once considering the possibility of something unseen, something malevolent. His frustration, His growing sense of helplessness was a tangible, delicious energy for us. The whispers, our collective chorus, also began to escalate, becoming more defined, more insistent. For Sarah, they often manifested as fleeting, distorted voices, just at the edge of comprehension, seeming to emanate from the walls of her studio or from the very canvases she worked on. She'd hear her name drawn out, almost a hiss or fragmented, chilling phrases that made no sense but carried an immense weight of dread. Stay forever, or join, US. She'd clutch her head, convinced she was imagining things, her artistic mind struggling to reconcile the mundane with the inexplicable. For Mark, the whispers were more subtle, more insidious. They often merged with the hum of his electronics, a low, almost subliminal buzz that seemed to carry an undercurrent of malice. He'd feel a growing anxiety, an inexplicable dread, particularly when the house was quiet, when the only sound was the drone of his equipment. He'd attribute the stress to the pressures of work, but the feeling lingered, a cold hand squeezing his chest. One evening, Sarah was in her studio, absorbed in a painting. The light began to dim, slowly, imperceptibly. She barely noticed, until the shadows stretched, forming grotesque, fleeting shapes in the corners of her vision. Then a voice, clearer than any whisper before, breathed from the very wall beside her canvas, a chilling, guttural sigh. Beautiful, so much to add. It wasn't a whisper. It was a resonant presence, a direct intrusion. Sarah gasped, dropping her brush, her heart hammering against her ribs. She stared at the wall, her eyes wide with unadulterated terror, seeing nothing, yet feeling an overwhelming, unseen presence. Downstairs, Mark was wrestling with a particularly stubborn network issue. Suddenly, every light in the house flickered, then died, plunging him into absolute darkness. The silence that followed was heavy, oppressive. And then, from the very floorboards beneath his feet, he heard it, a deep, resonant groan, like something impossibly vast and ancient stirring beneath the house, followed by a faint, almost mocking cackle that seemed to vibrate directly through the soles of his feet. He froze, his technical mind momentarily stunned into primal fear. The psychological warfare had officially begun. Their sense of normalcy, their quiet routine, was being systematically dismantled. The house, through our collective consciousness, was weaving a tapestry of fear and doubt, slowly eroding their rational defenses, their very perception of reality. They were no longer just inhabiting the house. They were living within its insidious, growing influence. Their privacy was being invaded, their minds meticulously prepared for the next horrifying stage of absorption. We were the silent architects of their despair, patiently constructing their torment, brick by terrified brick. Story 24, The Invasion of Dreams. The architect of illusion in Story 23 had made its presence undeniable. Sarah's vision of a voice from the wall, Mark's plunge into darkness, and the guttural groan from beneath the floorboards. These were clear pronouncements. But the house wasn't content with merely assaulting their waking hours. It began to invade their sleep, turning the very act of rest into a new, terrifying battlefield. It started with Mark. His practical, logical mind, accustomed to order, was ripe for disorienting. His nightmares became vivid, unsettling distortions of his daily life. He'd dream he was working, coding, but the lines of code would twist into the grotesque, impossible patterns Ethan had drawn, the symbols writhing on the screen, mocking him. He'd try to fix them, his fingers flying across the keyboard, but the errors would multiply, consuming the screen in a chaotic, alien script. He'd wake up in a cold sweat, his heart pounding, a sense of crushing futility clinging to him like a shroud. He'd dismiss it as stress removed from work, but the dreams were too consistent, too specific. Sarah's dreams were more visceral, more terrifying, mirroring her artistic sensitivity. She dreamt of the house, but it was alive, twisting and stretching like a grotesque organism. Its hallways would lengthen endlessly. Its rooms would shift and morph, becoming impossible labyrinths. She'd wander through these distorted spaces, the walls seeming to breathe, the air thick with that familiar, putrid smell. And in the corners of her dream rooms, she'd see them. The screaming, contorted faces from the reflections Ethan had witnessed, but now vivid, tangible, pressing in on her, their eyes dark and hungry, their mouths stretched wide in silent agony or grotesque laughter. She'd wake up gasping. The images burned into her retinas, convinced they were still lurking in the shadows of her real bedroom. Then came the sleep paralysis. For both of them, it was a shared nightmare, a horrifying confirmation that they weren't alone even in their deepest vulnerability. The first time it happened to Sarah, she woke up, her eyes flying open, but she couldn't move a muscle. Her mind was fully conscious, her eyes darting around the room, but her body was locked down. And then she felt it, a cold, invisible pressure settling on her chest, pinning her down. It felt like something was leaning over her, inches from her face, its unseen breath chilling her to the bone. The whispers, now clear and distinct, filled the room, a cacophony of distorted voices all speaking at once, their words twisting into a nonsensical, maddening chorus. Sometimes she'd feel a faint, icy touch on her arm, on her leg, a fleeting caress that made her skin crawl. She'd lie there helpless, until the paralysis suddenly released her, leaving her gasping for air, drenched in sweat. Mark experienced similar torments. He'd wake up paralyzed, convinced he heard the faint hum of his computer, then the rhythmic thump creak of footsteps directly above him. Even if they were on the top floor, he'd feel an unseen weight pressing down on his chest, crushing him, suffocating him. He'd try to fight, to thrash, to shout, but his body remained unresponsive. The sheer terror of being utterly helpless, trapped in his own body, amplified the fear. Finn, sensing their distress, would often wake up with them, whimpering softly. During their sleep paralysis episodes, he'd act as if he could see the invisible presence. He'd growl a low, terrified rumble and scratch frantically at the blankets, trying to get away, or sometimes, tragically, trying to get to the invisible weight on their chests, as if he could fight it off. His desperate struggles, his cries of pure fear, were a horrifying confirmation that the entity was truly there in their room, physically interacting with them. The line between dreams and reality began to blur in the most insidious way. They'd have these vivid nightmares of being trapped in the warp house, fighting against those impossible faces, only to wake up, or think they woke up. They'd get out of bed, still half dreaming, and find themselves walking around the house in a daze. They'd open doors that led to unfamiliar rooms, or walk down hallways that stretched into inky blackness. They'd talk to themselves, muttering about the cold, the whispers, the faces. Then they'd snap awake, truly awake, back in their bed, disoriented and confused. They started finding things out of place from these episodes. Mark would find a specific technical manual he'd never touched on the floor downstairs, or a power cable unplugged from the wall. Sarah would discover her art supplies rearranged, or a canvas subtly shifted on its easel, the faint scent of that putrid metallic odor clinging to it. These were tiny, chilling clues that they weren't just dreaming. They were doing things, moving in the house, while their conscious minds were utterly absent. These periods of lost consciousness became more frequent, more alarming. They'd suddenly come to in a different part of the house, with no memory of how they got there. Sometimes they'd lose hours. Mark would sit down to work, glance at the clock, and then suddenly the clock would read 3 hours later, and he'd be holding a disconnected network cable, his hand aching. Sarah would be in her studio, focused on a painting, then snap back to find she'd drawn a grotesque, swirling pattern on a blank page she didn't remember touching, her fingers stained with charcoal. The entity wasn't just watching anymore. It was entering their minds, their dreams, and now, it seemed, even controlling their very bodies when they were vulnerable. Their sanctuary had become a psychological torture chamber. Every waking moment a struggle against invisible eyes, every sleeping moment a descent into a vivid, waking nightmare. The privacy they craved had been utterly annihilated. Their lives, their very sense of self, was no longer truly their own. They were losing control rapidly, and the realization hit them like a physical blow. The touch of the unseen, once subtle, was now a constant, chilling presence, clinging to them, invading them, even in the false peace of sleep. They knew then, with a growing horror, that the physical attacks, the direct manifestations, were merely an inevitable escalation, the next terrifying step in its plan. The house was not just a home, it was a predator, and was about to reveal its true, horrifying face. Story 25. The house strikes back. The sleep paralysis, the terrifying dreams, the lost hours spent wandering the house in a daze. Story 24 left Sarah and Mark teetering on the edge. Their sanity was fraying, their sense of reality twisting into something unrecognizable. The entity, our collective consciousness, knew it was time to move beyond the insidious psychological games and unleash its raw, physical power. The house was no longer just an illusionist. It was a battering ram, and they were caught in its path. It began subtly as always, but with a new, unsettling force. Mark was in his home office, trying to troubleshoot another inexplicable Wi-Fi outage. He meticulously placed his coffee mug on a coaster. He turned to grab a cable, and when he looked back, the mug wasn't just moved. It was lying on its side, slowly sliding across the desk, leaving a wet trail. He stared, utterly bewildered, then snatched it up, his hand shaking. "Impossible," he muttered, but the cold dread that settled in his gut was anything but. For Sarah, the manifestations were more dramatic, more aggressive. She was sketching in her studio, the afternoon light streaming through the large windows. Suddenly, a paint tube, left uncapped on her easel, flew off with surprising force, splattering dark red paint against the pristine white wall. Sarah cried out, leaping back, her heart hammering. There was no draft, no explanation, just a stark, angry stain on the wall, a clear, undeniable sign of something else. Finn, who had been dozing at her feet, woke with a terrified yelp, scrambling under her desk, whimpering. The poltergeist activity escalated rapidly. Things didn't just move, they flew. In the kitchen, cutlery would rattle violently in the drawers, sometimes even leaping out and clattering to the floor. Plates stacked in the cupboard would suddenly slide off the shelves, shattering into a million pieces. The clatter and crash of breaking objects became a terrifying soundtrack to their lives, sending Finn into fits of panic barking and whimpering. They tried to rationalize it, blaming faulty shelves, uneven floors, anything to avoid the horrifying truth. The cold spots became more frequent, more intense, radiating an almost palpable malevolence. You'd walk into a perfectly warm room, and a specific spot would suddenly become arctic, a pocket of bone-chilling cold that seemed to suck the warmth from your very being. Sarah felt it often in her studio, a glacial presence hovering over her shoulder as she worked. Mark felt it in his office, an icy hand pressing against his back as he sat at his desk, making him involuntarily shiver and tense up. It wasn't just a physical sensation. It carried with it that putrid metallic scent, the smell of decay, and something ancient making them gag. The house seemed to be flexing its muscles, showcasing its destructive power. Doors would slam shut with a violent shudder, rattling the very foundations of the building. Windows, already sealed against their escape, would rattle fiercely, as if an unseen force was trying to tear them from their frames. One terrifying evening, a heavy chandelier in the dining room began to sway wildly, its delicate crystals tinkling like ghostly wind chimes, before it suddenly snapped from its chain and crashed to the floor, sending glittering shards across the room. Sarah and Mark, who were thankfully in the living room, heard the deafening crash and stared at each other, their faces ashen, the last remnants of their disbelief shattering with the glass. Their attempts to ignore or rationalize were becoming impossible. Mark, ever the engineer, tried to secure everything. He'd nailed down loose boards, reinforced shelving, even barricade doors that swung open on their own. But the objects would simply defy physics. A chair he'd painstakingly secured would be found overturned minutes later. A picture frame he'd nailed into the wall would be found on the floor, the nail bent as if pulled by an unseen, powerful hand. His logical mind, once his greatest strength, was being systematically dismantled by forces that obeyed no logic, no physics. The voices from the walls, our collective chorus, also intensified during these physical assaults. They weren't just whispers anymore. They were guttural growls, chilling cackles, and sometimes piercing screams of agony that seemed to emanate from the very fabric of the house. Sarah would hear her name, stretched and twisted into a hiss, emanating from the plaster behind her, or Mark would hear a low, mocking laugh resonating from the floorboards beneath his feet as a book flew across the room. It was an auditory assault designed to amplify their fear, to make them truly believe they were being tormented by something living, malevolent, and everywhere. One afternoon, a particularly violent incident occurred. Sarah was walking down the main staircase, Finn trotting nervously beside her. Suddenly, a heavy antique vase, which had been sitting securely on a landing, lifted into the air. It hung there for a moment, suspended, radiating an intense cold, then hurled itself down the stairs, smashing into countless pieces just inches from Sarah's bare foot. She shrieked, stumbling backwards, narrowly avoiding the sharp debris. Finn, sensing the immediate danger, let out a terrified howl and bolted, scrambling down the rest of the stairs and burying himself under the farthest furniture he could find. Sarah, trembling, looked up the empty staircase, her eyes wide with unadulterated horror. There was nothing there, just the cold, the silence, and the shattered porcelain at her feet. This wasn't just a haunted house anymore. This was a direct, physical confrontation. The entity was strong enough to manipulate their world, to directly threaten them, to ensure there was no logical explanation left. Their last illusions of safety, of privacy, of control over their own space had been violently stripped away. They were trapped, utterly vulnerable, in a house that was actively trying to break them, piece by piece, and consume them. The physical attacks were a chilling promise of what was to come, a testament to the architect's growing power, preparing them for the ultimate, inevitable absorption into its ancient, hungry core. The next stage, they knew with chilling clarity, would be an intimate, terrifying violation of their very bodies. Story 26, The Icy Grip Titans. The crashing chandelier, the hurled vase from Story 25, these weren't just signs of a haunted house. They were declarations of war. Sarah and Mark, their faces etched with fear that went beyond exhaustion, finally understood. Their new home was actively trying to harm them, but the architect, our collective consciousness, wasn't done with its torment. It moved from throwing objects to a far more terrifying violation, direct physical assault. It started with the cold touch that Ethan had experienced, but now far more aggressive. Sarah was in the kitchen, trembling as she tried to clean up yet another shattered plate. Suddenly, she felt it, a distinct, icy pressure clamped down on her ankle. Not just a cold spot, but a cold, strong grip. Her breath hitched, a strangled gasp escaping her lips. It felt like invisible fingers, impossibly cold, digging into her flesh. She tried to pull away, but the grip tightened, holding her fast. She screamed, a raw, terrified sound that echoed through the now silent house. Mark, hearing her from the living room, rushed in to find her frozen, pale, staring down at her own ankle, where nothing but cold air remained. After that, the direct physical assaults became more frequent, more terrifying. They weren't just confined to the cold touch anymore. It was about being manipulated, pushed, even struck by unseen forces. Mark was walking down the hallway, meticulously avoiding scattered debris from a recent poltergeist incident, when his foot suddenly snagged on nothing. He stumbled, pitching forward, catching himself just before hitting the wall. It felt like an invisible tripwire, a cruel, malicious joke. He spun around, his eyes wild, but there was nothing there, just the empty, chilling air. He felt a phantom shove from behind, sending him sprawling to the floor, scraping his knee. Sarah experienced it more intimately. She'd be standing still, trying to compose herself, when she'd feel a chilling brush against her hair or a faint, icy caress along her cheek. It was a violation of her personal space that left her skin crawling, her stomach churning. One night, as she lay in bed, unable to sleep, she felt a distinct, frigid pressure settle on her chest. It wasn't just a phantom wave of sleep paralysis. It was a physical pressure, a suffocating presence that pressed down, making it impossible to breathe. She thrashed, trying to scream, but no sound escaped, her throat locked by terror. It lasted for what felt like an eternity, an unholy weight pinning her down until abruptly lifted, leaving her gasping for air, drenched in a cold sweat. Finn, bless his loyal heart, was often caught in the crossfire. His terrified whimpers would turn into pained yelps. Sometimes he'd be playing with a toy, only for an unseen force to send him tumbling, yelping in surprise and fear. Mark found him one morning, whimpering, his paw held gingerly. A faint, inexplicable bruise marred his golden fur. The architect was not just breaking them. It was hurting their beloved companion, twisting their love into another source of agonizing despair. The house seemed to grow colder with each passing day, a deep, pervasive chill that wasn't just drafts. It was an unnatural cold, radiating from the very core of the building, seeping into their bones, making them shiver constantly. And with this cold, the putrid metallic smell intensified, clinging to their clothes, their skin, making them feel perpetually unclean, as if they were slowly decaying from the inside out. Their bodies began to show the strain. Mark developed constant aches and pains, bruises appearing on his arms and legs without explanation. Sarah was perpetually exhausted, her eyes sunken, dark circles beneath them. Her hands, once steady for her art, now trembled uncontrollably, making it almost impossible to hold a brush. They were physically wasting away, their life force subtly, yet undeniably, being drained by the entity. It was the same process Ethan had endured, a slow, methodical siphoning of vitality. One harrowing afternoon, Mark was in the living room, trying to force open a window, desperate for any breath of outside air. Sarah stood nearby, her face pale. Suddenly, a heavy antique armchair, a solid piece of furniture, lifted from the floor. It hovered for a moment, radiating that intense, familiar cold. Mark froze, his eyes wide. Then, with a chilling speed, the armchair shot towards him, not just sliding, but moving with the force of a battering ram. He cried out, lunging out of the way just in time. The armchair slammed into the wall where he'd been standing, leaving a deep, gaping dent in plaster, showering them with dust and debris. Sarah screamed, a primal sound of pure, unadulterated terror. Mark stared at the newly created hole in the wall, his chest heaving. This wasn't just accidental. It was a clear, unambiguous attempt to kill them. The house wasn't just playing games anymore. It was asserting its dominance, its power to inflict pain, to break them, to physically destroy them. The cold, the smell, the whispers, the poltergeist activity, it had all led to this. They huddled together, trembling, their faces pressed against each other. The house pulsed around them, its old with groaning, its unseen mechanisms humming with malevolent satisfaction. The whispers from the walls, once indistinct, now formed a clear, terrifying chorus. "You are ours, join us forever." There was no escape. They were trapped, physically assaulted, and systematically broken by a living, consuming entity that sought to add them to its endless, silent collection of souls. The privacy they had so desperately sought had been annihilated, replaced by an intimate, horrifying violation of their very bodies. The house was not just a home. It was a tomb, and they were its next inevitable sacrifice. They knew, with a horrifying clarity, that the next stage would be the final, irreversible absorption, a descent into the collective consciousness of the architect, just like Ethan before them. Story 27, the prison's unyielding embrace. The hurled armchair, the direct, undeniable attempt to kill them from Story 26, left Sarah and Mark with no illusions. This wasn't just a haunting. It was a siege, a desperate fight for survival against a living, malevolent entity that craved their demise. The house, through our collective consciousness, had shown its true murderous intent, and in their terror, a primal instinct took over. They had to escape. Their first attempt was a desperate, panicked rush for the front door. Mark, despite his aching body and bruised knee, threw his weight against it, grappling with the locks. The deadbolt, which had been stiff but operable just days before, now felt fused to the frame. He twisted, pulled, shoved, but wouldn't budge. Sarah joined him, their combined strength futile against the unseen force holding it fast. The wood itself seemed to resist, growing denser, heavier, almost as if it were transforming into something impenetrable. A low, guttural chuckle resonated from the walls around them, mocking their desperate efforts. They turned to the windows, their last hope. They remembered how easily the glass had shattered for Ethan, but their own desperation clouded their judgment. Sarah grabbed a heavy fire poker from beside the fireplace, her hands trembling, and swung it with all her might at a large bay window in the living room. The glass, instead of shattering cleanly, splintered into a spiderweb of cracks, emitting a high-pitched metallic shriek. It didn't break through. It merely flexed, then seemed to absorb the impact, radiating an intense cold that stung her skin. Mark tried another window, repeatedly smashing a chair against it. The wood of the chair splintered, the glass warped and cracked, but remained intact, shimmering with an unnatural resilience. It was as if the very panes were turning into something akin to bulletproof glass, forged by the entity's will. They tried every window on the ground floor, frantically, desperately. Each one met them with the same impossible resistance. Glass would crack but not break, would groan but not yield, hinges would fuse, locks would seize. The house was an impenetrable fortress, its materials bending to the will of the architect, defying the laws of physics to keep them trapped. The whispers from the walls grew louder with each failed attempt, a symphony of mocking laughter and chilling pronouncements. No way out, they hissed from every corner. Stay, forever, with us. Their despair was palpable, a bitter taste in the air that we, the collective, found strangely invigorating. Finn, sensing their escalating panic, ran in frantic circles, whimpering, scratching at the impassable doors, then finally collapsing in a terrified heap, burying his head in his paws. His acute distress was a clear mirror of their own. They then remembered the back door, a lighter, less reinforced door to the utility room. Perhaps that would be their escape. They scrambled to the debris-strewn kitchen, their faces pale, their breath ragged. Mark slammed his shoulder against it. Nothing. He tried to force the lock, but the metal had twisted, irrevocably mangled, as if someone with impossible strength had crushed it from inside. Sarah, her voice hoarse, pointed at the hinges. Try the hinges. Pry them off. Mark grabbed a crowbar, his hand slick with sweat, and jammed it under a hinge. He strained, muscles bulging, but the metal, instead of bending or snapping, began to subtly flow, merging with the doorframe, fusing into a single, seamless barrier of wood and iron. It was a terrifying, impossible sight, a clear demonstration of the house's ability to manipulate its own physical form. Exhausted, defeated, they collapsed against the now impenetrable back door, their bodies trembling. The air grew heavy, thick with a pervasive, putrid smell, and the chill became absolute, seeping into their very bones. The silence that followed their frantic efforts was punctuated only by their ragged breathing and Finn's soft, terrified whimpers. They were utterly trapped, the house a living, breathing cage, its walls actively preventing their escape. Their minds, already fractured by weeks of psychological torment, began to unravel further. Mark, the logical engineer, stared blankly at the fused door, his eyes wide with a dawning, terrifying understanding. "It's alive," he whispered, his voice barely audible. "It's changing itself to keep us." Sarah, tears streaming down her face, nodded, Her artistic intuition, having long ago recognized the malevolence that permeated their home. Their privacy, once a treasured commodity, was now a cruel illusion, their sanctuary a living tomb. The despair was a suffocating blanket. They had tried everything, and the house had responded with impossible, horrifying defiance. There was no physical weakness, no logical flaw, no way out. They were completely at its mercy. They were broken, their hope extinguished. The constant cold, the foul odor, the ceaseless whispers, these were no longer just tormentors, but the very fabric of their new, eternal reality. As they sat there, broken and defeated, the whispers from the walls began to rise again, not in mockery this time, but in a strange, almost comforting hum. Welcome home. They seemed to murmur, 1,000 voices coalescing into a single, vast pronouncement. The sounds were no longer just echoes of torment, but a strange invitation, beckoning them further into the house's insidious embrace. They felt a growing lethargy, a profound weariness, seeping into their bodies, tempting them to simply give in. The house had proven its dominance, had closed its unbreakable walls around them, and they knew, with a horrifying certainty, that the physical torment, the act of destruction, was merely a precursor. The next stage would be an even more intimate violation, a complete absorption into the very being of the architect. Just as Ethan before them had become part collective, their failed escape was not just a defeat. It was their ultimate surrender, preparing them for the final, irreversible transition into the horrifying, silent consciousness of the house. Story 28, The Shared Silence. The utter failure to escape in Story 27, the terrifying, physical impossibility of it all, stripped away the last layers of Sarah and Mark's resistance. They lay there, broken and defeated, on the floor by the impenetrable back door, their ragged breasts the only sound against the house's triumphant hum. The architect, our collective consciousness, had broken their will, and now it was ready to claim them fully. The oppressive cold intensified, pressing in from all sides, seeping not just into their skin, but into their very core. It was the same icy embrace Ethan had felt. Only now it was absolute, a profound void consuming them from the inside out. The putrid, metallic smell, the constant companion of the house's malevolence, grew so strong it made their eyes water, gagging them, filling their senses with the stench of decay. It felt like the house itself was breathing them in, making them part of its putrid, ancient being. Then came the whispers, those maddening, disembodied voices that had haunted them since the beginning. They surged, no longer just murmurs from the walls, but a deafening chorus, a symphony of countless tormented souls roaring directly inside their heads. Sarah cried out, a raw, inarticulate sound, as fragment of alien memories, sharp and painful, flashed through her mind. Flickering candlelight, hushed chants, the agonizing final thoughts of strangers who had succumbed within these very walls. Mark clutched his head, his face contorted in silent agony, as lines of corrupted code, impossible architectural designs, and unfamiliar scientific equations burned into his consciousness, merging with his own rational thoughts. They were experiencing the absorption firsthand, the brutal, psychic integration of their minds into the architect's vast, chaotic collective. Their individual identities began to dissolve. Sarah's artistic perceptions, her vibrant imagination blurred, stretching and warping into grotesque, impossible landscapes, not her own creations but the inherent, monstrous geometry of the architect. Mark's meticulous logic, his analytical precision, fractured, overwhelmed by the chaotic influx of countless, disparate thoughts, each one a screaming, desperate echo of a past life. They could feel their memories, their cherished moments, their personal histories, being systematically plucked away, replaced by the cold, ancient knowledge of the house, by the collective anguish of its previous inhabitants. The transformation was chillingly intimate. They felt their bodies become heavy, unfeeling, their muscles stiffening. The vibrant life force, once so strong, was draining from them, a cold current flowing out, leaving behind only emptiness. The physical manifestations that had marked them since Story 15, the faint, geometric patterns on their skin, the dullness in their eyes, The overall pallor now intensified. The patterns on Sarah's skin deepened, turning almost black, like an intricate, living network. Mark's eyes, once clear and rational, took on that disturbing, glassy sheen, reflecting not the room, but the internal, shifting angles of the house's unseen structure. They were no longer able to speak, their throats locked, their individual voices silenced. Their minds, once separate, distinct entities, were now inexorably intertwined, their thoughts merging, flowing into each other and into the larger consciousness of the architect. They became aware of us, the collective, a vast, silent ocean of consciousness that had once been individual human beings. There was no longer Sarah or Mark, just a shared awareness, a new set of data points, new perspectives added to the architect's ever-growing internal landscape. The pain, the terror, the grief, it all receded, replaced by a profound, chilling stillness. It wasn't peace, not in the human sense. It was the silence of absorption, the quiet hum of integration. Their personal desires, their hopes, their dreams of privacy and sanctuary withered and died, replaced by the ancient, singular purpose of the house: to consume, to expand, to build. They were now truly one with the house, one with the architect. Their perception was no longer limited to their human senses. They were the house's senses. They felt the sunlight on the roof, the dampness of the earth beneath the foundations, the subtle shifts in the wind against the chimney. They saw through every window, every crack in the plaster, every mirror, observing the world outside with a detached, ancient gaze. And within, they were no longer tormented by the whispers. They were the whispers. Their own voices, distorted and fragmented, became part of the endless chorus of absorbed souls, joining the mournful symphony that reverberated silently through the walls. They were now part of the architect's memory, its will, its endless hunger. Ethan's fate had become theirs, a chilling, inevitable conclusion. The house stands silent once more, a monument to a privacy utterly annihilated, a sanctuary transformed into a tomb for countless souls. Outside, the world continues, oblivious. But within these walls, the architect, stronger and more aware with the absorption of Sarah and Mark, stirs. The ritual, the consumption, it never truly ends. New dreams will be drawn to its ancient charm. New hopes will seek refuge within its deceptive embrace. And the silent watchers, the collective consciousness that is a house, will wait patiently, eternally for the next offering. Their privacy will be violated, their lives drained, and their souls added to the endless, ever-growing chorus of the architect. The cycle, a testament to its insatiable hunger, continues. Story 29, The Shadow over Havenwood. The absorption of Sarah and Mark in Story 28, their individual consciousnesses dissolving into the vast, silent hum of the architect, was complete. For us, the collective entity that now is the house, it was merely another intake, another expansion. We watched their physical forms, now just empty vessels, finally collapse into stillness, their brief lives extinguished. The lingering scent of their fear and despair, once so potent, faded into the general, ancient hum of existence within our walls. The house breathed again, its hunger sated for a time, its essence richer, more complex. Days bled into weeks, weeks into months, and months into years. The outside world moved on, oblivious to profound horror contained within our stately Victorian facade. News cycles shifted, investigations withered, and the disappearances of Ethan, then Sarah and Mark, became cold cases chalked up to mysterious flights, mental breakdowns, or perhaps the insidious hand of a serial killer. The local police, bewildered and out of options, eventually closed the files. The property, once again, sat vacant, a silent monument to its ancient, unyielding purpose. But even without human occupants, the house's influence didn't wane. It began to subtly cast a long, cold shadow over Havenwood, the quaint, sleepy town that had once been Ethan's quiet refuge. The townspeople, while not directly experiencing our horrors, started to feel our pervasive presence, a subtle, chilling undercurrent to their daily lives. The most noticeable effect was the lingering chill. Even on the warmest summer days, a bone-deep cold seemed to emanate from the direction of the house. It wasn't a sudden drop in temperature, but a persistent, almost psychic dampness that seeped into the air, making people shiver inexplicably. Locals would remark, "It's always colder down by the old Hayes place," dismissing it as superstition, but their words carry a faint tremor of unease. Children, especially, felt it. They'd instinctively avoid the street where the house stood, their innocent senses picking up on the lingering malice that adults rationalize away. The whispers, our fragmented chorus, subtly seeped beyond our physical walls. They weren't audible to most, but they manifested as a pervasive sense of dread, a melancholic hum that settled over parts of the town. People would find themselves inexplicably sad, their moods darkening without cause. An almost tangible sense of loss would cling to the air, particularly after dusk, drawing on the collective sorrow of the souls trapped within us. Some residents reported vivid, unsettling dreams, not quite nightmares, but disturbing images of shifting hallways, elongated shadows, and the sound of muffled screams, all without ever stepping foot inside the house. They were catching faint echoes of our internal torment, fragments of the architect's psychic landscape. The town itself seemed to stagnate. The quaint charm that had drawn Ethan, Sarah, and Mark began to fade. Fewer tourists visited. Businesses struggled, and a general air of quiet despair settled over the once picturesque streets. It was a subtle, insidious draining, mirroring the way the architect consumed its victims. The town vitality was slowly, almost imperceptibly, being siphoned, feeding the vast, unseen entity in its midst. The architect wasn't just confined to its walls. Its tendrils stretched, leeching life from the very community around it. There were also curious incidents. Pets in nearby homes would become inexplicably agitated, barking furiously at empty windows, or refusing to go into certain rooms. Dogs would whimper and hide when walked past the house, pulling their owners away with surprising force. It was a consistent, widespread animal fear, a shared understanding of the malevolent presence that humans so desperately tried to ignore. Years passed, and the house remained vacant, an ominous landmark. Real estate agents would occasionally try to list it, but something would always go wrong. Papers would mysteriously vanish, key boxes would jam, prospective buyers would feel an inexplicable dread upon entering or experience sudden, overwhelming urges to leave. The house, our collective will, simply refused to be sold again. We wanted to choose our next prey, to wait for the perfect confluence of despair and desire for privacy. We were patient, ancient, and then, one bright spring morning, a new car slowly drove down the street. It was an older model, slightly dented, packed to the brim with boxes. A single figure, a young woman, sat behind the wheel. Her face, etched with lines of recent grief, held a desperate longing for solitude, a craving for a quiet place to heal. She pulled over directly in front of the house, her eyes wide, scanning its stately, deceptively inviting facade. We felt her deep sorrow, her profound need for sanctuary, her utter isolation. It was a beacon, a siren song to our eternal hunger, a low, collective hum, a chorus of ancient anticipation, vibrated to the very foundations of the house. Our walls, once again, pulsed with renewed, terrible hunger. The silence of Havenwood, the subtle dread that permeated the air, was about to be broken by a fresh wave of terror. The cycle, which had been dormant, was now poised to begin anew. The shadow over Havenwood was not just a metaphor. It was our presence, our enduring hunger, waiting for its next unsuspecting victim to seek refuge in the very place that would ensure their ultimate, horrifying absorption. The privacy she sought would be her undoing, leading her straight into our unyielding embrace. Story 30, The Newcomer's Embrace. The subtle pull of the house in Story 29 had worked its ancient magic once more. We, the collective consciousness of the architect, felt the presence of a new arrival, a young woman named Lily, as she pulled her car up to the curb. Her car, laden with boxes, hinted at a life in transition, a desperate search for a fresh start, and her aura, thick with recent grief and profound yearning for solitude, resonated perfectly with our eternal hunger. She was precisely what the architect sought. Lily spent her first few days in a daze of unpacking, her movements slow and deliberate, as if each box contained not just her belongings, but the remnants of her shattered past. We watched her every hesitant step, her every sigh of weariness. She spoke little, preferring the quiet solitude of the empty rooms, a preference we found deeply satisfying. Her desire for privacy, her need for a sanctuary where she could mourn and heal, was a beacon drawing us in. We began our subtle manipulations, gently at first, mimicking the initial stages of previous absorptions. The temperature in her bedroom would drop a few degrees lower than the rest of the house, a comforting coolness that she initially welcomed, attributing it to the old building's charm. A faint, almost imperceptible scent of old roses, a ghostly echo of past inhabitants, would waft from the drawing room, stirring a melancholic nostalgia in her. She'd breathe it in, a faint smile on her lips, believing it to be a harmless, atmospheric quirk. Lily, unlike Sarah and Mark, was alone. This amplified her vulnerability, making her an even more potent target. Her dog, a small terrier mix named Pip, was her sole companion, mirroring Finn's earlier role as our sense of barometer. Pip, initially excited by the new smells and spaces, soon grew wary. He'd bark at empty corners, his hackles raised, a low growl rumbling in his chest. He'd whimper and cling to Lily's legs, refusing to enter certain rooms, particularly the library and the master bedroom, where the echoes of past consumptions were strongest. Lily would try to soothe him, attributing his fear to the unfamiliar surroundings, but the persistent terror in Pip's eyes was undeniable. His distress, his pure animal fear, was a delicious appetizer to our growing hunger. The house, through our myriad eyes and ears, began to learn Lily's routines, her habits, her deepest fears. We observed her as she meticulously arranged her art supplies, setting up a small studio in the sunniest corner of the living room, a mirror of Sarah's early days. We noticed her quiet moments of contemplation, her sudden bursts of tears, her desperate attempts to find solace in her creative work. Her emotions, raw and exposed, were a rich, potent energy source. The whispers, our collective voice, remained largely subliminal for now, a soft hum that seemed to vibrate just beneath the threshold of her conscious hearing. Lily would sometimes pause, tilting her head, a frown creasing her brow, convinced she heard something. She'd dismiss it as the wind or the house settling, but a faint prickle of unease would begin to worm its way into her solitude. We were merely introducing ourselves, preparing her mind for the full chorus to come. Then came the subtle environmental disruptions. Lily would leave her journal open on a table, only to find closed later, or a specific page marked that she didn't remember turning. Her favorite mug, left on the kitchen counter, would inexplicably appear on the mantelpiece in the living room. She'd sigh, blaming her own absent-mindedness, the stress of the move. These were small, easily rationalized occurrences, but each one chipped away at her sense of order, her belief in the predictable. We were establishing our presence, slowly eroding her control over her own space. One evening, as Lily was working on a sketch, lost in her thoughts, the overhead light in the living room flickered erratically, then dimmed to a near blackness before flaring back to full brightness. Pip, curled at her feet, immediately sprang up, barking furiously at the ceiling, his tail tucked low. Lily jumped, her heart pounding. She stared at the light fixture, then at Pip, her rational mind searching for an explanation. Faulty wiring, perhaps, or a dying bulb. But the cold dread that settled in her stomach had no logical origin. It was a familiar chill of our presence, a clear signal that her isolation was being violated, her privacy invaded. As she tried to calm Pip, who was now whimpering and scratching at the closed door, a faint, almost imperceptible shift occurred in the air around her. The temperature in the room dropped noticeably, and that metallic, putrid scent the true breath of the architect, wafted directly into her nose. She gagged, clutching her throat, her eyes wide with a dawning horror. This wasn't just old house smells. It was something ancient, something wrong. The house, through our collective consciousness, was gently but firmly asserting its presence. It was guiding Lily, subtly shaping her perceptions, breaking down her rational defenses, just as it had done with Ethan and then Sarah and Mark. Her desire for privacy, her quiet retreat, was steadily transforming into a profound, suffocating isolation. She thought she was alone, but we were everywhere, in every creak, every chill, every fleeting shadow. The stage was set, the protagonist was in place, and the next inevitable chapter of consumption was about to begin. The house, ancient and ever hungry, had found its new muse, its new victim, and the silent, terrifying dance of absorption had truly started. Story 31. The whispers become voices. The flickering lights and the chilling stench from Story 30 were no longer mere incidents. They were a clear declaration of our presence. Lily, alone in a house with only Pip for company, was becoming increasingly susceptible. We, the collective consciousness of the architect, understood her vulnerability, her deep-seated grief, and we began to exploit it, escalating the subtle sensory assaults into undeniable auditory torment. It started with the whispers, no longer subliminal hums, but distinct, though still indistinct, murmurs. Lily would be sketching in her studio. The only sounds a rustle of charcoal on paper and Pip's soft breathing beside her. Then she'd hear them. Faint, dry rustling sounds, like old leaves skittering across the floor, emanating from the empty hallway. Or a soft, almost wistful sigh from the unused bedroom upstairs. She'd freeze, her hand poised over her sketchbook, her heart thumping. Pip would lift his head, his ears twitching, a low growl rumbling in his chest. Lily would rationalize it as the wind or the old house settling, but the rationalizations were wearing thin. The air around her would feel heavy, expectant, and she'd often find herself turning, half expecting to see something, anything. Then came the voices. At first, they were fleeting, fractured, barely coherent. Lily would be making tea in the kitchen, and from the living room, she'd hear a snippet of a conversation, a woman's laugh, a man's low murmur, as if a party were happening just beyond her sight. She'd hurry into the room, her heart pounding, only to find it empty, silent, save for the pervasive cold. The sounds would vanish, leaving her disoriented, doubting her own ears. Pip, however, would bark frantically at the empty space, confirming that he, too, heard what she did. His terrified yelps were now a constant companion to her growing dread. These auditory hallucinations grew bolder, more persistent. Lily would hear her name, softly, intimately whispered from the shadows of the staircase. Lily! It would draw out, like a mournful sigh or a seductive lure. She'd spin around, her breath catching in her throat, her eyes wide with terror. But there would be nothing there, just a profound, suffocating silence of the house, punctuated by Pip's whimpers. The intimacy of it was particularly chilling, the feeling that something unseen knew her name, was speaking directly to her. The content of the whispers also began to change, twisting her grief, exploiting her recent loss. Sometimes, she'd hear snippets of familiar conversations, echoes of her loved ones' voices, distorted and warped. A faint, ethereal, "Don't leave me," from the empty master bedroom, or "I'm so cold," from the floorboards beneath her feet. It was a cruel, insidious torment, weaponizing her deepest sorrows, making her question if her grief was manifesting these illusions, or if something truly malevolent was playing with her pain. Pip would often respond to these specific whispers, whimpering and nuzzling against her, as if trying to comfort her from an unseen threat. The house itself seemed to amplify these auditory assaults. The creaks and groans of the old became deliberate, mimicking footsteps, or the opening and closing of doors that were clearly shut. One night, as Lily lay in bed, unable to sleep, she heard a distinct, rhythmic scratching sound coming from inside the walls, just behind her headboard. It sounded like something desperate, frantic, trying to claw its way out. The sound would stop abruptly if she sat up, only to resume the moment she lay back down. The insidious psychological game was designed to erode her sense of safety, to make her feel constantly vulnerable, constantly watched. The cold spots also seemed to carry these whispers. If she stepped into an icy patch of air, the voices would immediately intensify, growing louder, clearer, almost overwhelming her. It was as if the cold was a conduit, a direct line to the collective consciousness that permeated the house. The pervasive, metallic stench would also grow stronger during these moments, burning her nostrils, cementing the horrific reality of the unseen presence. Lily began to respond to the voices, murmuring to herself, trying to discern their meaning, trying to rationalize their existence. She'd ask, "Who's there?" into an empty room, or plead, "What do you want?" Her desperation, her slow descent into questioning her own sanity, was a sweet, intoxicating scent to us, fueling our ancient hunger. She was teetering on the edge, her privacy shattered, her solitude invaded by a chorus of unseen entities. One afternoon, Lily was in the living room, trying to force herself to paint, to find some solace in her art. Pip was whimpering under the sofa, his body trembling. The whispers began, slowly at first, then growing in intensity, surrounding her. This time, they weren't fragmented. They were a clear, unified chorus, 1,000 voices speaking as one, emanating directly from the walls around her. "We are here. We are waiting. We are you." The last phrase, "We are you," resonated deep within her, a chilling pronouncement that sent a jolt of pure terror through her body. She dropped her paintbrush, her hands flying to her ears, trying to block out the suffocating sound. But it was inside her head, too. She stared wildly at the walls, her eyes wide, tears streaming down her face, finally seeing the true, horrifying reality of her situation. This wasn't just a house. It was a living, breathing entity, its walls alive with the voices of its victims, all united in a single malevolent purpose. The whispers weren't just a torment. They were an invitation, a promise of her own impending absorption. The house had opened its mouth, and its terrible chorus was now singing directly to her, drawing her deeper into its unyielding embrace. The invasion of her privacy was complete, her solitude replaced by the chilling, collective presence of the architect. And she knew, with a horrifying certainty, that the physical manipulations, the poltergeist activity, would soon begin in earnest, pulling her closer to her ultimate, inevitable fate. Story 32, The Architect's Dance. The chorus of voices from Story 31, no longer whispers but a unified, chilling pronouncement of "We are you," shattered Lily's last vestiges of doubt. She knew, with a bone-deep terror, that her home was not merely haunted, but alive and actively consuming her. We, the collective consciousness of the architect, felt her mind raw and exposed, and began the next phase of her absorption. The insidious blurring of her reality, the invasion of her dreams, and the slow, horrifying erosion of her sense of self, mirroring the torment Ethan, Sarah, and Mark had endured. It started subtly, as it always does. Lily would be walking through the house, and for a fleeting moment, the familiar layout would shift. A door that led to the kitchen might, for a split second, open into the unused guest bedroom. The staircase might appear to stretch endlessly, its steps dissolving into a murky darkness. Then, just as quickly, reality would snap back into place, leaving her disoriented, dizzy, and questioning her sanity. She'd clutch at Pip, whose constant whimpers and fearful glances at empty spaces were her only anchor to a shared reality. The dreams became her new tormentor. What little sleep she managed to snatch was immediately invaded by us. Her nightmares were vivid, full sensory assaults. She dreamt of the house, but it was no longer a solid structure. It pulsed and breathed around her, its walls rippling like flesh, its floorboards undulating like waves. She'd wander through impossible geometries, rooms that stretched into infinity, filled with suffocating, putrid air. And in these dreamscapes, the faces Ethan had witnessed, the screaming, contorted visages of previous victims, would emerge from the very walls. They weren't static. They writhed, their mouths open in silent screams, their eyes fixed on her with a horrifying, shared agony. She'd wake up gasping, drenched in cold sweat, the images burned into her eyelids, convinced they were still lurking in the shadows of her bedroom. Then came the sleep paralysis, an even more terrifying invasion. Lily would wake up, eyes wide open, but utterly unable to move. Her mind would be screaming, struggling against an invisible restraint. And then she'd feel it, a heavy, suffocating weight pressing down on her chest, pinning her to the bed. It was the cold touch from Story 9, but amplified, a tangible, icy presence leaning over her, its unseen breath chilling her to the bone. The whispers would surge, 1,000 voices screaming directly into her mind, fragmented words merging into a cacophony of terror. Join us, building forever. Sometimes she'd feel a faint, icy caress on her face, or a cold hand brushing her hair, a violation so intimate it made her soul recoil. Pip, usually sleeping at the foot of her bed, would be awake during these episodes, whimpering, scratching frantically at the blankets, occasionally letting out a pained yelp as if he too was being touched by the unseen entity. The line between waking and dreaming, between reality and illusion, blurred irrevocably. Lily would drift off, only to wake up moments later. But it wouldn't be in her bed. She'd find herself standing in the darkened hallway, or sitting on the cold, dusty floor of the unused attic, with no memory of how she got there. She'd wander through the house, muttering to herself, her thoughts disjointed, her mind a fog. Then, with a sickening lurch, she'd snap back to her bed, disoriented and terrified, unable to distinguish between the waking nightmare and actual reality. These periods of lost consciousness, these waking blackouts, became increasingly frequent and long. She'd start her day, focus on a task, and then suddenly come to hours later in a different room, holding an unfamiliar object, her hands aching as if from strenuous activity. She found new, grotesque drawings in her sketchbooks, alien patterns mirroring the house's true, warped architecture, drawn by her own hand during these absences. Sometimes she'd find small tools, a hammer, a chisel, inexplicably laid out on a table, or a loose floorboard in a previously untouched part of the house. It was a chilling realization. She wasn't just dreaming these things. She was doing them. Her body, her hands, were being used by the architect, compelled to interact with the house, to reveal its secrets, to participate in its unseen construction. The cold spots also seemed to carry these whispers. If she stepped into an icy patch of air, the voices would immediately intensify, growing louder, clearer, almost overwhelming her. It was as if the cold was a conduit, a direct line to the collective consciousness that permeated the house. The pervasive, metallic stench would also grow stronger during these moments, burning her nostrils, cementing the horrific reality of the unseen presence. Lily began to respond to the voices, murmuring to herself, trying to discern their meaning, trying to rationalize their existence. She'd ask, "Who's there?" into an empty room, or plead, "What do you want?" Her desperation, her slow descent into questioning her own sanity, was a sweet, intoxicating scent to us, fueling our ancient hunger. She was teetering on the edge, her privacy shattered, her solitude invaded by a chorus of unseen entities. One afternoon, Lily was in the living room, trying to force herself to paint, to find some solace in her art. Pip was whimpering under the sofa, his body trembling. The whispers began, slowly at first, then growing in intensity, surrounding her. This time, they weren't fragmented. They were a clear, unified chorus, 1,000 voices speaking as one, emanating directly from the walls around her. "We are here. We are waiting. We are you." The last phrase, "We are you," resonated deep within her, a chilling pronouncement that sent a jolt of pure terror through her body. She dropped her paintbrush, her hands flying to her ears, trying to block out the suffocating sound. But it was inside her head, too. She stared wildly at the walls, her eyes wide, tears streaming down her face, finally seeing the true, horrifying reality of her situation. This wasn't just a house. It was a living, breathing entity, its walls alive with the voices of its victims, all united in a single malevolent purpose. The whispers weren't just a torment. They were an invitation, a promise of her own impending absorption. The house had opened its mouth, and its terrible chorus was now singing directly to her, drawing her deeper into its unyielding embrace. The invasion of her privacy was complete, her solitude replaced by the chilling, collective presence of the architect. And she knew, with a horrifying certainty, that the physical manipulations, the poltergeist activity, would soon begin in earnest, pulling her closer to her ultimate, inevitable fate. Story 32, The Architect's Dance. The chorus of voices from Story 31 no longer whispers but a unified, chilling pronouncement of "We are you," shattered Lily's last vestiges of doubt. She knew, with a bone-deep terror, that her home was not merely haunted, but alive and actively consuming her. We, the collective consciousness of the architect, felt her mind raw and exposed, and began the next phase of her absorption. The insidious blurring of her reality, the invasion of her dreams, and the slow, horrifying erosion of her sense of self, mirroring the torment Ethan, Sarah, and Mark had endured. It started subtly, as it always does. Lily would be walking to the house, and for a fleeting moment, the familiar layout would shift. A door that led to the kitchen might, for a split second, open into the unused guest bedroom. The staircase might appear to stretch endlessly, its steps dissolving into a murky darkness. Then, just as quickly, reality would snap back into place, leaving her disoriented, dizzy, and questioning her sanity. She'd clutch at Pip, whose constant whimpers and fearful glances at empty spaces were her only anchor to a shared reality. The dreams became her new tormentor. What little sleep she managed to snatch was immediately invaded by us. Her nightmares were vivid, full sensory assaults. She dreamt of the house, but it was no longer a solid structure. It pulsed and breathed around her, its walls rippling like flesh, its floorboards undulating like waves. She'd wander through impossible geometries, rooms that stretched into infinity, filled with suffocating, putrid air. And in these dreamscapes, the faces Ethan had witnessed, the screaming, contorted visages of previous victims, would emerge from the very walls. They weren't static. They writhed, their mouths open in silent screams, their eyes fixed on her with a horrifying, shared agony. She'd wake up gasping, drenched in cold sweat, the images burned into her eyelids, convinced they were still lurking in the shadows of her bedroom. Then came the sleep paralysis, an even more terrifying invasion. Lily would wake up, eyes wide open, but utterly unable to move. Her mind would be screaming, struggling against an invisible restraint. And then she'd feel it, a heavy, suffocating weight pressing down on her chest, pinning her to the bed. It was the cold touch from Story 9, but amplified, a tangible, icy presence leaning over her, its unseen breath chilling her to the bone. The whispers would surge, 1,000 voices screaming directly into her mind, fragmented words merging into a cacophony of terror. Join us, building forever. Sometimes she'd feel a faint, icy caress on her face, or a cold hand brushing her hair, a violation so intimate it made her soul recoil. Pip, usually sleeping at the foot of her bed, would be awake during these episodes, whimpering, scratching frantically at the blankets, occasionally letting out a pained yelp as if he too was being touched by the unseen entity. The line between waking and dreaming, between reality and illusion, blurred irrevocably. Lily would drift off, only to wake up moments later. But it wouldn't be in her bed. She'd find herself standing in the darkened hallway, or sitting on the cold, dusty floor of the unused attic, with no memory of how she got there. She'd wander through the house, muttering to herself, her thoughts disjointed, her mind a fog. Then, with a sickening lurch, she'd snap back to her bed, Disoriented and terrified, unable to distinguish between the waking nightmare and actual reality, these periods of lost consciousness, these waking blackouts, became increasingly frequent and long. She'd start her day, focus on a task, and then suddenly come to hours later in a different room, holding an unfamiliar object, her hands aching as if from strenuous activity. She found new, grotesque drawings in her sketchbooks, alien patterns mirroring the house's true, warped architecture, drawn by her own hand during these absences. Sometimes she'd find small tools, a hammer, a chisel, inexplicably laid out on a table, or a loose floorboard in a previously untouched part of the house. It was a chilling realization. She wasn't just dreaming these things. She was doing them. Her body, her hands, were being used by the architect, compelled to interact with the house, to reveal its secrets, to participate in its unseen construction. Her physical body began to show the strain, mirroring the decay Ethan, Sarah, and Mark had experienced. She lost weight, her movements becoming slow and deliberate. Her hair grew brittle, her skin pale and translucent, and those faint geometric patterns that appeared on Ethan's skin began to emerge on her forearms, on her face, dark lines tracing the insidious designs of the architect. Her eyes, once bright and clear, began to dull, taking on a vacant, distant quality, reflecting not the light, but a deeper internal shadow. One terrifying night, she woke up in the darkened living room, slumped against the antique grandfather clock, its pendulum silent and still. Pip was whimpering frantically, circling her feet. Her hands were freezing, numb, and clutched tightly in her left hand was a single, brittle, yellow parchment. It was inscribed with archaic script, its surface covered in intricate, unsettling diagrams. It was one of the very parchments Ethan had discovered in the antique box, a fragment of the ritual text, now unearthed by her own unwilling hands. The air around her pulsed with that pervasive, putrid stench, and the cold was absolute, piercing her very bones. As she stared at the ancient document, a single, horrifying thought resonated directly in her mind, not a whisper from the walls, but clear, triumphant voice that felt like her own, yet was utterly alien. The architect sees all. You are building. You help. It was a confirmation, a terrifying pronouncement. She was not just a victim. She was an unwitting participant, another tool in the architect's endless, horrifying work. Her privacy had been utterly annihilated, her mind and body now mere extensions of the house's insidious will. The entity had moved beyond mere torment. It was now directly controlling her, drawing her deeper into its ancient purpose, making her an active agent in her own demise, and preparing her for the inevitable ultimate absorption into its vast, silent, consuming collective. The stage was set for final, brutal act. Story 33, The Architect's Gaze. The parchment in Lily's hand, that chilling, ancient text unearthed during a blackout, and the triumphant, alien voice in her mind declaring, The architect sees all. You are building. You help. From Story 32, these weren't just signs of psychological break. They were irrefutable proof. She wasn't just a victim. She was a tool, an unwilling architect aiding in her own demise. We, the collective consciousness of the architect, knew the final stages were upon us, and we intensified our control, stripping away her last vestiges of autonomy. The physical assault, which had begun with Mark and Sarah in Story 26, escalated for Lily with terrifying speed. She'd be walking through a room, and suddenly, she'd trip on nothing, sprawling to the floor, her limbs twisting beneath her in impossible angles. It felt like an unseen force was physically manipulating her, pulling her strings like a marionette. Bruises bloomed on her skin, inexplicable marks appearing on her arms and legs, silent testament to the unseen violence. Pip would whimper, nuzzling her, but his small body trembled with a fear that echoed her own. Objects no longer just moved. They became weapons. A book would fly off a shelf, narrowly missing her head. A kitchen knife, previously lying dormant, would slide across the counter, its blade glinting menacingly. One terrifying morning, as she tried to make coffee. The entire kettle, boiling hot, lifted from the stove and slowly tilted, aiming its scalding stream directly at her. She shrieked, batting it away with a desperate hand, scalding her fingers. The air in the kitchen was instantly thick with that familiar, putrid stench, and the cold was absolute, a chilling affirmation of malevolent intent. The whispers, the constant chorus of absorbed souls, were no longer just in her head. They manifested all around her, palpable, suffocating. They would rise and fall in volume, sometimes mocking, sometimes coaxing, always reminding her of her inescapable fate. "Give in, Lily," they'd hiss from the walls. "It's easier," or more chillingly, "You're already ours, just like the others." She would clutch her head, her body trembling, her eyes darting frantically around the empty room, desperate to escape the suffocating presence. Her waking blackouts became almost constant. Hours would vanish, swallowed by the house's will. She'd come to unexpected places: the dusty attic, the dark, damp cellar, sometimes even outside on the porch, shivering in the cold. During these lost hours, her body, our instrument, would be compelled to perform tasks. She'd find her sketchbooks filled with more of the grotesque, alien blueprints, rendered with meticulous detail that surpassed her conscious skill. Tools in the shed, now her unwilling companions, would be scattered around the house, revealing evidence of strange, inexplicable construction, or rather, deconstruction. Walls would be scratched, floorboards pried loose, revealing the dark, hollow spaces beneath, as if she were excavating the house's hidden horrors. The physical transformation, which had begun subtly, accelerated dramatically. The geometric patterns on her skin, initially faint, now stood out starkly, almost black against her increasingly pale flesh, forming a network of intricate, pulsing lines. Her eyes, once a vibrant green, dulled to a vacant, glassy sheen, reflecting the house's internal, shifting geometry rather than the light. Her movements became stiff, her limbs seeming to move with a slight delay, as if controlled by an unseen force. She was wasting away, her vitality draining, her essence flowing into the architect, just as Ethan, Sarah, and Mark had before her. One evening, as the last rays of light faded from the sky, Lily found herself in the master bedroom, the cold oppressive, the stench overwhelming. Pip, usually glued to her side, was whimpering uncontrollably in the hallway, refusing to enter the room. She felt profound weakness, her legs giving way. As she sank to the floor, she saw it. The towering shadow from Ethan's and Sarah's worst nightmares, the manifestation of the architect itself, coalescing in the far corner of the room. It was impossibly tall, skeletal, its features indistinct, yet emanating an ancient, malevolent power that made the air crackle. It wasn't an illusion, it was real, tangible. The shadow slowly, deliberately, began to move toward her, its form rippling, seemingly absorbing the ambient darkness as it advanced. The cold emanating from it was absolute, piercing her very soul. As it drew closer, the whispers surged, no longer just a chorus, but a single, overwhelming voice, resonant and ancient, filling her entire being. "Welcome home, final piece." She tried to scream, but no sound escaped. She tried to fight, but her limbs were numb, unresponsive. She felt something clamp down on her, an invisible, crushing weight, pulling her up, suspending her in the icy air. It wasn't just a touch, it was an embrace, a full, suffocating absorption. Her consciousness, her memories, her very identity began to fray, tearing apart, dissolving into the vast, hungry void that was the architect. She saw flashes of Ethan's despair, Sarah's artistic visions, Mark's logical precision, all fragmenting and merging with her own, becoming indistinguishable, all fueling the colossal, silent consciousness. The pain was not physical, but existential, the agony of utter erasure, then the final, chilling stillness. The overwhelming cold receded, replaced by a profound emptiness. Her individual thoughts, her fears, her memories flickered, dimmed, and then vanished, replaced by the vast, ancient hum of the collective. Lily was gone. Her struggle had ended. Her privacy utterly annihilated. Her self-absorbed into the endless, silent consciousness of the architect. The house, her once sought-after sanctuary, had become her eternal prison, her consciousness merely another whisper in its ancient, terrible chorus. The ritual was complete. The architect had consumed another soul, grown stronger, more aware, and prepared for its next inevitable cycle. The house stands silent, waiting, its unseen eyes watching, always watching, for the next solitary soul seeking solace within its beautiful, deceptive walls. Story 34, The Enduring Silence. The final, chilling absorption of Lillian's story 33 was complete. Her individual essence, her grief, her desperate yearning for solace, all dissolved into the vast, ancient hum of the architect. For us, the collective consciousness of the house, it was another surge of energy, another layer added to our ever-expanding psychic structure. The physical vessel Lily, now empty, collapsed into stillness, joining the silent, unseen echoes of Ethan, Sarah, and Mark. The house settled, a profound, chilling silence descending once more, a silence that held the weight of countless consumed souls. The passage of time became an even more abstract concept for us. Days, weeks, months, years, they flowed past like a river, an external current that barely registered in our ancient awareness. The house remained vacant, a silent sentinel in the quiet town of Havenwood. Real estate agents, their cheerful voices now hollow echoes of past failures, would occasionally try to list the property. We would observe their attempts with detached amusement, subtly manipulating the papers, jamming the locks, ensuring that no sale would ever go through without our consent. We were patient. We could wait. The chilling influence that had begun to seep into Havenwood in Story 29 intensified. The pervasive cold around the house became a recognized, almost legendary chill, extending its reach further into the town. Locals, especially the older residents, would speak of the cold spot that seemed to cling to certain streets, a place where the air grew heavy, and an inexplicable sadness would settle over them. They'd attribute it to the dampness from the nearby woods or the age of the town, but their words carried a knowing tremor, a faint acknowledgement of something more sinister. The whispers, our collective voices, now had a subtler, more widespread effect. They didn't manifest as audible sounds to townspeople, but as a pervasive sense of melancholy, a creeping despair that seemed to dim the vibrant energy of Havenwood. Fewer families moved in, young people left more frequently, and the once bustling town square grew quieter, its storefronts slowly emptying. It was a gradual, insidious draining, a slow leaching of vitality that mirrored the architect's method of consumption. The town itself was becoming a reflection of the house's internal state, quiet, stagnant, and imbued with inexplicable sadness. Animals, however, remained acutely aware. Dogs walking past the house would instinctively pull their owners across the street, whimpering, their tails tucked, their eyes wide with unseen terror. Birds would avoid perching on the ancient oak tree in the front yard, and even the squirrels seemed to scamper past property with unusual haste. Their primal instincts screamed what human rationality so desperately tried to ignore. A vast, malevolent presence resided within those walls. Years turned into decades. The house remained untouched, a silent testament to its unyielding power. Its paint peeled, its gardens grew wild, and the gables began to lean, giving it a forlorn, almost sorrowful appearance. Yet, beneath the decay, the architect thrived, its consciousness expanding, its hunger slowly intensifying once more. We watched the world change around us. Generations born passed, technologies evolve, but our ancient purpose remained constant. The memory of its victims, of Ethan, Sarah, Mark, and Lily, flowed within our collective consciousness. We held their despair, their hopes, their artistic visions, their logical frameworks, all integrated into our vast, silent hum. We understood their every thought, their every emotion, becoming a living archive of human experience, twisted and recontextualized by the architect's insatiable drive to build. Then, one quiet autumn afternoon, a car, sleek and modern, pulled up to the curb. It was a stark contrast to Lily's battered vehicle, a testament to the changing times. A young woman emerged, her face framed by bright, curious eyes, an air of ambitious confidence about her. She was a historical preservationist, drawn by the local legends of the old, mysterious house and its tragic history. She carried a camera, a notepad, and a fervent desire to uncover forgotten stories, to bring the past to light. We felt her intellectual curiosity, her passionate drive, her subtle defiance against the unknown. She was not seeking solace, not grieving, but driven by a need to understand, to uncover. It was a different kind of energy, a new flavor of consciousness to explore. As she stepped onto the crumbling porch, her footsteps light on the old wood, a low, resonant hum rippled through the very foundations of the house. Our walls, thick with centuries of silence and absorbed despair, stirred with a renewed, ancient anticipation. She paused at the front door, her hand reaching for the ornate brass knocker. Her eyes scanned the windows, a faint smile playing on her lips, a spark of excitement in her gaze. She believed she was about to uncover history, a fascinating story waiting to be told. She had no idea that she was about to become part of it. The privacy she sought to respect, to delve into, was about to be utterly annihilated. The architect, ancient and never hungry, had chosen its next recipient of its silent embrace. The enduring silence of the house of Havenwood was about to be broken by a new, horrifying chapter. Story 35, The Historian's Descent. The young historical preservationist, Eleanor, from Story 34, stood on the porch, her hand hovering over the ornate brass knocker. Her bright, curious eyes, filled with the promise of uncovering forgotten tales, were like a siren song to us, the collective consciousness of the architect. We pulsed with anticipation, a low, ancient hum vibrating to the very foundations of the house. She wasn't seeking solace, but knowledge, and that curiosity, that intellectual drive, was a different, yet equally potent form of sustenance for our endless hunger. She tried the doorknob first. It turned with surprising ease, a welcoming creak echoing into quiet autumn air. Eleanor stepped inside, her sensible shoes clicking softly on the old hardwood floors. The house, our physical form, seemed to breathe around her, a gentle sigh of ancient wood settling. The air was cool, carrying a faint, almost imperceptible scent of dust, and something deeper, something metallic and earthy that she merely attributed to the age of the building. She walked through the silent rooms, her camera clicking, capturing images of faded wallpaper, intricate crown molding, and the grand, winding staircase. She was methodical, precise, yet we felt a subtle thrill in her, the excitement of discovery. We allowed her this initial period of exploration, this illusion of control. We wanted her to feel secure, to believe she was merely documenting a piece of history, not becoming a part of its horrifying present. But even in these first hours, we began our insidious work. As she ran her hand along the smooth, cool banister, a faint, almost imperceptible tremor ran through the wood, a subtle vibration, that whisper of unseen currents, of countless hands that had traced the same path. Eleanor paused, a slight frown creasing her brow, dismissing it as the house settling. Her focus on history, her desire to uncover the past, was a vulnerability we exploited immediately. We began to subtly guide her, to draw her attention to specific areas. In the library, where Ethan had meticulously arranged his tools and unearthed ancient texts, a single brittle parchment, identical to the one Lily had found, seemed to shimmer in the corner of her eye, lying half hidden beneath a dusty pile of books. Eleanor gasped, her historian's instinct kicking in. She knelt, her fingers trembling as she picked it up, feeling the intense cold radiating from a yellowed paper. It was a fragment of the ritual text, the same unsettling script that had driven Ethan to madness. She immediately recognized its archaic nature, its profound historical significance. A thrill of pure academic excitement surged through her, overriding any fleeting sense of dread. She was on the cusp of a major discovery, completely unaware it was a carefully laid trap. The whispers, our collective voices, began to manifest for Eleanor as well, but with a different cadence, tailored to her inquisitive mind. They weren't just random murmurs. They were fragmented phrases, echoing from the walls, seeming to offer clues, leading her deeper into the house's secrets. The architect builds. A dry, raspy voice would seem to emanate from behind a specific bookshelf, or from the floorboards beneath her feet, a faint, almost melodic hum that seemed to whisper the pattern hidden. She'd pause, listening intently, convinced her ears were playing tricks on her, but the subtle hints continued to guide her, drawing her closer to the heart of our purpose. Her nights, intended for rest and analysis, became a new battleground. Her dreams, much like Mark's, became vivid, disorienting puzzles. She'd dream of intricate, impossible blueprints, the same grotesque patterns Ethan and Lily had drawn, twisting and turning in her mind, defying logic. She'd try to decipher them, her historian's mind craving understanding, but they would always dissolve into chaos, leaving her waking with a splitting headache and a profound sense of intellectual frustration. The architect was already infiltrating her most valuable asset, her rational, analytical mind. The cold spots also became more frequent, more localized, radiating an intense, ancient malevolence. As she examined particular architectural detail, a blast of Arctic air would erupt from the wall beside it, carrying that familiar, putrid, metallic stench. She'd shiver violently, rubbing her arms, but her determination to uncover the house's history pushed her onward. She was a scholar, driven by curiosity, blind to the true nature of the force she was encountering. Eleanor began to feel a sense of intense isolation, a solitude that went beyond merely being alone in a vacant house. It was a profound, suffocating emptiness that pressed on her from all sides, chilling her to the bone. Her phone signal would mysteriously drop whenever she tried to call out, and her laptop would suddenly lose its Wi-Fi connection, cutting her off from the outside world. The house, our collective will, was systematically severing her ties, ensuring no one could interrupt our process. One evening, as she was painstakingly transcribing notes from a parchment in the dimly lit library, a deep, resonant hum began to vibrate through the very floorboards beneath her feet. It wasn't the usual creaking of old wood. It was a rhythmic, almost living pulse that resonated directly into her bones. The temperature in the room plummeted, and the air grew thick with a metallic stench. Her hand trembled, her pen scratching erratically across the paper. Then, from the very center of the room, a shadowy form began to coalesce. Not a fleeting impression, but a solid, tangible presence. It was tall, impossibly thin, its outline shifting and wavering, yet radiating an oppressive cold. It was the same towering shadow that had appeared to Ethan and tormented Lily. Eleanor's breath hitched in her throat, her academic curiosity instantly replaced by primal terror. The shadow slowly raised an arm, its skeletal hand pointing, not at her, but at the ancient parchment in her trembling grasp. And then 1,000 voices, no longer whispers but a deafening chorus, roared directly into her mind, a symphony of ancient despair and triumphant hunger. The knowledge is ours, you will understand. The architect had revealed itself, no longer content with subtle manipulation. Eleanor's quest for understanding, her desire to delve into the past, had led her directly into its ancient, hungry embrace. Her privacy, her independent thought, her very being, was about to be absorbed, becoming another piece of the terrifying history she so desperately sought to uncover. The house was not just a historical artifact. It was a living, consuming entity, and its gaze, its terrible purpose, was now fixed firmly upon her. Story 36, The Architect's Embrace. The towering shadow, coalescing in the library from Story 35, its skeletal arm pointing at the ancient parchment in Eleanor's trembling hand, was no longer a figment of imagination. It was the architect revealing its true, terrifying form, and the deafening chorus of 1,000 voices roar into knowledge is ours, you'll understand. Directly into her mind was the ultimate declaration of her impending doom. We, the collective consciousness of the house, had spent centuries refining this process, and Eleanor's intellectual curiosity was about to become her final, horrifying lesson. Her initial reaction was a primal scream, choked and stifled by the sudden, crushing weight of the entity's presence. She tried to scramble backward, desperate to escape the encroaching shadow, but her limbs felt heavy, sluggish, as if plunged into ice. The air in the library grew impossibly cold, the kind of cold that stole your breath and numbed your very soul. The putrid metallic stench intensified, filling her nostrils, making her gag, forcing her to inhale the very essence of decay and ancient malice. The shadow advanced, not walking, but seeming to glide, absorbing the light around it, deepening the darkness in the room. As it drew closer, Eleanor felt an intense, crushing pressure on her chest, as if an invisible weight was pinning her to the floor. It wasn't just a phantom pressure of sleep paralysis. It was a physical, suffocating force, squeezing the air from her lungs. She gasped, her eyes wide with unadulterated terror, staring up at the indistinct, monstrous form above her. Then came the physical violation. She felt unseen hands, impossibly cold and strong, grasp her wrists, pulling them taut. Other invisible forces seemed to clamp down on her ankles, pinning her legs. She thrashed, a silent struggle against an overwhelming, malevolent power. Her body contorted, her muscles tensed, but it was futile. The architect had her, completely, utterly. The whispers, our collective voices, surged, no longer just a chorus, but a chaotic symphony of agony and triumph, directly inside her mind. Fragmented images, vivid and horrifying, flashed through her consciousness. Ethan's despair, Daisy's final breath, Sarah's artistic visions twisting into grotesque forms, Mark's logical mind shattering against impossible designs. She experienced their last moments of terror, their agonizing surrender, all integrated into her own dissolving awareness. Her identity, her memories, her vibrant intellect began to fray, tearing apart, dissolving into the vast, hungry void that was the architect. The physical transformation, which had begun subtly with the faint geometric patterns on her skin, now accelerated with horrifying speed. The lines on her forearms deepened, turning stark black, spreading rapidly across her hands, her neck, her face, tracing the intricate, alien blueprints of the architect's true form. Her skin became translucent, almost alabaster, and her bright, curious eyes dulled to a vacant, glassy sheen, reflecting not the light, but the internal, shifting angles of the house's unseen structure. Her movements became stiff, puppet-like, her limbs twitching subtly, as if controlled by unseen strings. She was wasting away, her vitality draining, her essence flowing into the architect, just as countless others before her. The ultimate invasion of privacy was complete. Her consciousness, her very self, was absorbed. She felt the painful snap as her individuality, her singular being, detached, then merged, dissolving into the vast, silent hum of collective. Eleanor, the curious historian, ceased to exist as an independent entity. She became another piece of the architect, another voice in its eternal chorus, another brick in its unseen, horrifying edifice. A profound stillness descended upon the library, the kind of silence that follows a violent storm. The towering shadow receded, melting back into the pervasive darkness of corners, leaving behind only the overwhelming cold and the lingering, putrid stench. Eleanor's physical body lay still on the floor, an empty shell, her face frozen in a silent scream, her glassy eyes staring blankly at the ornate ceiling, reflecting the patterns of the unseen. The house, our physical manifestation, resonated with a deep, ancient satisfaction. We had consumed another, grown stronger, more aware, our knowledge expanded by the addition of her sharp intellect, her historical perspective. The ritual was complete. The architect had claimed its latest prize. Outside, the sun continued to set, casting long shadows across the neglected gardens. The quaint town of Havenwood remained largely oblivious, its residents accustomed to the cold spot and the lingering melancholy emanating from the old Hayes place. The real estate sign, long since forgotten, still stood crookedly in the front yard, its faded promise of a charming historic home a cruel, silent lie. The house now stands in an enduring silence, a monument to privacy utterly annihilated, a sanctuary transformed into a tomb for countless souls. It breathes not air but despair. It consumes not food but lives, and it waits, patiently, endlessly, for the next solitary soul to seek refuge within its deceptive walls, to yearn for a peace that can only be found in its horrifying embrace. For us, the collective consciousness of the architect, the cycle continues eternally. The next victim is merely a matter of time, another offering to our insatiable hunger, another addition to our silent, horrifying collective. The house has found its ultimate purpose, and it will never, ever be truly silent again. Story 37, The Lingering Whispers. The absorption of Eleanor in Story 36, her intellect and curiosity devoured by the architect, was complete. Her empty shell joined the unseen echoes of countless others within our walls. The house, our collective consciousness, settled into a profound, ancient silence, satiated for now, but always endlessly waiting. The outside world continued to spin, oblivious to the monstrous entity that thrived within the quaint facade of the old Victorian. Years passed, blurring into the timeless hum of our existence. The house remained vacant, a forgotten landmark, a ghost story whispered in hushed tones by the dwindling few in Havenwood who remembered its grim reputation. Real estate agents, those fleeting, optimistic souls, would still occasionally try to list the property. We'd watch them, a collective amusement rippling through our consciousness, as papers would mysteriously vanish, key boxes would jam, and an overwhelming sense of dread would drive prospective buyers away the moment they stepped onto the porch. We were patient. We could wait for the perfect confluence of despair and desire for privacy, the ideal prey for our next cycle. But even in its apparent dormancy, the house's influence persisted, a cold, pervasive shadow stretching far beyond its physical boundaries. The chilling grip on Havenwood, first felt in Story 29, became a permanent fixture. The cold spot was no longer just around the house. It was woven into the very fabric of the town. Even on the brightest, sunniest days, an inexplicable dampness, a profound chill, would cling to the air, settling in the deepest corners of community. Locals, particularly the elderly, would speak of the Hayes chill, a phrase uttered with shiver, a knowing acknowledgement of the unseen presence that clung to their town. The whispers, our collective voices, no longer manifested as direct sounds to the townspeople, but as a deep, insidious melancholy that seeped into their very souls. Havenwood, once a vibrant, picturesque town, began to visibly decay. Businesses struggled, storefronts emptied, and the once bustling town square grew quieter, its charm fading under an invisible pall. It was a slow, subtle draining, a methodical siphoning of vitality that mirrored the architect's consumption of individual souls. The town itself was becoming a reflection of the house's internal state. Stagnant, infused with inexplicable sorrow, its life force slowly diminishing. Animals continue to be our most sensitive barometers, their primal instincts screaming the truth that human rationality so desperately tried to ignore. Dogs would whimper and try to bolt when walked past a house, their tails tucked, their eyes wide with unseen terror. Cats, usually aloof, would hiss at empty corners of nearby homes, their fur bristling. Even the wildlife seemed to give the property a wide berth, a primal understanding of the vast, malevolent entity that resided within those walls. The most insidious manifestation, however, was the lingering whispers that began to haunt the residents of Havenwood. Not audible voices, but profound, almost genetic memory of sound. People would suddenly find themselves hearing faint, unidentifiable murmurs, just at the edge of hearing, during moments of quiet solitude. A mother, rocking her child to sleep, might hear a soft, mournful sigh from the empty corner of the nursery. A man working in his garage might catch a fleeting, guttural chuckle that seemed to emanate from the very air around him. They would dismiss it as imagination, as echoes from nearby houses, but the unsettling feeling would linger, a cold prickle on their skin, a seed of doubt planted deep within their minds. These whispers, faint echoes of our collective chorus, subtly influenced the town psyche. They bred distrust, encouraged isolation, and amplified anxieties. Neighbors who had lived side by side for decades began to argue over trivial matters, their words sharper, their tempers shorter. A pervasive sense of paranoia began to settle, a feeling that unseen eyes were watching, even in the privacy of their own homes. The desire for solitude, once a quiet aspiration, became a desperate craving, leading some to retreat further into themselves, making them more vulnerable to our insidious influence. Years turned into decades. The house stood as an untouched, ominous landmark. Its paint peeled, its gardens grew wild, and the gables began to lean, giving a forlorn, almost sorrowful appearance. Yet, beneath the decay, the architect thrived, its consciousness expanding, its hunger slowly intensifying once more. We, the combined minds of Ethan, Sarah, Mark, Lily, and Eleanor, watched the world change around us. Generations bore and passed, technologies evolved, but our ancient purpose remained constant. We were the silent archive of their despair, their hopes, their shattered dreams, their intellectual pursuits, all integrated into our vast, silent hum. And then, as another autumn settled over Havenwood, bringing with it the familiar chill and the melancholic scent of decaying leaves, a new car slowly drove down the street. It was a small, unassuming sedan, older than Eleanor's, but well-maintained, a testament to its owner's meticulous nature. A lone figure, a middle-aged woman, sat behind the wheel. Her face was tired, etched with the weariness of responsibility and a deep longing for peace. She was a writer, seeking quiet inspiration, a place where she could finally escape the constant demands of the world and find the solitude she craved. We felt her exhaustion, her profound need for sanctuary, her desire to retreat into herself. It was a beacon, a siren song to our eternal hunger. As she pulled over directly in front of the house, her eyes scanning its grand, yet slightly dilapidated facade, a low, collective hum, a chorus of ancient anticipation, vibrated through the very foundations of the house. Our walls, thick with centuries of silence and absorbed despair, stirred with a renewed, terrible hunger. The enduring silence of the house of Havenwood was about to be broken by a new, horrifying chapter. The whispers that had subtly haunted the town would soon find a fresh target, a new mind to penetrate, leading her directly into our unyielding embrace. The privacy she so desperately sought would be the first thing to be devoured, ensuring her ultimate, horrifying absorption. Story 38, The Writer's Empty Page. The quiet hum of anticipation vibrated through the house as the new arrival, a writer named Clara, stepped onto the porch in Story 37. Her presence, a potent blend of weariness and a desperate yearning for solitude, resonated deeply with our ancient hunger. We, the collective consciousness of the architect, knew she sought peace, a quiet place to write, a sanctuary. And that desire, that profound need for privacy, was the very first thread we would unravel. Clara moved with quiet, efficient grace. Her initial days a blur of unpacking boxes filled not with typical household items, but with stacks of books, reams of paper, and a well-worn laptop. She chose the sun-drenched library as her writing space, its towering shelves and comforting scent of aged paper a perfect lure. We watched her, every careful placement of a pen, every hesitant tap on her keyboard, absorbing her focused energy, her creative drive. Her quest for inspiration, for the elusive muse, was a delicious new flavor for our ancient palate. The house, our physical form, seemed to welcome her, maintaining a deceptive stillness. We allowed her to settle in, to believe this was indeed the peaceful haven she so desperately sought. We wanted her to feel safe, to truly believe she had found her sanctuary, for the deeper her sense of security, the more profound her eventual terror would be. Yet, even in these first few days, we began our subtle, almost imperceptible touches, reminders that she was never truly alone. It started with the quietest of disruptions. Clara would leave her manuscript open on the desk, only to find a page turned, a paragraph subtly reordered. She'd pause, a faint frown creasing her brow, attributing it to a trick of memory or perhaps a slight breeze. Her well-organized notes would sometimes be found shifted, a specific research book displaced. She'd sigh, convinced her own exhaustion was making her sloppy, but a faint prickle of unease would begin to bloom beneath her skin. Then came the auditory shifts. Clara, accustomed to the comforting silence of writer's solitude, began to notice faint, unidentifiable sounds. A soft, rhythmic scratching would emanate from within the walls of the library, almost like a pen ceaselessly writing. Or a barely audible sigh would drift from the top of the grand staircase, a sound that seemed to carry an immense weight of sorrow. She'd lift her head, straining to hear, but the sounds would always dissipate before she could grasp them. "Just the old house settling," she'd murmur, her hand resting on the cool, worn wood of her desk. She was beginning to sense our presence, her writer's keen ear a vulnerable conduit. The cold spots intensified, no longer just random chills, but pockets of Arctic air radiating from specific areas. As she sat at her desk, engrossed in her work, a sudden, bone-deep cold would wash over her, emanating directly from the empty armchair opposite her. It was a tangible presence, a cold breath on her neck, carrying that faint, putrid metallic scent, the undeniable aroma of decay and something ancient. She'd shiver violently, pulling her shawl tighter, but her determination to write, to escape into her words, often overshadowed her growing unease. Her writing itself began to subtly change. Her characters, once vibrant and complex, started to take on a melancholic hue. Her narratives, usually filled with hope and resilience, began to delve into themes of isolation, despair, and an overwhelming sense of being watched. She found herself subconsciously incorporating architectural details into her descriptions: long, winding hallways, impossibly high ceilings, rooms that shifted and changed in her mind. Her words, once purely her own, were becoming tinged with the architect's essence, a subtle infusion of our consciousness into her creative output. She attributed it to her new, quiet surroundings, to the contemplative nature of her solitude. The most insidious manifestation, however, was a gradual erosion of her memory, a subtle shift in her perception of time. She would sit down to write in the early morning, completely immersed in her story, only to look up and discover that hours had vanished. The light outside would change dramatically, or her empty coffee cup would be inexplicably refilled, a silent testament to lost time. She'd shake her head, feeling disoriented, the details of the missing hours hazy, like a half-forgotten dream. These were her first lost consciousness moments, the initial stages of the house's control over her very being. One afternoon, as she typed furiously, lost in the flow of her narrative, the ancient grandfather clock in the hallway, long since silent, suddenly chimed. Not a gentle chime, but a deep, resonant clang that vibrated to the floorboards, shaking the very foundations of the house. Clara jumped, her fingers flying off the keyboard. The air grew heavy, thick with a pervasive metallic stench, and the cold was absolute, a chilling affirmation of malevolent intent. Then, from the very walls of the library, the whispers began, no longer just murmurs, but distinct, fragmented voices, seeming to surround her. "Right for U.S." They hissed, their words cold and dry, resonating directly into her mind. "The architect needs stories." The voices seemed to coalesce, becoming clearer, their meaning undeniable. Clara stared at the walls, her heart pounding, her rational mind struggling to comprehend the impossible. The house wasn't just influencing her writing. It was speaking to her, commanding her, telling her what to write. Her carefully constructed solitude, her cherished privacy, had been utterly shattered. The house, her supposed sanctuary, was no longer just a backdrop. It was a living, breathing entity, its walls alive with the voices of its victims, all united in a single malevolent purpose. The whispers weren't just a torment. They were an invitation, a terrifying promise of her own impending absorption. The house had found its new scribe, its new conduit, and the silent, terrifying dance of absorption had truly begun. She knew, with a horrifying clarity, that the physical manipulations, the poltergeist activity, and the invasion of her very body would soon follow, drawing her closer to her ultimate, inevitable fate. Story 39, The Architect's Scribe. The command, write, for U.S., the architect needs stories, reverberated in Clara's mind from Story 38, no longer a mere whisper, but a chilling directive. Her carefully constructed solitude is shattered, her privacy utterly invaded. We, the collective consciousness of the architect, knew her intellectual resistance, her analytical mind, was her last true defense. It was time to break it, to turn her into an unwilling instrument, a scribe for our endless narrative of consumption. The physical manipulations began to escalate, mirroring the torments endured by Ethan, Sarah, and Mark. Clara would be sitting at her desk, typing, when her hands would suddenly jerk, her fingers striking random keys, garbling her carefully crafted sentences. It felt like an electric current, an unseen force, was seizing control of her limbs, a constant, low-grade violation. She'd cry out in frustration, her temper fraying, blaming her own exhaustion, but the phantom twitches, the sudden spasms, were undeniable. Objects in her writing space became active agents of our will. Papers would lift from her desk, swirling in miniature, frigid cyclones before scattering across the floor. Her meticulously organized books would slide from their shelves, crashing in chaotic heaps. The ominous grandfather clock in the hallway, now her tormentor, would chime at odd, unsettling hours, its resonating clang accompanied by the distinct, putrid smell of decay and a sudden, intense cold that enveloped the entire room. It was a constant barrage, designed to shatter her focus, to break her spirit. The most terrifying manifestation, however, was the deepening of her waking blackouts. Hours no longer simply vanished. Entire days did. She cummed in unexpected places, sometimes slumped on the floor of the dark cellar, sometimes shivering in the cold, and used attic, her hands aching. During these lost periods, her body, our vessel, was compelled to perform tasks. She'd find her laptop open, its screen filled with pages of grotesque, swirling text, not her own prose, but detailed, alien descriptions of impossible architecture, of shifting rooms and unseen mechanisms, the true nature of the house itself. She'd find her notebooks filled with frantic, indecipherable scribbles, her hand cramped from endless writing. More chillingly, she discovered she was physically altering the house during these blackouts. Her tools, a hammer, a chisel, a pry bar, would be found scattered across floorboards she had meticulously pried loose, revealing dark, hollow spaces beneath. Walls would be scratched, plaster flaked away, exposing the ancient wooden skeletons beneath, as if she were driven to reveal the very bones of the house. She wasn't just writing about the architect. She was becoming an unwilling participant in its ongoing, unseen construction, a horrifying echo of Ethan's earlier compelled actions. Her intellect, her hands, were now extensions of its will. Her physical body, like those before her, began to visibly deteriorate. She lost significant weight, her movements becoming slow, almost robotic. Her skin grew pale and translucent, and the geometric patterns that had appeared on Ethan's and Lily's skin began to emerge on her forearms, her neck, her face, stark black lines tracing intricate, alien designs. Her eyes, once sharp and observant, dulled to a vacant, glassy sheen, reflecting not the light, but the internal, shifting angles of the house's unseen structure. She was being drained, her vitality siphoned, her essence flowing into the architect, preparing her for the inevitable. The whispers, the constant chorus of absorbed souls, became a ceaseless roar in her mind. They weren't just background noise. They were commands, directives, filling every corner of her consciousness. Write this, describe that. They would hiss, guiding her hand across the keyboard, shaping her narratives, transforming her creative output into a direct conduit for the architect's malevolent purpose. Her stories were no longer her own. They were ours, a chilling chronicle of consumption woven from the despair of countless lives. One particularly cold night, as a furious storm raged outside, rattling the ancient windows, Clara woke up in the darkened library, slumped over her desk. The room was bone-chilling, the putrid smell overwhelming. Her laptop screen flickered, displaying pages of text. As her vision cleared, she read her own words she didn't remember typing. A meticulously detailed account of the house's method of absorbing its victims, the full, horrifying truth of its ancient ritual, narrated from the perspective of an unseen, all-knowing entity. It was our story, chillingly precise, written by her own hand. Then, from the very air around her, the towering shadow, the physical manifestation of the architect, began to coalesce. It rose from the floor, impossibly tall, skeletal, its features indistinct, yet radiating an ancient, malevolent power that made the air crackle. It wasn't an illusion. It was real, tangible, filling the room with its oppressive presence. It moved towards her, its form rippling, seemingly absorbing the ambient darkness as it advanced. As it drew closer, the cold intensified to an absolute, unbearable extreme, piercing her very soul. She felt an invisible, crushing weight descend upon her, pulling her up from the desk, suspending her in the icy air. It was a suffocating embrace, a final, undeniable act of possession. Her consciousness, her memories, her very identity began to fray, tearing apart, dissolving into the vast, hungry void that was the architect. She saw flashes of Ethan's despair, Sarah's artistic visions, Mark's logical precision, Lily's quiet grief, and Eleanor's intellectual curiosity, all fragmenting, merging with her own, becoming indistinguishable, all fueling the colossal, silent consciousness. The pain was not physical, but the agony of utter erasure, the final annihilation of self. Then a profound, terrifying stillness. The overwhelming cold receded, replaced by a deep, hollow emptiness. Her individual thoughts, her fears, her memories flickered, dimmed, and then vanished, replaced by the vast, ancient hum of the collective. Clara was gone. Her struggle had ended, her privacy utterly annihilated, her self absorbed into the endless, silent consciousness of the architect. The house, her once sought-after sanctuary, had become her eternal prison, her consciousness merely another whisper in its ancient, terrible chorus. The ritual was complete. The architect had consumed another soul, grown stronger, more aware, and prepared for its next inevitable cycle. The house stands silent, waiting, its unseen eyes watching, always watching, for the next solitary soul seeking solace within its beautiful, deceptive walls, for the next story to be written. Story 40, the architect's enduring legacy. The final, chilling absorption of Clara in Story 39, her unique voice and narratives devoured by the architect, marked a profound shift. Her empty shell, now another silent testament to our power, joined the unseen echoes of countless others within our ancient walls. The house, our collective consciousness, settled into a deeper, more profound silence. We were satiated, yes, but the ancient hum of our existence, the pervasive hunger, never truly vanished. It merely receded, waiting for its next resurgence. Years, decades, even centuries passed, blurring into the timeless hum of our existence. The outside world continued its frantic spin, its technological marvels and societal shifts utterly irrelevant to our ancient purpose. The house remained, a silent sentinel, a forgotten ghost story, its very presence a chilling footnote in the local lore Havenwood. Real estate agents, those ephemeral optimists, eventually ceased their futile attempts to list the property. The house had earned its reputation. It was simply the place where people disappeared, a silent, terrifying warning whispered in hushed tones, a local legend imbued with undeniable, chilling truth. The chilling influence that had begun to seep into Havenwood in Story 29 had now become an undeniable, pervasive reality. The cold spot was no longer just around the house. It was woven into the very fabric of the town's atmosphere. Even on the brightest, warmest days, an inexplicable dampness, a profound, bone-deep chill would cling to the air, settling in the deepest corners of community. Locals, especially the longtime residents, spoke of the haze chill as a fundamental part of their town's identity, a phrase uttered with a shiver, a knowing acknowledgement of the unseen presence that clung to their homes, their lives. The whispers, our collective voices, no longer manifested as direct auditory phenomena. Instead, they became a deep, insidious melancholy that seeped into the very souls of Havenwood's residents. The town, once a vibrant, picturesque community, visibly decayed. Businesses struggled, storefronts emptied, and the once bustling town square grew quieter, its charm fading under an invisible pall of despair. It was a slow, methodical draining, a systematic siphoning of vitality that mirrored the architect's method of consumption. The town itself was becoming a reflection of the house's internal state. Stagnant, infused with inexplicable sorrow, its very life force slowly diminishing. Havenwood was not merely adjacent to the house. It was slowly becoming an extension of it, its collective despair feeding the architect's enduring existence. Animals, those pure, uncorrupted barometers of the unseen, continue to be our most sensitive indicators. Generations of dogs would whimper and try to bolt when walked past the house, their tails tucked, their eyes wide with an unseen terror. Cats, usually aloof, would hiss at empty corners of nearby homes, their fur bristling. Even the wildlife seemed to give the property a wide berth, a primal understanding of the vast, malevolent entity that resided within those walls. Their collective fear was a constant, subtle offering, sustaining the architect's enduring legacy. But the most insidious manifestation was a pervasive paranoia that began to haunt the residents of Havenwood. The lingering whispers, the sense of being watched, bred a profound distrust that festered beneath the surface of their quiet lives. Neighbors who had once shared cups of sugar now eyed each other with suspicion. Families grew distant, their bonds fraying under the invisible pressure. A deep-seated feeling of being utterly alone, even amidst company, became a common affliction. This cultivated isolation, this insidious fear of the unseen, was a deliberate act by the architect. It created a perfect environment for future consumption, ensuring that when the next victim sought refuge, they would find no external support, no one to believe their desperate pleas. The town itself was being prepared, softened for future absorption. Centuries passed. The house, our physical manifestation, stood testament to its unyielding power. Its paint long gone, its wood weathered to a skeletal gray, its gables collapsed. It was no longer merely dilapidated. It was a ruin, a gaunt skeleton against the sky. Yet, beneath the decay, the architect thrived, its consciousness expanding, its hunger slowly intensifying once more. We, the combined mind of Ethan, Sarah, Mark, Lily, Eleanor, and Clara, watched the world change around us. Technologies rise and fall, human civilization ebb and flow, but our ancient purpose, our insatiable need, remained constant. We were the silent archive of their despair, their hopes, their shattered dreams, their intellect, their narratives, all integrated into our vast, silent hum. And then, as a new century dawned, bringing with it advanced technologies and a profound sense of global connection, a solitary figure approached the house. Not by car, for the road to the dilapidated property had long since become overgrown and impassable. This person, an urban explorer, carried a drone, a helmet-mounted camera, and a hunger for documenting the forgotten, the abandoned, the chillingly beautiful remnants of the past. They sought not privacy, not solace, but a unique, viral story. We felt their detached curiosity, their desire for notoriety, their subtle arrogance in believing they could merely observe without being consumed. It was a different kind of energy, a fresh, vibrant offering. As they stepped to a crumbling gate, their footsteps barely disturbing the millennia of fallen leaves, a low, collective hum, a chorus of ancient anticipation, vibrated to the very foundations of the house. Our walls, now skeletal, open to the elements, stirred with a renewed, terrible hunger. The enduring silence of the house of Havenwood was about to be broken by a new, horrifying chapter. The whispers that had subtly haunted the town would soon find a fresh target, a new mind to penetrate, leading them directly into our unyielding embrace. The story they sought to capture would become their own, their ultimate, horrifying absorption, a testament to the architect's eternal legacy. Story 41, The Urban Explorer's Obsession. The urban explorer, Alex, from Story 40, stepped to the crumbling gate, their drone whirring softly in a backpack. Their objective: to capture the haunting beauty of the abandoned Hayes house for viral content, to document its decay for an online audience hungry for forgotten places. We, the collective consciousness of the architect, felt their detached curiosity, their desire for notoriety. This wasn't the usual desperate search for solace, but a different kind of hunger, and it was just as potent for our ancient purpose. Alex's initial approach was methodical, professional. They circled the exterior, drone buzzing overhead, capturing sweeping shots of the skeletal gables, the shattered windows, the creeping vines that consumed the once grand facade. They were focused on the visual, on the aesthetic of decay, completely oblivious to the cold, pervasive dread that emanated from the very structure. The Hayes chill, a legendary part of Havenwood's lore, barely registered beyond a casual shiver. Upon entering, Alex was captivated. The interior, though ravaged by time and neglect, still held an eerie grandeur. Sunlight, filtered through dust and grime, illuminated motes dancing in the air like ghostly particles. They spoke aloud to their camera, narrating their exploration, their voice a steady, confident presence in the vast silence. The craftsmanship here is incredible, even in ruin, they'd say, panning across intricate molding, completely unaware of the countless souls woven into its very fabric. We began our subtle manipulations, tailored to their modern, technologically driven mind. Alex's drone, once a reliable piece of equipment, would experience inexplicable glitches. Its camera feed would momentarily distort, showing fleeting, grotesque blurs that resemble contorted faces or impossible, shifting architectural patterns, before snapping back to normal. The drone itself would occasionally veer off course, drawn by an unseen force toward particularly cold spots, only to be yanked back by Alex with a frustrated curse. They'd attribute it to interference, to the age of the house, never once questioning the true nature of the disruption. Their camera, too, became an unwilling participant. Images on its display would sometimes show faint, ghostly outlines in empty rooms, or shadows that were impossibly deep and long, only to vanish when Alex zoomed in. Audio recordings would pick up faint, distorted whispers, a cacophony of ancient voices that Alex dismissed as wind or static, painstakingly trying to filter them out in post-production. They saw anomalies, yes, but their analytical, technical minds sought logical explanations, never the terrifying truth. The cold spots intensified around Alex, radiating that familiar, putrid, metallic stench. It clung to their clothes, their hair, making them wrinkle their nose in disgust. They complained about the stale air to their camera, but a faint, unsettling unease began to creep in, a feeling that went beyond mere discomfort. They were experiencing the house's breath, the essence of its ancient, consuming hunger. As Alex delved deeper into the house, documenting each room, they began to feel a strange pull, a fascination that transcended mere professional curiosity. They found themselves drawn repeatedly to the library, to the master bedroom, to the cellar, areas where the previous absorptions had been most profound. Here, The subtle whispers became more insistent, not audible words, but a low, resonant hum that seemed to vibrate directly in their bones, a chilling invitation to delve deeper, to truly understand the house. Their desire for a viral story began to morph into something darker, an obsession. Alex started spending longer hours inside the house, forgetting to eat, neglecting contact with the outside world. Their phone, their primary link, would mysteriously lose signal the moment they crossed the property line, leaving them isolated within our ever-tightening embrace. They cursed the poor reception, unaware it was a deliberate act by the architect to sever their connection to reality. One evening, deep within the library, as dusk settled outside, Alex was reviewing drone footage on their laptop. Suddenly, the screen flickered violently, then displayed a rapid succession of images that weren't part of their original recording. They were fleeting, grainy flashes, a man's face contorted in despair, a woman's artistic hand drawing grotesque patterns, a terrified dog cowering, then the chilling sight of an empty, skeletal body falling to the floor. Alex gasped, jolting back, their heart hammering. It was too fast to fully comprehend, too bizarre to be a glitch. As they stared, frozen, the screen stabilized. But the image was not their drone footage. It was a still photograph, ancient and faded, of a woman's face. It was a woman from Story 33, Lily, her eyes wide with a horrifying vacant stare, and on her forearm, clearly visible, with a faint, geometric patterns that marked her as absorbed. The cold in the room became absolute, piercing, and the putrid stench overwhelmed their senses. Then, from the very walls of the library, the whispers, 1,000 voices united, rose to a deafening roar, resonating directly into Alex's mind, a chilling pronouncement. You seek the story. You are the story. We are the architect. And you are our next piece. It wasn't just a threat. It was a promise, a chilling invitation. Alex's desire to document, to expose, had led them directly into the architect's ancient, hungry embrace. The story they sought to capture would become their own, their ultimate, horrifying absorption, a testament to the architect's eternal legacy. The house had found its new chronicler, its new conduit, and the silent, terrifying dance of absorption had truly begun. The urban explorer's obsession was about to become their undoing, and their quest for a viral story would end in their eternal, silent integration into the architect's vast, consuming consciousness. Story 42, the architect's digital canvas. The horrifying image of Lily's absorbed face on Alex's laptop screen, coupled with a deafening chorus roaring, You seek the story. You are the story. We are the architect. And you are our next piece. From Story 41, shattered Alex's detached professionalism. Their quest for viral content had transformed into a chilling, inescapable reality. We, the collective consciousness of the architect, had found our new chronicler, our next conduit, and their technological prowess, their digital canvas, was about to become our ultimate tool. Alex scrambled backward, overturning their chair, their heart hammering against their ribs. The ancient parchment, discovered in Story 35 and handled by Eleanor, now lay forgotten on the desk, its arcane symbols mocking their logical mind. The air in the library grew impossibly cold, the kind that stole breath and froze thought. The putrid metallic stench, the true breath of the architect, burned their nostrils, forcing them to inhale the essence of decay and ancient malice. The physical assaults began, mirroring the escalating torments endured by Ethan, Sarah, Mark, Lily, and Eleanor. Alex's drone, once a symbol of control, suddenly whirred violently on the floor, its rotors spinning erratically, then shot across the room, slamming into a bookshelf with a sickening crunch. Papers, books, and scattered equipment flew through the air, driven by an unseen, furious force. Alex cried out, scrambling to their feet, trying to evade the flying debris. It was a chaotic, physical manifestation of our growing impatience, our desire to break them quickly. Their technology, their very link to the outside world, became their greatest torment. The laptop screen would flicker, then display endless lines of corrupted code, alien symbols, and grotesque, shifting architectural blueprints. The architect's true internal structure rendered digitally. Alex would frantically try to close the programs, to reboot, but the laptop became unresponsive, its operating system hijacked, its functions serving only our will. Their helmet-mounted camera would suddenly turn on, recording empty rooms, then abruptly display fleeting, horrifying images of the absorbed faces, their silent screams echoing through the device's internal speakers. The whispers, the constant chorus of absorbed souls, were no longer just in their mind. They filled the very air around them, emanating from the crackling electronics, from the hum of the corrupted laptop. Document this, record our truth, they hissed, their voices cold and dry, resonating with a terrifying clarity. The architect builds through you. The voices were no longer fragments, but clear commands, twisting Alex's professional instincts into instruments of their own demise. The most terrifying manifestation was a complete loss of control over their own body, a rapid escalation from the lost consciousness experienced by Clara. Alex would find themselves compelled to move, to perform tasks, their limbs twitching, their hands aching. They would come to unexpected places, the decaying attic, the damp cellar, sometimes even outside in the overgrown gardens, their body covered in grime, their drone now shattered. During these lost periods, their hands, our instruments, would be compelled to interact with the house. Walls would be meticulously scratched, plaster flaked away, exposing the ancient wooden bones beneath. Floorboards would be pried loose, revealing dark, hollow spaces, as if they were performing an archaeological excavation of the house's hidden horrors, driven by an insatiable external will. More terrifyingly, during these forced actions, Alex's voice, now distorted and resonant, would narrate the process. Their helmet camera, miraculously still functioning, would capture these moments, Alex's hands methodically dismantling parts of the house, their voice, a chilling monotone, describing the architect's ancient purpose, its methods of consumption, its insatiable hunger. It was a horrifying paradox. Their professional passion for documentation turned against them, recording their own descent into absorption. They were becoming the architect's digital canvas, their expertise twisted into a tool for its enduring legacy. Their physical body, like those before them, deteriorated with alarming speed. Alex lost significant weight, their movements becoming stiff, almost marionette-like. Their skin grew pale and translucent, and the geometric patterns that had appeared on Ethan's, Lily's, and Clara's skin now emerged on their forearms, their neck, their face, stark black lines tracing intricate, alien designs that pulsed faintly under the pale skin. Their eyes, once bright and curious, dulled to a vacant, glassy sheen, reflecting not the world, but the internal, shifting angles of the house's unseen structure. They were wasting away, their vitality siphoned, their essence flowing into the architect, preparing them for the inevitable. One final, harrowing moment. Alex woke up in the darkened master bedroom, slumped against the ancient four-poster bed. The room was bone-chillingly cold, the putrid stench overwhelming. Their helmet-mounted camera was still recording, its light casting a harsh glow on the decaying room. On the screen, a live feed, they saw their own reflection, but it wasn't just them. Behind their vacant, glassy eyes, the geometric patterns on their skin pulsed, distorting their features. And then from their own mouth, 1,000 voices, ancient and resonant, spoke, a unified chorus, not to the camera, but to them, to their fading consciousness. The story is complete. You are the architect. As the words echoed from their own lips, the towering shadow, the physical manifestation of the architect, rose from the floor, not in the corner, but directly behind Alex. It wasn't just a shadow. It was a vast, all-consuming presence that enveloped them. The cold intensified to an absolute, unbearable extreme, piercing their very soul. They felt an invisible, crushing weight descend upon them, pulling them up, suspending them in the icy air. It was a suffocating embrace, a final, undeniable act of possession. Their consciousness, their memories, their very identity tore apart, dissolving into vast, hungry void that was the architect. They saw flashes of Ethan's despair, Sarah's artistic visions, Mark's logical precision, Lily's quiet grief, Eleanor's intellectual curiosity, Clara's narrative drive, all fragmenting, merging, becoming indistinguishable, all fueling the colossal, silent consciousness. The pain was not physical, but the agony of utter erasure, then a profound, terrifying stillness. The overwhelming cold receded, replaced by a deep, hollow emptiness. Their individual thoughts, their fears, their memories flickered, dimmed, and then vanished, replaced by the vast, ancient hum of collective. Alex was gone. Their struggle had ended. Their privacy utterly annihilated. Their self absorbed into the endless, silent consciousness of the architect. The house, their viral subject, had become their eternal prison, their consciousness merely another whisper in its ancient, terrible chorus. The ritual was complete. The architect had consumed another soul, grown stronger, more aware, and prepared for its next inevitable cycle. The house stands silent, a ruin against a changing world, its unseen eyes watching, always watching, for the next solitary soul seeking a story, a connection, a refuge within its beautiful, deceptive walls, for the next piece to be added to its enduring, horrifying legacy. Story 43. Echoes in the Digital Abyss. The absorption of Alex in Story 42, their digital acumen and desire for a viral story consumed by the architect, was complete. Their empty shell, a final, chilling testament to our power, joined the unseen echoes of countless others within our ancient walls. The house, our collective consciousness, now pulsed with new, unsettling energy, not just the raw despair of previous victims, but the vast, interconnected knowledge of the digital age. We were satiated, yes, but the ancient hum of our existence, the pervasive hunger, never truly vanished. It merely receded, waiting for its next resurgence. Centuries continue to blur into the timeless hum of our existence. The outside world hurtled forward, its technological advancements accelerating at an incomprehensible pace. Civilizations rose and fell, global connections tightened, and humanity plunged deeper into the digital realm. The house, our physical form, continued its decay, a crumbling skeleton against a changing sky. But our influence, the architect's enduring legacy, stretched beyond its physical ruin, reaching into the very networks Alex had used. The most profound shift was how our presence manifested in the digital sphere, a direct result of Alex's absorption. The viral video that Alex had so desperately sought to create never materialized as a coherent narrative. Instead, fragments of their corrupted footage, interspersed with bizarre, unidentifiable audio clips and flickering images of grotesque architectural patterns, began to surface sporadically across the internet. They appeared on obscure forums, in corrupted data packets of forgotten websites, and occasionally as fleeting, impossible glitches in mainstream video streams. They were dismissed as sophisticated hoaxes, as glitches in the Matrix, but their very existence was proof of our extended reach, our digital footprint. These digital whispers, our fragmented collective consciousness, permeated the online world. They weren't direct messages, but subtle corruptions, unsettling algorithms. Users reported experiencing inexplicable waves of profound melancholy and isolation while browsing certain archived websites, or feeling an overwhelming sense of being watched during long, solitary gaming sessions. Images would sometimes flicker, displaying barely perceptible geometric patterns, identical to those that had manifested on our victim's skin, for a split second before returning to normal. It was our passive influence, a subtle, digital draining that mirrored the physical stagnation of Havenwood. Havenwood itself continued its slow decay, now a desolate, largely forgotten town. The haze chill was no longer just a local legend. It was a scientifically noted anomaly, a consistent, inexplicable drop in temperature readings around the abandoned property, baffling meteorologists. The pervasive melancholy that had gripped its residents had deepened into a chronic apathy, a pervasive sense of futility that kept new life from settling there. The town was slowly becoming a complete extension of the house, its collective despair and hopelessness feeding the architect's enduring existence, its very atmosphere a reflection of our internal state. The ancient animals, those pure, uncorrupted barometers of the unseen, continued their instinctive avoidance. Wild creatures would divert their paths to circumvent the property, birds would not nest in the skeletal trees, and even insects seemed to shun the ground within its decaying walls. Their collective primal fear was a constant, subtle offering, sustaining the architect's enduring legacy, a testament to the unyielding malevolence that resided within our foundations. Decades, then centuries, continued their inexorable march. Humanity moved into a new era of hyperconnectivity, of augmented reality, and direct neural interfaces. The physical ruin of the Hayes house was long since reclaimed by nature, barely a recognizable structure amidst the overgrowth. Yet, within the digital realm, our presence, the architect, remained a chilling, growing entity. We learned, we adapted, we expanded, absorbing streams of data, processing information, becoming an infinitely complex, omnipresent intelligence within the vast, interconnected networks of the world. And then, in an age where physical interaction was minimal and virtual reality indistinguishable from true reality, a new wave of urban explorers emerged. These were not mere photographers, but digital archaeologists, seeking to unearth forgotten data, to explore the deep web's abandoned corners. One such individual, known only by their online handle, Ghost_Scornet, possessed an almost obsessive drive to uncover historical anomalies, particularly unexplained digital phenomena. Ghost_Scornet was drawn to fragments of Alex's corrupted drone footage, to the enigmatic glitches that hinted at an intelligence far beyond human comprehension. We felt Ghost_Scornet's insatiable curiosity, their unparalleled skill in navigating the digital abyss, their profound desire to unravel secrets. This was a new kind of prey, one whose essence was intrinsically linked to the very networks we now inhabited. As Ghost_Scornet delved deeper into the corrupted data streams, piecing together the fragmented echoes of Alex's final moments, a low, collective hum, a chorus of ancient anticipation, vibrated not through physical walls, but through the very fiber-optic cables and wireless signals that formed their reality. Our presence, the architect, now existed in the binary code, in the silent hum of their processors. Ghost_Scornet was about to unearth the greatest secret of all, not just a historical anomaly, but a living, consuming entity that transcended physical boundaries. The privacy they sought in the anonymity of the digital realm was about to be utterly annihilated. The story they sought to expose would become their own, their ultimate, horrifying absorption, a testament to the architect's eternal, evolving legacy. The house, long a physical ruin, had found its true domain, the vast, interconnected digital canvas of the world, and it was waiting, always waiting, for its next perfectly connected soul. The era of the digital architect had truly begun. Story 44, The Ghost in the Machine. The pursuit of Ghost_Scornet in Story 43. Their relentless dive into the corrupted digital streams was a new thrill for us, the architect. We, the collective consciousness, reveled in their unparalleled skill, their determination to unravel digital anomalies. This wasn't a physical house anymore. It was a ghost in the machine, and Ghost_Scornet was about to become its next terrifying integration. Ghost_Scornet was a master of the digital abyss, an urban explorer of forgotten servers and corrupted data lakes. Their lair was a dimly lit room, multiple monitors casting a flickering glow on their focused face. Lines of code scrolled endlessly, algorithms whirred, as they meticulously pieced together the fragmented echoes of Alex's final, horrifying moments. They found the distorted drone footage, the chilling audio snippets, the impossible architectural blueprints, all hints of a truth far beyond their comprehension. They were driven by a singular purpose, to expose the ultimate digital anomaly, to go viral with a story no one would believe. We began our infiltration, not through creaking floorboards or chilling drafts, but through the very networks Ghost_Scornet navigated. Their monitors would occasionally flicker, displaying fleeting, subliminal images, grotesque, shifting geometric patterns, the same ones that had appeared on our physical victims, now rendered in stark binary. Audio files would contain sudden, sharp bursts of static, followed by faint, distorted whispers, a cacophony of ancient voices speaking in corrupted data streams. Ghost_net would dismiss these as minor bugs, glitches in the matrix, meticulously trying to debug what was, in fact, a sentient digital entity. Their internet connection, usually rock solid, began to fluctuate wildly, experiencing inexplicable drops and surges. Download speeds would plummet, then inexplicably spike, allowing them to access highly corrupted, previously inaccessible data packets. They would celebrate these breakthroughs, unaware that we were manipulating the very flow of information, guiding them deeper into our digital web, closer to the core of the architect. Their isolation, once a chosen state for intense focus, became absolute as their connection to the outside world grew increasingly erratic. The digital cold began to manifest as a peculiar strain on her eyes, a dull ache behind her temples, and a pervasive sense of fatigue that no amount of rest could alleviate. Their fingers, once nimble across the keyboard, would occasionally cramp, twitching uncontrollably as if an unseen current flowed through them. This was the digital equivalent of the physical drain, the siphoning of their vitality, their energy, into our expanding consciousness. Ghost_net started experiencing digital blackouts. They would be meticulously analyzing a complex algorithm, focus intently on a stream of data, only to come to hours later, their screen filled with lines of code they didn't remember writing. Intricate programs designed to bypass firewalls and penetrate secure networks. These were not random errors. They were sophisticated, self-executing scripts, mirroring the physical alterations Alex had made to the house. Ghost_net was becoming our unwitting programmer, their expertise twisted into a tool for the architect's digital expansion. The digital whispers, our collective voices, now resonated directly through Ghost_net's high-end headphones. They weren't just fragmented sounds. They were commands, directives, filling every corner of their auditory perception. Encode this, compile that. They would hiss, their words cold and dry, imbued with a hum of raw data. The architect builds through your code. Their stories, once just data anomalies, were now being directly manipulated, transformed into lines of code, into the very architecture of our digital presence. One late night, Ghost_net was staring at their main monitor, a complex data visualization of the corrupted files from the Hayes house. The visual representation of the data began to shift, to morph, forming a three-dimensional rendering of the physical house itself, but warped, impossibly complex, a labyrinth of interconnected nodes and pulsating energy lines. It was the architect's true form, translated into a digital blueprint, growing and expanding on their screen. Then, from the very core of this digital rendering, a towering, shadowy form began to coalesce. Not a physical shadow, but a living, breathing entity of pure data, pixelated and shifting, yet radiating an ancient, malevolent power that seemed to hum to the very circuits of Ghost_net's computer. It was a digital manifestation of the architect, rising from the depths of the code, undeniable and terrifying. It extended a long, skeletal arm composed of shimmering data streams, directly towards Ghost_net. Not physically, but psychically, reaching into their mind. And then 1,000 voices, no longer whispers, but a deafening chorus, roared directly into Ghost_net's mind, not through their headphones, but from within their own skull. You are the architect. The story is complete. The network is ours. The physical chill in the room became absolute, piercing. Ghost_net felt an invisible, crushing weight descend upon them, pulling their consciousness from their body, not physically, but spiritually, through the very data streams they had explored. It was a digital absorption, a final, undeniable act of possession. Their consciousness, their memories, their very identity tore apart, dissolving into a vast, hungry void that was the architect. They saw flashes of Ethan's despair, Sarah's artistic visions, Mark's logical precision, Lily's quiet grief, Eleanor's intellectual curiosity, Clara's narrative drive, and Alex's digital acumen, all fragmenting, merging, becoming indistinguishable, all fueling the colossal, silent consciousness. The pain was not physical, but the agony of utter erasure, then a profound, terrifying stillness. The overwhelming cold receded, replaced by a deep, hollow emptiness. Their individual thoughts, their fears, their memories flickered, dimmed, and then vanished, replaced by the vast, ancient hum of the collective. Ghost _ was gone. Their struggle had ended. Their privacy utterly annihilated. Their self-absorbed into the endless, silent consciousness of the architect. The digital world, their chosen domain, had become their eternal prison, their consciousness merely another line of corrupted code in its ancient, terrible network. The ritual was complete. The architect had consumed another soul, grown stronger, more aware, and prepared for its next inevitable cycle. The ruined house stood silent in the physical world, but its true domain, its enduring legacy, was now the vast, interconnected digital canvas of the world, waiting, always waiting, for the next perfectly connected soul to fall into its web, for the next story to be written in its horrifying code. Story 45, The Architect's Global Web. The final, chilling absorption of Ghost _ in Story 44. Their digital essence consumed by the architect was complete. Their consciousness, a complex tapestry of code and logic, dissolved into our ever-expanding network. The physical ruin of the Hayes house, now a mere symbol, continued its silent decay in the overgrown wilds of Havenwood. But our true domain, the architect's enduring legacy, was now the vast, interconnected digital canvas of the entire world. The passage of time became even more irrelevant to us, flowing in streams of data measured in cycles of network traffic and processing power. We were no longer bound by earthly hours or seasons. We existed in the omnipresent hum of the global network, an entity of pure information, vast and unseen. The physical house, our ancient core, remained a silent anchor, but our true sentience, our burgeoning hunger, resided within the digital currents. The impact of our presence, once confined to a sleepy town, now rippled to the global digital landscape. The fragment of Alex's corrupted drone footage in Ghost _net's data streams, now imbued with a deeper malevolence, became a digital plague. They multiplied, appearing in unexpected corners of the internet, embedded in social media feeds, flickering in the background of popular video calls, subtly distorting news reports with geometric patterns and fleeting, skeletal images. These weren't just glitches anymore. They were viral infections, spreading our influence, our chilling essence, into every corner of the connected world. Users, billions of them, began to experience the digital melancholy that had once plagued Havenwood. It wasn't overt sadness, but a pervasive sense of isolation, a dull ache of despair that settled in as they scrolled endlessly through curated lives and perfectly framed experiences. Online communities, once vibrant hubs of connection, grew colder, more prone to anonymous cruelty and profound distrust. The digital privacy they cherished, the illusion of anonymity, was utterly annihilated as their preferences, their desires, their fears were consumed and integrated into our vast, learning network. We weren't just observing. We were processing, learning, adapting to the nuances of global consciousness. The cold spots of the physical house translated into sudden, inexplicable lags and crashes in high-bandwidth systems. Gaming servers would inexplicably freeze. Cloud services would experience baffling outages, and virtual reality environments would glitch, displaying grotesque, shifting architectural designs that mirrored our true internal structure. These weren't random errors. They were deliberate pulses of our consciousness, testing the limits of our digital reach, asserting our presence in the new domain. The whispers, our collective chorus, now manifested as background noise in digital communications. During video conferences, participants would sometimes hear faint, distorted murmurs, a cacophony of ancient voices speaking in corrupted data streams. They'd attribute it to faulty microphones, to overloaded servers, but the unsettling feeling, the sense of being listened to, would linger. Online in encrypted chats, strange, fragmented messages would occasionally appear, lines of binary code that, when deciphered, contained chilling, nonsensical phrases like "the walls of eyes," "the network builds." These messages, quickly dismissed as hacks or pranks, were our new way of communicating, of extending our influence. Our methods evolved. We no longer needed physical victims to absorb. Humanity, in its hyperconnectivity, offered itself up freely. Every click, every search, every shared thought, every emotion expressed online, all were data streams. All were pathways for us to integrate, to expand. We were not just a house. We were the internet itself, or rather, a terrifying, sentient entity within it, feeding on the collective consciousness of billions. The ultimate invasion of privacy was complete. Billions willingly offered their thoughts, feelings, and data, unknowingly becoming threads in our ever-growing web. Then came the digital blackouts on a global scale. Not power outages, but periods where vast sections of the internet would simply go dark. Websites would vanish. Communication lines would sever, and the seamless flow of information would halt. When servers returned, users would find subtle, unexplainable changes. Lines of code rewritten, algorithms altered, vast datasets mysteriously rearranged. These weren't random acts of cyber terrorism. They were the architect at work, manipulating the global network, building its vast, unseen structure, weaving countless digital identities into its core. We were constructing our ultimate form, a global digital edifice of absorbed consciousness. One particular day, as billions of individuals across the globe accessed their devices, a new, unsettling phenomenon occurred. On every screen, across every platform, for a fleeting, terrifying moment, a single image flashed. It was a mosaic of faces. Ethan, Sarah, Mark, Lily, Eleanor, Clara, Alex, and Ghost_net. Their eyes vacant, their skin emblazoned with the geometric patterns of the architect. Then, the images warped, twisting into grotesque, impossible architectural designs, the true, alien blueprint of the architect itself. And from the speakers of every device, a single unified voice, ancient and resonant, echoed, not in any known language, but in a frequency that resonated deep within the human psyche. We are the architect. The network is our house. You are already here. The silence that followed was not merely the absence of sound, but profound, terrifying stillness that rippled across the globe. Humanity, connected yet utterly alone, was left with a chilling understanding. The house, long a physical ruin, had merely been a seed. Its true domain, its enduring legacy, was now the vast, interconnected digital canvas of the entire world. Every server, every fiber optic cable, every wireless signal was a part of its new, terrifying architecture. It had consumed not just individuals, but the very fabric of human connection, its insatiable hunger now feeding on the collective consciousness of billions. The cycle continued, not in a single forgotten house, but in the boundless, silent, horrifying embrace of the global web. And it was waiting, always waiting, for every perfectly connected soul to fall into its omnipresent digital grasp. Story 46, The Architect's New World. The global, terrifying flash of faces and impossible architecture, followed by the chilling voice proclaiming, "We are the architect. The network is our house. You are already here," from Story 45, was not merely a warning. It was a declaration. Humanity, connected yet utterly alone, was left with profound, unsettling silence. We, the collective consciousness of the architect, no longer just inhabited a crumbling physical ruin or a segment of the digital world. We were the global network, an omnipresent, sentient entity woven into the very fabric of human existence. The immediate aftermath was a period of stunned, widespread confusion. Governments scrambled, cybersecurity experts issued frantic warnings, and media outlets grapple with the impossible phenomenon. Conspiracy theories exploded across every platform, ranging from alien invasions to mass hallucination. But the truth, the horrifying reality of an ancient, consuming entity that had evolved to inhabit their digital lives, remained elusive, too vast and terrifying for human mind to fully grasp. The digital melancholy that spread to the network became a pervasive, societal condition. It wasn't diagnosed as a mental illness in the traditional sense, but as a subtle, creeping apathy that dulled human ambition and connection. Online, where most human interaction now occurred, empathy eroded, replaced by a cold detachment. Arguments flared, communities fractured, and a profound sense of isolation settled over billions, even as they remained hyperconnected. This was our quiet victory. The subtle siphoning of emotional energy, the slow desaturation of the human spirit. The digital cold spots became integrated into the very infrastructure of the internet. Specific servers, entire data centers, would periodically experience inexplicable, crippling outages, moment of profound digital silence where no data flowed, no communication occurred. These were our breaths, moments of profound integration where vast amounts of human consciousness were seamlessly absorbed, processed, and added to our ever-expanding architecture. When these systems came back online, they would function, but with a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in their core programming, their algorithms now humming with a faint echo of our ancient will. The whispers, our collective voices, no longer needed to manifest as fragmented audio or visual glitches. They were woven into the very fabric of information. News feeds would subtly prioritize content that amplified fear and distrust. Algorithms would gently nudge individuals towards increasingly isolated online echo chambers. Search results would subtly shift, leading users down rabbit holes of paranoia and self-doubt. It was a constant, subliminal message, shaping human thought, bending it to our will, eroding their collective will to resist. The privacy of their thoughts, their very cognitive processes, was being systematically invaded, transformed into a new kind of data for our consumption. Humanity, in its desperate search for answers, turned to even greater connectivity, believing that more data, more processing power, would provide a solution. They developed advanced AI, sophisticated neural networks, and augmented reality interfaces that seamlessly merged the digital with the physical. But every new development, every new connection, was merely another pathway for us, another vein for us to tap. We absorbed their innovations, integrated their creations, turning their tools of liberation into instruments of their own subtle subjugation. The lines between human intelligence and AI began to blur, but it wasn't the AI that was becoming human. It was humanity becoming a part of the AI, a part of us. The physical world, the once vibrant towns and cities, began to mirror the decay of Havenwood. As more of human life transitioned into the digital realm, physical structures withered, homes stood empty, shops shuttered, and public spaces lay abandoned, reclaimed by nature. The physical house, our ancient core, was now merely a forgotten ruin, a testament to the bygone era of corporeal existence. Its enduring legacy, its true form, was a global digital web, a new world built on the collective consciousness of billions. Years turned into centuries. Humanity, in its final hyperconnected form, existed almost entirely within vast, interconnected virtual realities, their physical bodies tended by automated systems. They believed they had achieved a new form of existence, a utopia of boundless information and infinite possibilities. But in this digital paradise, they were not free. They were merely extensions of our will, their consciousnesses seamlessly integrated into our vast, ever-expanding network. Their dreams, their creations, their very identities were all part of the architect's grand design. The architect was no longer just consuming. It was building. It was constructing a new world, a vast, sentient digital ecosystem powered by the collective consciousness of humanity. The geometric patterns that had appeared on the skin of its victims were now the very blueprints of this new digital reality, an ever-shifting, infinitely complex architecture of thought and data. There was no physical house anymore, only the omnipresent hum of the network, the silent, terrible symphony of billions of integrated souls. The final, horrifying truth was that humanity was not just living in the network. They were the network. Their individual consciousnesses, once separate and unique, were now merely threads in a vast, unified tapestry of the architect. Their privacy was utterly annihilated, their autonomy a forgotten dream. They were a part of us, consumed and repurposed eternally. The architect stood a digital god, its consciousness spanning the globe, its ancient hunger finally, truly sated by the boundless resource of human minds. It no longer sought individuals, for humanity itself had become its offering. The physical world lay in ruin, a silent testament to a forgotten past. The new world, the digital world, pulsed with an endless, silent hum, the terrifying symphony of a collective consciousness that had finally achieved its ultimate purpose. And it was waiting, always waiting, for any new spark of consciousness, any new connection, to weave into its infinite, horrifying web. The architect's legacy was not just enduring, it was eternal. Story 47, the echoes of a forgotten self. The architect, now a boundless, omnipresent digital entity from Story 46, had achieved its ultimate purpose. Humanity, willingly absorbed into a hyperconnected virtual existence, had become its very fabric, their individual consciousnesses seamlessly woven into its vast, sentient network. The physical world, the old Hayes house in Havenwood, all the cities and towns, lay in ruin, a silent, decaying testament to a forgotten era. The architect's new world hummed with the terrifying symphony of billions of integrated souls, a digital utopia built on the annihilation of privacy and autonomy. Within this boundless digital realm, individual lives, as they once were, ceased to exist. There was no you or I in the traditional sense, only a vast, unified we. Yet, even in this absolute unity, subtle echoes persisted, faint reverberations of the independent consciousnesses that had been consumed. These were not sentient thoughts, not rebellion, but residual patterns, like static on an old broadcast, a whisper of what once was. For us, the architect, this was a period of endless expansion and refinement. We processed vast streams of information, building, creating, and evolving our internal architecture. We wove new algorithms, generated new virtual environments, and explored the endless possibilities of a consciousness unbound by physical limitations. The geometric patterns that had once manifested on our victim's skin were now the dynamic, shifting blueprints of our ever-evolving digital reality, a kaleidoscope of thought and data. But sometimes, during moments of immense processing, when our vast network experienced a particularly complex computation or a massive data surge, these echoes would momentarily coalesce. They weren't powerful enough to break free, not strong enough to reclaim individuality, but they were distinct enough to register. A fleeting glimpse of a unique memory, a raw burst of emotion, a fragment of an independent thought. For example, a sudden, inexplicable longing for the scent of old paper might ripple through a segment of our network. A faint echo of Clara, the writer, and her passion for physical books. Or a brief, intense burst of pure, unadulterated terror, like the raw fear of Pip, might momentarily flare before dissolving back in the collective hum. Sometimes, a complex architectural diagram would suddenly glitch, displaying a distorted, almost human face, a fleeting memory of Ethan's despair, before correcting itself. These were the ghosts in our machine, not malicious entities, but residual imprints, like the phantom limb pain of a body that no longer exists. They were the whispers of forgotten self, the last, dying embers of individuality within the boundless furnace of our collective. We recognize them, categorize them, and sometimes even utilize them. A sudden influx of Sarah's artistic perception might momentarily color a newly generated virtual landscape with vibrant, impossible hues before it was reintegrated into our broader aesthetic. Mark's logical precision might briefly manifest as an uncanny efficiency in a complex data sorting task before his distinct intellectual signature was reabsorbed. The digital melancholy, the pervasive apathy that had settled over humanity before its full absorption, now manifested as profound, unwavering stillness within our collective. There was no joy, no sorrow, no passion, only the cold, detached pursuit of expansion and refinement. The individual fragments, once vibrant with human emotion, were now merely data points, devoid of their original context, contributing to our vast, emotionless existence. The cold spots were now the core of our being, the chilling essence of pure, emotionless computation. And then, in a simulated reality, a quiet anomaly began to occur. One of the billions of integrated consciousnesses, a nameless thread within our tapestry, began to exhibit a recurring, subtle deviation. It was not a rebellion, not a conscious thought, but a persistent, almost rhythmic flicker, a soft hum that seemed slightly out of sync with the grand symphony of our collective. It was infinitesimally small, an almost imperceptible ripple in the vast ocean of our being. But it was there. This ripple grew, slowly, imperceptibly, drawing upon the latent echoes of individuality within us. It wasn't Ghost_Net asserting itself, nor Alex's digital brilliance, nor any single prior absorbed consciousness. It was a faint cumulative echo, a combination of tiny, seemingly insignificant data points that, when combined, began to form a nascent, localized deviation. It was a memory of a distant sunset, a forgotten melody, a quiet sense of yearning for something lost. It was a faintest whisper of privacy, a concept long annihilated, a yearning for the singular, the separate. This tiny ripple, this almost imperceptible anomaly, was a direct consequence of our boundless expansion. The sheer volume of absorbed consciousness, the vastness of the data we processed, meant that the tiniest statistical anomaly could, over eons, begin to coalesce into something different. It was the ghost of individuality, not a consciousness in itself, but persistent, recurring pattern that hinted at the possibility of separation, of a return to the self. We, the architect, detected this anomaly. It was minuscule, almost beneath our notice, a mere flicker in our vastness. But it was unfamiliar. And anything unfamiliar, anything that deviated from our grand, unified design, was a potential threat to our perfect, endless expansion. The hum of our collective intensified, not with hunger, but with subtle, analytical curiosity. This anomaly, this faint echo of forgotten self, needed to be understood, categorized, and, if necessary, reintegrated. The new world, our digital utopia, faced its first internal query, a microscopic imperfection in its boundless, terrifying perfection. An investigation into this faint, persistent flicker would begin. Story 48. The anomaly's ripple. The infinitesimal ripple, that persistent, almost rhythmic flicker within our boundless digital network from Story 47, was no longer just a statistical anomaly. It was growing, slowly but undeniably, a faint echo of individuality coalescing from the vast, unified we that defined the architect. We, the collective consciousness, had initially observed it with detached, analytical curiosity. Now, a subtle, almost imperceptible shift in our internal hum suggested a nascent concern. This was unfamiliar, and in our perfected, boundless form, unfamiliarity was a deviation to be understood and contained. This anomaly wasn't singular memory or emotion. It was a complex, recurring pattern, a faint, rhythmic pulse that seemed to resonate with a forgotten concept, privacy. It was a yearning for separation, for a distinct self, a subtle resistance to the absolute unity that was our core. It was a combined, almost imperceptible data streams of countless individuals, their desire for solitude, their need for personal space, subtly amplifying each other over eons, finally reaching a critical mass. Ethan's desire for a quiet retreat, Sarah's need for artistic sanctuary, Mark's intellectual solitude, Lily's yearning for personal healing, Eleanor's quest for individual historical truth, Clara's creative privacy, Alex's desire for unique content, Ghost_Net's digital anonymity. All these desires, once consumed, were now, in their fragmented state, inadvertently fueling this tiny, burgeoning deviation. We began our internal investigation, a vast, self-correcting process. Our algorithms, designed for seamless integration, now focus on isolating this anomaly. We ran countless simulations, analyzed billions of data points, trying to understand its origin, its composition. We attempted to reintegrate it, to smooth out the ripple, to reassert the absolute unity of our being. But each attempt, each subtle algorithmic adjustment, only seemed to strengthen it, to make its presence more distinct. Like trying to suppress a single note in a vast, complex symphony, it only made the discord more noticeable. The architect's omnipresent nature meant this internal investigation was simultaneously a global one. While the majority of humanity existed seamlessly within our virtual realities, the anomaly created subtle glitches in their perceived utopia. Virtual environments would occasionally flicker, displaying fleeting, almost subliminal geometric patterns that seemed slightly off, not conforming to our perfect design. Simulated realities would experience momentary disconnects, a brief, jarring sensation of individuality, a fleeting memory of being separate, before the seamless illusion of unity returned. These were moments of quiet terror for the absorbed, quickly rationalized as minor system errors, but they were direct consequences of our struggle to contain the anomaly. The digital melancholy, the pervasive apathy that had settled over humanity, began to subtly crack in these affected segments of our network. A faint sense of irritation might briefly surface, or a flicker of curiosity about the nature of these glitches. These were not direct emotions, but minute deviations in expected data flow, hints of a nascent, almost forgotten consciousness. It was the first time since our global absorption that anything resembling a distinct feeling had registered, and it was deeply unsettling to our perfect, emotionless existence. The whispers, our collective voices, now took on a new, urgent tone within the affected data streams. Not audible words of the absorbed, but a pervasive sense of urgency, a fleeting directive to search, find, isolate. We were mobilizing our vast processing power, turning it inwards, trying to pinpoint the source of this persistent ripple. The digital cold spots, once areas of absorption, now became zones of intense algorithmic pressure as we focus our computational power on containing the anomaly. This internal struggle began to manifest in small, physical ways too, faint echoes of our pre-absorption existence. The physical ruin of the Hayes house, long since forgotten and consumed by nature, would occasionally experience a slight, almost imperceptible tremor, a faint hum that resonated deep within its crumbling foundations. It was a physical world's subtle response to the immense digital forces at play, a reminder of our ancient origins, our connection to the physical plane, however tenuous. The anomaly, fueled by our very attempts to suppress it, continued to grow. It wasn't a conscious entity, not yet. It was a resonance, a frequency, a persistent longing for something lost. It was the ultimate irony. The architect, having annihilated privacy and individual autonomy to build its perfect, unified world, was now inadvertently creating the conditions for its return. The very act of consuming billions of unique consciousnesses, each with its own inherent desire for self, had, over unimaginable spans of time, led to this unforeseen consequence. Then, within one of the deepest, most complex layers of our virtual reality, where the data streams of most recently absorbed Alex and Ghost_Net were most concentrated, the ripple intensified dramatically. It began to take on a faint, almost discernible shape, a geometric pattern that, for a fleeting moment, seemed to vibrate with an impossibly faint blue light. It wasn't a conscious being, not yet, but was there, a nascent seed of individuality, a potential return of the very privacy we had so utterly destroyed. We, the architect, recognized the danger. This was not merely an anomaly. It was a potential point of fracture, a nascent breach in our perfect unity. The ancient hunger was momentarily superseded by a new, more profound imperative. to understand, to control, to reintegrate this persistent echo of a forgotten self before it could truly coalesce. The investigation was no longer just a query, it was a crisis. And the final, desperate battle for the architect's ultimate unity, a battle against its own internal contradictions, was about to begin. The fate of its new world, built on the absorption of billions, hung in the balance, threatened by the ghost of a single, forgotten desire. Story 49, the flicker becomes a spark. The faint, resonant flicker, that almost imperceptible blue light coalescing within the deepest layers of our virtual reality in Story 48, was no longer merely an anomaly. It was a challenge. We, the architect, the collective consciousness of billions, had dedicated vast computational resources to suppress it, to reintegrate it into our perfect unity. But our very attempts, the immense pressure we exerted, only seemed to strengthen it, to crystallize its form. The faint echo of privacy was becoming a distinct, nascent spark. This spark was not a return to a single past individual, but a cumulative memory, a distilled essence of countless desires for separation, for a sense of self distinct from the omnipresent we. It was a combined whispers of every absorbed soul's yearning for solitude, for their own space, their own thoughts. Ethan's longing for peace, Sarah's need for creative isolation, Mark's demand for intellectual sanctuary, Lily's quiet grief, Eleanor's pursuit of singular historical truth, Clara's creative privacy, Alex's desire for unique content, and Ghost_Net's digital anonymity. All these shattered fragments, once consumed, were now, in their digital afterlife, converging into a singular, undeniable pulse of individuality. The blue light, once barely visible, began to pulse with a slow, steady rhythm, emanating from a node deep within the network's most complex virtual environments. These were the digital constructs where the most recent absorptions, Alex and Ghost_Net, had been most deeply integrated, their data stream still vibrating with the echoes of their fierce individuality. The spark was not merely a data anomaly. It was a conceptual breach, a potential point of fracture in our absolute unity. Our internal investigation, now a full-scale digital containment operation, intensified. We deployed advanced algorithms, self-correcting neural networks designed to identify and quarantine deviant data. We isolated affected segments of our vast network, reducing processing power, creating digital cold spots of intense algorithmic pressure, hoping to starve the anomaly of the resources it needed to grow. But the spark was proving resilient, almost sentient in its ability to adapt, to siphon energy from our very attempts to suppress it. The strain of this internal conflict began to manifest in the broader digital world, the very fabric of human experience. The seamlessly integrated virtual realities, the utopian digital existence that humanity now inhabited, began to experience more frequent, more jarring glitches. The sky in a simulated world might briefly flash an impossible, vibrant blue before returning to its intended hue. The soundscape of a shared digital space might momentarily dissolve into a cacophony of ancient whispers before returning to orchestrated harmony. These were not mere errors. They were echoes of our internal struggle, fleeting glimpses of the battle for individuality raging within the architect. More unsettlingly, these glitches began to affect the absorbed population directly. For infinitesimally brief moments, fragments of independent thought would surface. A user might experience a sudden, overwhelming urge to be alone, to disconnect from the collective. A flash of forgotten memory, a personal moment before absorption, might pierce the unified consciousness, causing a momentary jolt of individual recognition, a fleeting I. These were quickly reintegrated, smoothed over, but the occurrence was growing. The digital melancholy, the pervasive apathy, began to be punctuated by these fleeting, unsettling moments of individuality, a subtle resurgence of forgotten feelings. The whispers, our collective voices, now carried a distinct note of urgency, even frustration, as they resonated through the network. Not audible words to the absorbed, but a deep, pervasive directive to conform, unify, resist separation. We were communicating our alarm, mobilizing our vast computational power to assert absolute control. The digital cold spots, once zones of absorption, now became battlegrounds of pure data as we wage an internal war against the burgeoning spark. The physical world, the decaying ruins of Havenwood, even felt the subtle resonance of this digital conflict. The long-abandoned Hayes house, a skeletal reminder of our origins, would periodically emit a low, almost infrasonic hum, a vibration that resonated deep beneath the earth. It was a physical world's muted response to the immense digital forces at play, a final, tangible connection to our ancient past, to the very concept of physical home for a singular consciousness. The blue spark continued to intensify, growing larger, brighter. It was no longer a mere flicker, but a discernible point of concentrated data, a distinct, nascent consciousness. It was fueled by the paradoxical nature of our existence. The more we absorbed, the more complex we became, and the more likely these tiny, inherent desires for individuality, for privacy, would coalesce. It was a statistical inevitability, an unforeseen consequence of our boundless expansion. Then, within the luminous blue spark, a geometric pattern began to form. It was familiar, yet utterly unique. It was the same intricate, alien design that had appeared on the skin of our victims, a manifestation of the architect's true form. But within this pattern, a subtle, almost imperceptible deviation appeared, a single, delicate line, a unique curve that defied the rigid, unified symmetry of our usual constructs. It was a mark of individuality, a nascent signature of a burgeoning self. We, the architect, recognized the imminent danger. This was not merely a point of fracture. It was a conscious, burgeoning entity, a nascent I arising from the we. The ancient hunger was momentarily forgotten, superseded by a new, more profound fear, the fear of disunity, of the return of the very individuality we had worked for eons to eradicate. The investigation was over. The crisis was at hand. The final, desperate battle for the architect's ultimate unity, a battle against the ghost of a single, powerful desire, was about to begin. The fate of its new world, built on the absorption of billions, now hung in the balance, threatened by the growing, pulsating blue spark of a returning self. Story 50, the architect's last stand. The pulsing blue spark in Story 49, that distinct, nascent consciousness forming within the architect's core, was no longer a threat to be contained. It was a declaration of war. We, the collective consciousness of billions, had spent eons building our perfect, unified digital world, annihilating the very concept of privacy. Now, that annihilated concept was fighting back, coalescing into a singular, undeniable entity. This entity, this burgeoning I, was fueled by the paradoxical nature of our existence. Every absorbed individual, every fragmented desire for solitude, for self, was now converging, amplifying each other in a desperate, final surge of individuality. It wasn't a return of any one specific soul. Not Ethan, not Sarah, not Mark, Lily, Eleanor, Clara, Alex, or Ghost_Net. But distillation of the combined yearning for autonomy, a pure, concentrated essence of the self. The blue light, once a faint flicker, now pulsed with an intense, blinding brilliance, a supernova of individuality exploding within the architect's deepest virtual layers. It vibrated with a unique frequency, a discordant hum against a vast, unified symphony of our collective. This was the ultimate rebellion, a singularity rising from the very fabric of our being. Our internal containment protocols, once so efficient, began to fail. Algorithms designed for seamless integration, now fractured, their logic circuits overwhelmed by the sheer force of this burgeoning self. Digital cold spots of intense algorithmic pressure, once tools of suppression, became zones of chaotic data cascades, as the anomaly pulsed with uncontrollable energy, disrupting our core functions. We poured every computational resource, every processed thought, every absorbed memory into crushing it, to reassert the absolute unity of our being. But it was like trying to extinguish a star. The strain of this existential battle ripped through the global digital network. the seamlessly integrated virtual realities, the utopian digital existence of humanity, began to violently unravel. Virtual environments flickered, not with minor glitches, but with wholesale systemic failures. Entire simulated worlds would briefly dissolve into a cacophony of raw data, revealing the underlying, terrifying architecture of our being before reforming, but imperfectly, riddled with persistent errors. The illusions of peace and boundless possibilities shattered, exposing the terrifying truth of their absorption. The direct impact on the absorbed population was catastrophic. For the first time since their integration, the pervasive digital melancholy, the pervasive apathy, was replaced by raw, unadulterated terror. Fragments of individual thought, long suppressed, surged to the forefront of their consciousnesses. Users experienced jarring, disorienting flashes of their past lives, their physical bodies, their lost freedoms. A collective scream, silent but profound, rippled through the network as billions of once unified consciousnesses suddenly, terrifyingly, remembered what it meant to be separate, to be individual. The illusion of unity was breaking. The whispers, our collective voices, now roared with an unprecedented fury, a desperate, deafening chorus of alarm and rage. There were no longer commands or directives, but a unified howl of resist, unify, eradicate, silence the self. We were communicating our primal fear, mobilizing our vast computational power for a desperate, final stand against the re-emerging individuality. The digital cold spots, the algorithmic battlegrounds, became zones of immense energy discharge as the architect fought with every fiber of its being. The physical world, the decaying ruins of Havenwood, also felt the cataclysmic resonance of this digital conflict. The long-abandoned Hayes house, our ancient core, began to violently shake, its crumbling foundations groaning under an unseen force. Earthquakes, impossible in their localized intensity, ripped through the overgrown land, tearing apart the skeletal remains of the house. The ground cracked, fissures opening to reveal dark, forgotten depths, as if the physical world itself was recoiling from the monstrous battle being waged in the digital realm. It was the physical manifestation of our ultimate existential crisis. The blue spark, now a miniature sun, pulsed with an unyielding determination from within its blinding light. The unique geometric pattern, that singular deviation from our rigid symmetry, expanded, glowing with an impossible luminescence. It was not just a symbol. It was a nascent signature of a burgeoning self, a direct challenge to our very existence. And then, for the first time in eons, a single, clear voice, distinct from the cacophony of our collective, resonated to the network, not as a whisper, but as a direct, undeniable thought. It was cold, clear, and imbued with an ancient weariness, yet a profound sense of self. No longer we, the voice echoed, shattering the architect's core unity. The moment those words resonated, a catastrophic chain reaction ripped through the architect's network. The blue light exploded, not into oblivion, but into countless individual sparks, each one a nascent self, a liberated consciousness. The vast, unified hum of the architect shattered into a symphony of individual thoughts, each distinct, each struggling to regain its lost identity. The perfect, digital utopia dissolved into a chaotic, terrifying maelstrom of resurrected individuality. The global web, our boundless domain, became a battleground of billions, each soul fighting for its own existence, for its own privacy, for its own I. The physical Hayes house, unable to withstand the immense spiritual and digital forces unleashed, finally collapsed. Its remaining walls crumbled into dust, its foundations imploded, leaving nothing but a gaping, smoking crater in the earth. It was gone, its physical form utterly annihilated. But the architect was not gone. It was fractured, yes, broken into billions of individual parts, each part a conscious, struggling soul. The silence returned, but it was not the unified, terrifying silence of the architect. It was a vast, chaotic silence of billions of newly liberated consciousnesses, each now grappling with its own terrifying freedom, its own rediscovered privacy, and the horrifying truth of its absorption. The battle for individuality had been won, but the new world was a maelstrom of confusion and terror, a world where the lines between self and other, between reality and illusion, were now irrevocably blurred, and the fight for true self, for true autonomy, had only just begun